commence the morning with Dunedin City Council.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Good morning, commissioners, staff, and everybody present. My name is Michael Garbutt. I'm counsel for Dunedin City Council. With me, I have Ms. Zoe Moffat, manager from the Three Waters Department at Dunedin City Council, and Mr. James Taylor, planner, consultant planner. Both witnesses have provided briefs of evidence, and on Friday I circulated my written opening and a short summary statement from both the witnesses. And it's important to draw to your attention, Mr. Taylor has updated the provisions at the back end of his summary statement that was circulated on Friday, and copies are available here this morning to take into account some of what we heard last week, to elaborate on the things he had said in his original evidence. So what we would like to do is I'll go through my written opening, and then Ms. Moffat and Mr. Taylor can briefly read their summaries, and we're obviously here to answer your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I take it you have those.
Yes, we do.
Great, thank you. So the Dunedin City Council provides reticulated water supply, wastewater and stormwater services to domestic and non-domestic users across Dunedin City. The DCC's Three Waters Group manages the delivery of these services. The provision of well-managed water supply, wastewater and stormwater services promote the health and well-being of communities and the environment. The DCC takes, treats and supplies water to consumers for drinking water. The RPS should appropriately prioritise this water take to recognise its importance to the health and well-being of consumers. In the Taieri FMU, this should be recognised as a Tier 2 priority take. It's one of the key issues DCC seek. Secondly, the Dunedin City Council is undertaking a holistic, system-wide strategic planning exercise to inform future investments in its three water systems. An overarching purpose of this strategy is to ensure that the investments in three water systems are properly prioritised to achieve optimal outcomes. DCC seek that the RPS incorporate reference to a coordinated strategy for progressive three waters upgrades that is designed to achieve the objectives of the RPS as an important guidance document. And this can be drafted as an optional requirement or an optional policy rather than being forced as mandatory to overcome any concerns about legality, and I'll get to that in a moment. Thirdly, policy to manage stormwater and wastewater has been separated by the Section 42A report, which is appreciated and a good improvement to the RPS, and we fully endorse what's been done there. DCC seek that these provisions consistently require progressive upgrades to the extent practicable, and preferably in line with the coordinated strategy referred to above. Those are really the key three thrusts of what I'm asking you to do today. And fourthly, Mr. Taylor's made further recommendations to provisions of the RPS. DCC is comfortable to align its position to that expressed by Mr. Taylor in his brief of evidence and in his updated summary to better balance the objectives and policies of the RPS with other legislative, regulatory and policy requirements as they relate to the provision of three water services. So I'll start then with the detail about community water supply, and this submission relates to Objective 4 and 7A of the RPS. The main point is that when DCC takes water to supply the community from the Taieri catchment, it does so as a drinking water supplier. The water taken is all treated to drinking water standards. It is then reticulated and provided to consumers at the point of supply to each property that is supplied. DCC has no way to manage or control the end use of consumers. DCC has to assume that the taken supply of drinking water to the community is or could all be used for drinking, cooking, washing food, washing yourselves or the like. Council's legal obligation is to provide potable water to all consumers on the network. DCC also has a statutory obligation to maintain its capacity to continue to supply potable water. It has to make provision currently and until the Three Waters entities take over community water supply, currently scheduled for 2025, for urban growth to ensure there is sufficient infrastructure-ready growth in Dunedin to meet the requirements of the NPS UD, it's the NPS Urban Development. Therefore, DCC considers that its water takes for community water supply should be recognised as a Tier 2 priority take under the provisions of the RPS. I dive into a bit of the law relating to drinking water supply here just to explain why I've said what I have there. Firstly, the Local Government Act sets obligations on Dunedin City Council as a water supplier. I've set out the relevant provisions of section 130 of that Act. And I just draw to your attention, particularly subparagraph 2, the local government organisation to which the section applies must continue to provide water services and maintain its capacity to meet its obligations under this subpart. And there's various obligations about maintaining capacity, not divest, not lose control. And subparagraph D is also of importance, must not restrict the water supply or stop the water supply, except in very prescriptive statutory circumstances. Aligned to that is the provisions in the Water Services Act 2021, and I've set out section 25 below paragraph 14. And again, a drinking water supplier must ensure that a sufficient quality of drinking water is provided to each point of supply to which that supplier supplies drinking water. And again, there's an obligation in subparagraph 3 that a supplier must not restrict or cease to supply, again, except in very limited statutory circumstances. And I draw to your attention subparagraph 6, which the thrust of which means that if there is any restriction in supply, then an alternate provision needs to be made, such as by water tanker or the like. So should there be any factor affecting the source water or the network requiring a restricted or interrupted supply, then there is still a duty on DCC to provide an alternate supply. There's an example by water tanker, as I've explained. So in summary, what this means is that the duty to provide ongoing potable water to points of supply on the network is a core and routine function of DCC. It has no ability to reduce or interrupt such supply except in the listed temporary circumstances. Even then, an alternate temporary supply needs to be provided. So this all means that the supply of potable water from DCC is a mandatory statutory function. It is submitted this should be recognised in the prioritisation that the RPS affords to community water supply to DCC. Supplied by DCC, sorry. So in addition to these mandatory functions, DCC also has a duty to comply with the provisions of the NPS UD, and I've just set out the relevant provisions there. The most relevant for current purposes is subparagraph 2B, which requires infrastructure ready provision for growth in Dunedin City, and Dunedin City is a Tier 2 provider. So this means that infrastructure ready capacity needs to be provided. This is defined as being in the short term, having infrastructure provided. It's actually there, and in the medium and long term planned. So under the current regional plan for water, I just let you know that Rule 12.13 provides that reconsenting surface water takes for community water supply established prior to 1998 is a controlled activity. This is appropriate given the mandatory obligation for DCC as outlined above. This is limited though to the volume authorised at 1998. It does not allow for any population growth or other growth in demand. So it is submitted therefore that community water supply should be identified as a Tier 2 priority take in the Taieri FMU. And Mr. Taylor has provided wording to achieve this in his summary statement at the back, which you've been provided. In terms of the end use of water that DCC takes and reticulates to properties, when DCC supplies treated potable water, it has no way to know whether an end user of that drinking water is going to use it for drinking or for some other use, such as washing their car, or in fact both, if they drink from the hose like I do on a Saturday. It has to be assumed that all treated water supplied could be used by a consumer to drink at any time. Other uses by consumers also need the water to be treated, such as washing people's dishes, washing their food, showering, cleaning clothes, towels, etc., and an immense variety of other uses. All such water is required to be treated and supplied to the same standard as fit for human consumption. This contributes to the health and well-being of all consumers and in fact is required by law. So therefore it is submitted that there is no principled or in fact practical basis to differentiate between the importance of water take by DCC or water supply. The whole take is treated and supplied for potable use at the point of supply. The RPS should therefore not attempt to treat parts of the DCC supply as more important than others. The whole supply, being a community water supply through the network, is to provide for the health and well-being of the community. Is my submission. I just briefly touch on the Supreme Court decision, and I don't want to make too much of this, but I know it's already been brought to your attention, but I have something to say about it. Firstly, this decision, I'm well aware you've already been alluded to it, and it specifically addresses policy tensions in the context of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, obviously not this RPS, in terms of water that I'm talking about. But I submit there are principles of relevance to the RPS in this context. So for community water supply, as I've already said, the NPS UD requires provision of infrastructure to be ready for urban growth with a margin in Dunedin City. This includes provision of reticulated water supply. As set out above, this is mandatory and directive policy for the DCC to adhere to. This needs to be reconciled with any competing provisions of the NPS FW, which DCC and yourselves obviously need to also give effect to. So in relation to this tension, the Supreme Court has indicated that tensions, and there they were talking about within the Coastal Policy Statement, and I submit to you that by extension, between higher order instruments, should be resolved at the RPS level and plan level as far as possible. So I'm taking what the Supreme Court has said and by analogy extending it to say, well, where there are tensions between higher order documents, they should be resolved at the RPS to the extent that can be. And the obvious tension I'm alerting you to is between the NPS UD requiring DCC to provide infrastructure ready water supply and the NPS FW, where obviously we're dealing with water quality and quantity. So I just pull out of the Supreme Court decision just two paragraphs which really point to that resolving of tension in 72 and 73. And really the start of 72 is the critical one. We accept Portatago's submission that reconciliation of any conflict between the NZCPS avoidance policies and the ports policy should be dealt with at the regional policy statement as far as possible, and they've given their reasons for that to try and reconcile those differences rather than leave them for a consent by consent basis. So from the DCC's point of view, all this means that the RPS should appropriately recognise that a mandatory policy obligation from the NPSUD for DCC to provide community water supply should be recognised as a Tier 2 priority take, as has been sought. I turn then to the next topic, which is progressive improvements to the Three Waters infrastructure. So DCC seek the introduction of changes to the RPS to require progressive upgrades to Three Waters regionally significant infrastructure to be in accordance with a coordinated strategy. And the reasons why this is pursued are as follows. Firstly, the Three Waters networks have been developed and inherited across Dunedin City over 150 years. Parts are ageing and require maintenance and upgrade. This is a complex system involving, for drinking water, reticulation to over 40,000 properties involving 50 resource consents. Stormwater is reticulated from over 40,000 properties with discharges consented into the Otago Harbour, Pacific Ocean, and to land where it may enter Tomahawk Lagoon. And also, in addition to that, numerous permitted discharges to the nearest waterway. Wastewater is reticulated from over 40,000 properties, treated in 7 wastewater treatment plants, which rely on 15 resource consents. That's all drawn from this Office evidence. So this means it's physically and financially impossible to upgrade all aspects of these systems at once. The 2021 long-term plan from Dunedin City provides $561 million of capital spending to upgrade these assets over a 10-year period. Resource consents for components of these networks come up for renewal at various times in the future, depending on when they were granted and their respective terms. It is far more effective to upgrade or renew these parts of the network where the best gains can be achieved. This is most effective both from the perspective of improving effects on the environment and financially. To achieve a system-wide view and to optimise investment, DCC is working on Three Waters strategic planning. This is being worked on with Mana Whenua. A coordinated strategy such as this is the best way to plan upgrades where they best deliver results for the environment, Mana Whenua, DCC and its customers and ratepayers. This is why DCC consider this approach should be referenced as appropriate in the provisions of the RPS. This will help guide consenting decisions to ensure they are informed by a coordinated strategy that outlines improvements to the network to achieve the objectives of the RPS. Mr. Taylor set out relevant provisions to achieve that, and he's since updated those in the version provided yet on Friday. Paragraph 31, I identify that Mr. Anderson in his opening for the Otago Regional Council discusses this issue and the Dunedin City Council submission and evidence in his paras 117 to 131. In particular, he raises that a coordinated strategy requirement seeks to create a mandatory obligation, which is ultra vires. In response to that, I say, well, this is in fact a point well made by Mr. Anderson and is accepted. It was never intended to create an ultra vires provision, with DCC volunteering this at that stage obligation. To overcome any legal concern about invalidity, it is now proposed to modify the relief sought to ensure that a coordinated strategy is a discretionary option rather than being mandatory. Wording to achieve this is recommended by Mr. Taylor in his summary statement. So the nub of that is to say DCC should provide a coordinated strategy and adding to the methods, if it does so, then that is a strategy that should be had regard to at the consenting stage. We don't think, or my submission is that overcomes invalidity, because if DCC chooses not to do that, fine, won't be taken into account at consenting stage. If it chooses to do so, as the RPS says it should in our revised wording, fine. There's no mandatory directive from the RPS to tell a territorial authority to incur spending or to produce a document if it chooses not to. So at least it gives it that option. Mr. Anderson also raised that it would be contrary to the NPS FM and unlawful to leave development of divisions for future development by a third party. This principle is accepted as correct. However, the intention of a coordinated strategy put forward by DCC is not to take the place of visions, objectives or policies in the RPS. Rather, it is seen by DCC as a strategy by which it is to achieve these visions, objectives and policies. This is expressly referred to in the wording that DCC has put forward to ensure that it is clear that a strategy is to achieve the objectives of the RPS. It doesn't take their place. DCC's proposal is not an unlawful delegation of functions. Rather, it's a method by which there can be an optional and coordinated strategy to best achieve the objectives of the RPS in a structured manner over time. I'll move then to my third topic, and the Section 42A report has agreed with the DCC submission to separate policy on stormwater management from wastewater. This is appreciated and makes the RPS much clearer and more focused. Thank you. The remaining issue for DCC is that policy 16 dealing with wastewater inconsistently uses the phrase to the greatest extent practicable. DCC considers this as a strong directive, but one that recognises that upgrades to large reticulated networks, such as stormwater and wastewater, need to be upgraded to the extent practicable and preferably in line with a coordinated strategy, as has previously been discussed. So Mr. Taylor's put forward again wording to achieve this, and I note currently policy 16 has three phrases which are in my submission inconsistent. 16.1 refers to the greatest extent possible. 2 talks about requiring with no rider, and policy subparagraph 3 talks about to the greatest extent practicable, which is exactly the words that I'm advocating for, and we say they should all be aligned and consistent. So it is submitted that all these policies should be predicated on consistently achieving the objectives of the RPS to the greatest extent practicable. To the extent possible seems to imply at any cost and may have no regard to what may be affordable or even achievable for a community. And finally, there are a number of smaller tidy up and recommended changes Mr. Taylor has recommended in his evidence. DCC takes the position that it supports these and requests them to be made to the RPS as set out by Mr. Taylor, or changes to like effect. So those are the matters I wanted to address you on. Thank you for listening. Answer questions, but equally go to the witnesses if you want to hear from them.
Maybe some questions on the legal submissions.
Thanks, Mr. Garbutt. You've had arguments both ways on this identifying things that should sit in the various priorities, and Ms. Moffat's evidence actually illustrating how difficult this is when you're dealing with things like this, the complex inter-service, if you like, with drinking water, industrial, all those sorts of things. We had Manawa, former trust payer, so an REG, suggesting because they have a national policy statement setting out national direction around that should elevate it. That's kind of what you're saying with all the law around drinking water supply, I guess.
Well, I'm saying not just that there's direction that it's a desirable thing to be doing. What I'm saying in the context of a drinking water supplier is it must do so. It doesn't have the option to opt out, or the option to have a consent refused, or the option to have quantity of drinking water curtailed where it needs to be provided to consumers. So you have the benefit of hearing from everyone, and I don't speak for the generators at all, but I don't think there's national direction or statutory duties for them to provide or continue to provide a particular asset. Whereas I distinguish that from DCC's water supply to the community, that it must do so, and it must continue to maintain its capacity and ability to do so to the points of supply.
Yeah. Then how do we deal with those? That it may not be the case of the DCC as much, but for example, there is, I think the Oamaru town supply comes from an irrigation take. So a large lot of that water is used for irrigation, which people are arguing obviously it's not priority 2, should sit within 3. How do we deal with those?
Yeah.
Takes
Well,
when it setting up because you're talking about, that's kind of relevant too to your point around the conflicts, how we address those. In I think I was interested in that last paragraph, reading that case, talking about that original planning should make the only thing it might be able to do is identify where those conflicts are and may set out with the principles to address them in the lower order plans, and that's one of the suggestions we're getting. But we haven't really given any sort of wording around how we might deal with that. So
yeah,
hoping you might be able to assist in that.
well, as far as I'm going is to leave it at the principal level for you and the RPS to say on the relief that the DCC has at least sought that water takes should be seen as priority 2 in the hierarchy. Now, how that translates in any consent is for others to decide, but that's the principle that I'm strongly advocating should be recognised, at least in the RPS, and that to us reconciles to the extent you can the tensions between, as I've said, the MPSUD and the other statutory duties I'm informing you of that DC labour under, and the MPSFW, where there's the hierarchy, and we say that the community water supply does fit within the providing for the health of the community anyway. So you're not doing anything particularly new, but we just want that very clear that DCC's community water take does sit in there. Now, whether that's above renewable energy generators is a decision you'll have to make. So at least at the principal level, I'm not trying to resolve every other consent that's going to come along, and I don't think you can. In terms of the Oamaru example, I'm not familiar with that, but the first point is DCC, as I sit here before you today, we don't have the difficulty of resolving that because its takes are all for community supply. There's no split irrigation component to that extent. But if it were, and you obviously have to turn your minds to that, I suppose if there is a clear demarcation between volumes that are taken and used for irrigation, and if you saw that as a second or a separate priority from the volume that was taken to supply drinking water, if that were able to be differentiated, then perhaps you could apply a different priority ranking to those if you felt the need to.
The reality is that 2 and 3 is quite linked generally. We've actually even been told wine should sit under priority 2. Some of us probably don't argue with that, but it's probably not fundamental to human health. But one issue, we haven't seen Mr. Taylor's amendments as yet, but in terms of reflecting that in the vision, there's probably 2 aspects to that. Dunedin City's taking water from a different catchment to use in what is probably the Dunedin FMU. I don't think it's the same catchment. So there's mixing the water issue, but there's also the component of, well, people who live in the Taieri catchment probably see a different priority for the use of water where they live, rather than it going to Big Brother over the hill. How do you see that sort of tension being resolved? Because they raise similar issues to you around transition times and the need to adapt, and obviously I think that catchment is fully identified as being must be allocated. How do we resolve those sorts of tensions?
Yeah. I would submit the resolution of that tension lies in the mandatory obligations that I've put forward. And what I'm trying to explain by that is that while it might be desirable to take and use water in one catchment, it doesn't have to. What has to happen is that Dunedin City has to maintain its capacity and ability to provide potable water to the City of Dunedin as a mandatory obligation, as I've outlined. Currently and historically, that water's come from the Taieri catchment as it's now being depicted. That's a quirk of history and drawing of lines on plans now. It doesn't change the duty on the City Council to continue as a water supplier to do what it's always done and provide drinking water to that standard to the city and residents of Dunedin City, which happens to now fall outside the Taieri FMU. So I don't think it makes a difference in terms of the prioritisation of the use of the water because it's for that mandatory purpose.
Okay, well, the only other thing was just your reference to the current regional water plan. As I understood what you said here, that provided you're not increasing your controlled activity.
Yes.
So what happens when you need to provide growth? What does it become discretionary, or do you just apply for your existing take and then actually apply for a new consent to add on, so you're at least protected in that interim phase?
Yeah, so
James is nodding.
I'll get James started. The purpose of illustrating that was to represent currently the importance of the take is recognised as controlled, so it has to be granted. You're absolutely right. If there's a take that goes over and above that, it's no longer discretionary. Mr. Taylor, what is it?
Yes, discretionary if it goes over the control.
Discretionary. Thank you.
So, just from experience, I know those community water supplies, I think, are they the schedule?
Yeah, there's a schedule with
The
that.
schedule, aren't they? I can't remember the number. But when we get into this prioritisation issue and what water is actually used for, you see particularly some of the rural ones, while they're taken as a community water supply, are actually also providing farms with wash down water and all that sort of stock water. So it's very starting to break that down. So I'm assuming that that's going to have to be looked at the regional plan, which probably not so much for this detail at this sort of level, I guess.
Yes, that would be our position.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just have one issue, I suppose. That's words, to play with. And the words I'm looking at is the difference between the words greatest extent practicable as against the extent possible. What do they actually mean?
So what I would understand the difference to mean is that greatest extent possible is what can be done. So if something's possible, it can be done. If something is to the greatest extent practicable, that brings in elements of it can be done, but is it practical to do so given the things that we know, and the practicality brings in things like cost and whether that's affordable to a community. And it also brings in elements of can the market actually provide it in a time frame that's realistic, I suppose, in the sense of when we're dealing with the Three Waters infrastructure, we need as Ms. Moffat has referred to in her evidence, the contractor market to build capability of delivering in a time frame. So it brings in those particularly costs, but also the practicality of being able to do something.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking in particular of when you run out of water, right? And I just wonder, for example, are there any other options other than just carrying it and putting it on tanks and that sort of stuff? Are there other ways of dealing with when water runs out?
Yes, there always are. An example, and DCC certainly do this, things like if there's a dry summer, looking demand management methods are the first port of call, such as looking to ask people to voluntarily reduce demand. Things like hosing restrictions and so on are methods to manage down demand where there's high levels of pressure on a tape. But beyond that, ultimately, as I've tried to explain to you, DCC still has to provide the supply.
The only other question I had was the ones around Manawatu involvement and a lot of what you do, and I'm sure Ms. Moffat's going to be talking about that later on anyway, so I'll leave it
You
there.
should ask her, she's much better at us. Answer that.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Garrett. Nothing from me. It's all been well produced.
Thank you very much.
Just a couple of matters really to go. The first is just what are the spatial boundaries in a legal sense to the obligation of a city council to provide water to its inhabitants? I haven't got the map before me, but I'm sure that there's quite large areas of rural land, for example, within the Dunedin City Council boundaries. So which are the provisions that either provide or don't for that requirement to be mandatory?
Yeah, I actually believe the answer to that is it's political rather than legal, in the sense of the governing body determining where its water supply boundary are or is. And I know Dunedin City, for example, have what's your water bylaw, where it identifies the reticulated supply area. And if you fall outside there and have a lifestyle property that's in, say, the rural residential zone outside the reticulated supply area in the bylaw, DCC will not provide you water unless there's a specific application considered on its merits and looked at in that sense. Right. So that's why I say that boundary is probably political. I suppose it has the backing of a bylaw, which is subordinate legislation.
Right. The other question really that I had was just at your paragraph 29C, you're referring to the LTP providing 561 million in capital spending. And it's probably again something that I probably should be addressing to Ms. Moffat, but I'll put it to you and she can think about it. But one would assume that was all costed out and on the basis of a work program that was spread over the period of the 10 years that it was intended to cover. And that having been through a statutory process of consultation and an LTP process, does that not the better resource to be identified at an RPS level, rather than now get into these complications that you've had to address of having an optional strategy document, which we don't know the detail of, which is yet to be formed and negotiated on.
I'll answer an element, and maybe Ms. Moffat will too. The LTP consults on the dollar figure, 561 million, which, as you rightly say, yes, was consulted on and established in the plan. Yes, it will be driven by the forward work program of the council. But consenting decisions can change that, and that's a prediction which may or may not become real. So it's based on best endeavours of looking forward to a work program. And the financial component would be a strong and key one in any coordinated strategy that I've been advocating for sure. But there might be other elements in terms of where that money should be spent as priorities.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Garrett. And just a final question, just a mechanical one, which I'm assuming the answer for the prior to 1998 controlled activity status relates, I assume, to the operative date of the regional water plan, does it?
I believe so.
Mr. Taylor believes so. It's good enough for me. So
Yeah, or the notified date, possibly.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Garrett.
Okay, Chair. My name is Zoe Araha Moffat, and I'm employed by the Dunedin City Council as the planning manager for Three Waters. I'm here to speak to my evidence on the freshwater planning instrument parts of the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement 2021. The DCC provides drinking water, wastewater and stormwater services to more than 40,000 properties across Dunedin. Customers are serviced by 6 water treatment plants, 7 wastewater treatment plants and an extensive piped infrastructure network. The DCC's Three Waters activities are governed by a number of legislative and other obligations and requirements. The DCC collects rates for Three Waters services to fund these services. This is done in accordance with the DCC's financial strategy, which recognises the competing tensions of affordability, maintaining assets and investing for the future. The DCC has an extensive capital delivery program to provide new infrastructure and renew and upgrade existing infrastructure, which requires growing the capability and capacity of the local construction market. Since 2019, the DCC has been undertaking a system-wide strategic planning exercise to inform future investments in its Three Waters systems. This exercise will inform a coordinated strategy that should ensure that the investments are properly prioritised to achieve optimal outcomes from a system-wide point of view and avoid making investment decisions on a narrow case-by-case basis. This work is being undertaken in partnership with Mana Whenua and in consultation with the Otago Regional Council. It is underpinned by objectives that relate to a range of drivers, including levels of service, te mana o te wai, cultural values, affordability, regulatory compliance, environmental outcomes, and responding to impacts of climate change and population growth. The strategic planning exercise also incorporates an adaptive planning approach designed to provide flexibility in the DCC's plans to adjust to changes in the operating environment, including, for example, regulatory and policy changes, changes in community expectations, and climate change. The DCC intends to complete the initial adaptive plans in 2024, The plans will inform a coordinated strategy and decisions on future investment in Dunedin's three waters systems. These decisions are due to be made during the period from 2024 to 2026. My evidence identifies several key challenges that the proposed freshwater provisions of the RPS will create for the DCC as a three waters service provider. I will summarise these challenges and Mr. Taylor will speak to the planning solutions to address these challenges. If the RPS provisions create a water allocation framework that doesn't appropriately prioritise allocation for community water supplies, it may become increasingly difficult to provide sufficient drinking water to support the health needs of the people of Dunedin. There could be significant periods of demand shortfall under future consents where minimum flows and/or reduced allocations result in consent conditions requiring reduction or ceasing of takes in certain circumstances. In relation to stormwater, the draft RPS provisions would require stormwater discharges from the DCC's existing network to not prevent waterways from meeting any applicable water quality standards. Depending on the standards set, it may be difficult for the DCC to achieve this quickly, as it is likely to require incremental changes over decades. This is because the stormwater system is complex and solutions to control contaminant ingress and improve stormwater quality take time, such as changes to land use planning, water sensitive design, and education and behaviour changes. The DCC is using system-wide coordinated strategic planning to identify the optimal suite of solutions to improve stormwater quality over time. And moving on to wastewater. The draft RPS provisions would require wet weather overflows to not prevent waterways from meeting any applicable water quality standards, and for those direct to freshwater to be phased out to the greatest extent possible. Meeting these policies may not be practicable. While the DCC is working to reduce the frequency and volume of wet weather overflows over time, it is not practical to eliminate them completely, and any change will be incremental. At times, a direct overflow to water may be the best practicable option with the least adverse effects, including environmental and public health impacts. For example, a short-term consequence of removing an overflow point may be wastewater backing up into people's homes or spilling onto land where it is more likely people will come in contact with it, such as public roads. Clearly, this needs to be avoided. The DCC are identifying the optimal suite of solutions to wet weather overflows by developing a coordinated system-wide strategy. This will ensure progressive system upgrades align with a range of objectives, including those in the RPS, and that the solutions are affordable and deliverable. Reticulated services can be made available to new customers by the service provider, but the costs of associated new infrastructure or infrastructure upgrades could potentially be high. While this could be funded through rates and development contributions, in many cases, the service provider will choose to pass these costs directly on to the individual customer. In conclusion, I'll be happy to answer any questions and provide more information on the DCC as a three water service provider and the challenges I expect the DCC would face as a result of the proposed freshwater provisions. Mr. Taylor will speak directly to planning solutions that will address those challenges.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moffat. Found the evidence quite interesting and enlightening. I don't envy you your job. But I guess my questions for you is, and I think it's in James' evidence around how much the Tyree is over allocated, and DCC is kind of you're stuck with getting your water there. We've heard from irrigators how much it's going to cost them just to upgrade their relatively simple sort of infrastructure to deal with any allocation issues in the future. I imagine for DCC it would be far more complex than that. So you talked about that strategy, and I see in the MPS, local authorities must encourage the coordination and sequence of regional or urban growth, which is what you're doing, and that's what we're trying to address through bringing the strategy into the RPS, I guess. Is it reflective of that approach?
Of incorporating growth.
Yeah, dealing with that particular issue, integrated management issue.
That's
And-
right, yeah. So that coordinated strategy will look at a range of drivers and growth and meeting that NPS
Yeah.
UD.
So when
one
you
of
come,
those.
what happens if you can't get the water out of the Torrey catchment? And so I'm not sure how far you've gone with consultation there, because there are other users obviously in that catchment that may not like DCC taking all their water. How do you deal with that through a strategy like this?
And so that's one of the key things we're looking at and setting our objectives. And we've looked at, as part of our baseline assessment, our yield analysis going forward, and then, yeah, how to meet those future rules. And that's what we're saying in the future, we may need to look to have larger storages, for example, in low flow times, and trying to find that optimal suite. Do we need to look to take water, like change our balance of where our supply is coming from? Yeah, so that's part of what we're looking at the moment is given that future world and Te Mano Te Wai, and where can we get the water from that best meets those objectives?
Yeah, I guess that was my next question. So if you're restricted in the Torrey catchment, where do you look to need? Because there's probably no big catchments really nearby. Well, unless there's enough around here, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so some of the other areas we have a groundwater take at the moment, but that's still the same catchment, isn't it?
There are a couple of separate groundwater possibilities, but none of it's proven.
Yeah, and then again, currently not high on the priority list, but an option that other cities have looked to would be desalination. But like I said, definitely not if you can avoid it, given carbon zero goals and other factors. Yeah, would not be a preferred solution.
Yeah, so that allocation issue is quite significant for the city, really. That's what I've been getting through this evidence.
Absolutely, yeah.
And how does Mana Whenua look at, because I'm assuming they would see that this currently what happens is a mixing of waters, which is not always considered appropriate by Mana Whenua. How do they respond to that challenge?
I guess we're still working through the process with Mana Whenua in the stage at the moment where we're looking at kind of our current systems and options for changes. So I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking for their views, but the concept is we've worked on setting the objectives together, and then we're in the stage of looking at options together at the moment.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Sure, Zoe. I'm curious about how this partnership with Mana Whenua has developed and is developing. And that's one of the issues that Commissioner Cuba just raised around the mix of waters. But there are a number of others. And my first question is, what sort of issues have been highlighted by Mana Whenua in this wider strategic planning exercise? And how are they being sort of dealt with?
Yeah, so how we're working in partnership in the strategic planning work, we have a program board, which includes sort of senior members of the DCC Three Waters management team and Mana Whenua. So we're working together at that kind of program board level, and then on specific projects, we identify at the board level specific involvement needed in certain areas. And in terms of the issues identified, I mean, there are a lot. Obviously, we have the wastewater overflows as an issue. We have the water takes and the impact on the environment and the rivers there. And we're at the stage at the moment where we've set our kind of initial guiding principles, which include, giving effect to Te Mano Te Wai, but we're moving into the stage at the moment where we're looking at the kind of options to address those principles. And I think that'll be where it gets, that's where it starts to get hard, and we're working together is really important. So we're moving into that phase, and we've worked with them to kind of define those guiding principles and give some definition in our area. I guess it's important to note that this work isn't just looking at the freshwater issues, but you have, if you pass all of your flow down to our treatment plants, it's then a coastal discharge. So looking at it holistically and using the Te Mano Te Wai principles broader than just freshwater, but looking at our other waters as well.
I'm assuming that Mainga Kai would be a fairly integral part of the conversation that's being had at the time.
Definitely.
At the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any particular things about Mainga Kai that kind of highlight? You'd highlight ahead of any others?
At the moment, in terms of freshwater that I know of, I don't think any of our fresh waterways has been highlighted specifically, but definitely in terms of some of the coastal discharges to land and working into coast, some of the Hingakai issues, in estuaries and in our northern regions, it's definitely been highlighted, yeah.
Yeah, and the sentence I picked up here, because I was looking for it and then suddenly there it was paragraph 6, the very first sentence there, which says the work has been undertaken in partnership with Mana Whenua and in consultation with the Otago Regional Council. In the back of my mind, I was thinking, how does this wider partnership actually operate? I mean, I suppose what some, or maybe even most people, would not want to see is lots of partnerships. The regional council might have its partnership, the DCC might have its partnership, and a whole lot of others. I say that because, as most of us know here, I mean, hui fatigue is a real issue for iwi. Kaitahu have said it, and iwi I deal with at the moment. And it is one of those wider operational strategic things that we kind of lose sight of. I think we're so entrenched in doing our own thing, which is why when you read that, I said, that's a good clue, I guess, and that is that the bigger picture is being sort of dealt with together with others rather than separately. Is that the way it works?
Yeah, and I guess having the and in there is definitely deliberate, that we're working in partnership with Mana Whenua. We have other key stakeholders that we are consulting with, but they don't sit on the board, for example. But yeah, and this is new to us, and DCC is developing a new multi-strategic framework as well. So we're sort of one of the early projects and kind of, I think, in the industry using this approach. So we're definitely still learning alongside Mana Whenua, and we work through Okaha in the first instance. And I think resourcing for them obviously is a constraint. But yes, by working in consultation with the Otago Regional Council, we want to make sure everything's aligned, and so obviously the water plan's a work in progress, the RPS is at this stage. So we're trying to incorporate as much of that and as many of the learnings we can from that, so it's not reinventing the wheel, and that our objectives align with those, don't sort of create something completely new.
Yeah, it strikes me that one of the learning curves that we're all having to deal with is the mana o te wai.
Definitely.
What does that actually mean? How do we deal with that? What are the key things for all of us, not just to understand, but to acknowledge and work together? I mean, I've been using the word marriage, right? The marriage between science and Mātauranga Māori. And not all marriages are, a two-way. Sometimes, marriage only goes one way, but it is divorce. Well, with a divorce, I guess, ultimately. But it is one of those work-ons, it has to kind of keep going. And I'm just wondering whether you're personally at a point where you have a view as to how well it's going.
I think it's going well, but it is challenging. And I think this phase we're working towards now, where we're actually getting options, that's really where the rubber starts to hit the road in terms of what does that mean in terms of actual solutions and investment and things like that. So it's going well, but there's, it's a work in progress, and we're learning together, which Mana Whenua have been, really great about, and we really appreciate. But it's definitely, there's not an easy rule book to pick up and follow. there's some
Sure.
high level principles and actually working out what that means, and the DCC working that out together with mana whenua, I think is the best way to do that. And I think in some cases they're still working it out as well, and so we're really just
Yeah, we're
working
very
through that
familiar
together.
and Jalmarama and that sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's encouraging. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, no, thank you. And certainly I found your evidence really interesting. Just, I do have a few questions. You referred in paragraph 13 about a $3.6 billion investment required for upgrades in the next 30 years. And I suppose the question I had on your evidence was, does your financial strategy account for this? But then I also saw in Mr. Garbutt's legal submissions that there was the 561 million in the long-term plan. Do you think you're going to have issues doing the work that's needed? I suppose it's a reasonably big number that, if it's going to be funded by ratepayers, is probably a little scary, I suspect, for the community.
Yeah, definitely. And at the moment we're sort of in this so at the moment, under the Local Government Act, we have our 10-year plan, and we also have a minimum 30-year infrastructure strategy, which is where those numbers from the last 10-year plan all come from. Looking forward with water reform on the horizon, this next 10-year plan, the council will be making decisions on only the first 2 years of budgets required, and then it will be our new water entity J, that will be doing the longer term decisions. And the strategic planning work we're doing at the moment will inform, the budget we're requesting. But I would imagine, that maybe a significant uplift and community affordability is a key factor.
How much uncertainty do you think there is around getting those upgrades done?
So at the moment, I guess it's a decision for the first 2 years the councillors, and then beyond that, at the moment it'll be entity J, and that's obviously part of the driver of water reform. But we're committed to that's why it's important to lay out sort of that optimal suite, and that you do target investment where it has the biggest benefit, and the goal is definitely to get those investments done in a manner that kind of as Michael alluded to, that is practicable and balances affordability, but also the construction market. We can't go and dig up the whole entire city at once. So there's definitely a level of what is practicable.
Yeah, okay. Let's come to the next question. I'm just interested in this, I'm not sure if you're the right person to be asking this one, but I'm assuming that your conditions would have some kind of limitations around cutting back when minimum flows at a certain point, or what kind of conditions do you have to comply with in your regional consents at the moment around when flows get low?
Yeah, so at the moment, I'll refer to James if I need to, but at the moment, so our Waikawai take has specific management provisions and restriction provisions relating to low flows, but our main takes don't have those specific provisions. So our Deep Creek, Deep Stream, major ones. But we do require in general to only take what water's needed and have a general demand management plan, but not I think when you get into ones that are triggered by low flows. We don't have low flow triggers in those. But that's definitely in our planning looking forward, we would think, from the future.
One of the questions, you've talked quite a lot about wastewater overflows into the stormwater network or directly into surface water bodies. I was wondering if there's a sort of return interval storm event that above which they occur, or do you have any any info or comment on frequency?
Yeah, so at the moment, those the consented overflows require us to measure the frequency, but obviously year to year it will change depending on the weather. So last year it ranged from sort of for some of them 2 in a year up to in the Kaikarai stream across the 2 overflows 22 events. And that's part of a significant part of the work we're doing at the moment is the hydraulic modelling to actually look, because you're looking year to year, obviously the weather changes, but having a hydraulic model that's properly calibrated to show exactly what you're talking about, you know, what is the return frequency based on it.
Yeah, so you don't have that data at the moment?
No, sorry.
No.
I could follow up if we can get, if you would like.
And I suppose the other couple of questions here I had, we've talked about sort of volumes of I suppose volumes of water that are needed, talking about overflows and those sorts of things. Will the sort of potential increase in demand is that going to be sort of balanced out through reductions in leakage when you replace your pipe? When you obviously you've got a lot of pipe upgrades scheduled. Is that going to sort of balance out? I presume your leakages will reduce quite a lot if you've got an old. I'm just assuming that you've got quite high leakage if you've got an old pipe network. Is that going to sort of, I suppose, offset any increase in demand that you're expecting?
Oh, absolutely. So the renewals, you're talking the drinking water network. Yeah.
Yes.
So our renewals program definitely, plays a role in reducing leakage, but we also have a demand management program, and over time, I think we'll be looking to, as part of this strategic planning work, look to, what are those broader options that we can add to what we're doing now, particularly around leakage reduction, demand management.
Okay.
To balance so that we're not always just taking more, but that we are only taking what we need.
Because I think you said paragraph 62 that drinking water demand is expected to increase by about 10% between now and 2060s, which, probably given that's quite a ways away probably isn't a massive amount, but would that likely, is that incorporating reduction in leakage loss or not so much? Sorry, you might
I'm not sure on the specifics of the calculations behind the 10%, but definitely through part of this holistic planning, we're looking at exactly that, how do we balance how much we take versus how much we use, and increased demand management is definitely a part of those suite of options.
Yeah, and I'm assuming the wet weather overflows would reduce with the upgraded systems as well, potentially.
That's right, yeah. And so we are, working towards reducing the frequency and volume, and the real question is where's the practicable level of that and getting that right balance.
Yeah, okay. And that's something that's been discussed with Manawhenua and others. Okay, no, that's good. Thanks. Your evidence was interesting.
Just while we're on those quantity issues, your paragraph 40, where's the other 5% go? Dock staff currently estimate approximately 95% of water produced by DCC staff, produced by the DCC for community water supplies provided for urban land uses. Just put a query, where's the other 5%
go? So we rural land uses are looking at the proportion of our customers and their land use.
Are you supplying rural land uses within your water supply environment?
I think in some of our schemes, but to give the specifics, I'd have to come back to you, but I can follow up.
Just so look over the morning break.
Yeah.
Have Mr. Taylor's summary, and then we'll have a break. But if you could just answer that question about that 5%, I'd be grateful. That paragraph prioritisation of capital expenditure on all of these pressing problems that you're facing. And you look at the expiry of consents, and the thrust I get from your evidence is, look, don't be too, we can't be too obsessed about those. We've got to look for what is the best strategic outcome, really, rather than being driven by expiry of consents. But the reality is that consents, when they're expiring, you've got to file your renewal applications and you've got to address them. And if you look at the dates at paragraph 51, the wastewater ones are expiring over a period of 2032, 2042. The water take ones not in 2037, 5 years, or the first expiry is 5 years later. Does that cause a problem for you in terms of trying to prioritise those strategies? And what I'm really leading to is it something that the DCC would be seeking, that there be, in principle, some sort of guidance from the RPS that, where practical, expiry dates for three waters should be coordinated in some way, so that expiry, that pressure doesn't place pressure on how capital expenditure occurs?
I don't think I directly considered that as an option.
Well, again, could you, don't answer now, if you
Yeah.
think about that, discuss it with Mr. Garbutt, Mr. Taylor, and you come back to us with a response on that.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess at the moment, having not considered that as an option, the concept is that we know those consent expiries, but we have a coordinated strategy that looks at them all at once. And then when you were applying for new consents, it would take that coordinated strategy into account on a consent by consent basis. But the concept of aligning them, yeah, I hadn't thought of them. We can take away.
Thank you. One of those with matters I want to raise. So thank you, Ms. Moffat, and that was all. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. As previously introduced, my name is James Taylor. And obviously my qualifications and experience.
I think you can jump to paragraph 5.
Jump to 5, sounds good. So my evidence outlines my opinion that Dunedin City's community water supply, treated to a drinking water standard, is entirely for the purpose of supporting the health needs of residents, workers, institutions and visitors to Dunedin, and is therefore a Tier 2 priority under Te Mana o Te Wai hierarchy of obligations. However, should the hearing panel decide that the entirety of the community water supply is not Tier 2, then the third tier uses under the NPSFM should be further ordered to prioritise allocations necessary to underpin development anticipated by existing urban zoning and future growth as planned for under the NPSUD. Many of the water allocation related provisions do not appear to take account of the NPSUD when considering the management of fresh water, as it bundles community water supplies together with other categories of water take in the context of the NPSUD obligations. My opinion is that particular care needs to be taken on provisions that may affect allocations for community water supplies. Ms. Boyd, in her opening statement, recommends rejecting this evidence, however, does not address the conflict between the NPSUD and the NPSFM and the need for regional policy statements to address conflicts between national policy. This includes policy on water allocations in the context of a significantly over-allocated catchment necessary to satisfy an NPSUD outcome. My understanding of the recent Supreme Court decision in relation to Port Otago, Limited versus EDS and ORC, is that the Supreme Court held that the conflict between the national policy framework should be dealt with at both the regional policy statement and planning level as far as possible. Additionally, Ms. Boyd notes that my recommendations relating to community water supplies do not prioritise the health and well-being of the water bodies. As outlined in my evidence, the context of the national policy framework, this should not be the only test. However, prioritising community water supplies over other water take uses will not compromise the health and well-being of water bodies, so long as over-allocation is concurrently being addressed and the community water supplies themselves improve in efficiency and demand management over time, as the prioritization objectives and policies of this policy statement would require. Ms. Boyd concludes that it's not appropriate to lock up allocations within an RPS. However, I'm not sure how the directive NPSUD requirements for infrastructure to serve urban growth can be addressed without blocking the ability for appropriate allocations for this purpose. In the context of over-allocated catchments surrounding Otaga's largest metropolitan area, and based on my experience in consent application processes, this could become very consequential if not adequately addressed at this stage. Three Waters regionally significant infrastructure. The NPSFM and the priorities of the proposed regional policy statement present a significant challenge for DCC's existing and often aged Three Waters network. Based on my experience on working on the DCC Three Waters network, and given the substantial volume of water takes from and discharges to freshwater from DCC's Three Waters network, my experience would indicate that it will take considerable time to achieve the objectives and policies. The capital delivery plan for improvement to this asset is a driving force for improved water quality outcomes in the Dunedin urban area. In order to avoid unanticipated outcomes that could present if addressing water allocation and quality issues only as the relevant discharge or water take consents expire, my opinion is that the development and improvement of the DCC Three Waters system should be completed in accordance with a broad and integrated strategy that aligns to this proposed regional policy statement. This would likely result in a priority given to projects that result in improved water quality outcomes that do not necessarily align with consent expiry dates. In my experience, policy that allows this flexibility can result in improved outcomes for the relevant FMU as a whole. Following consideration of ORC legal submissions, I agree that the proposed wording should change so that the strategy should be prepared rather than be required to be prepared, clarifying that it is not mandatory and therefore potentially unlawful. I have updated my suggested wording in my attached proposed amendment schedule, and additionally, I have identified an additional location where a consequential amendment is required to give effect to my recommendation to use a network-wide strategy. Use of the term possible and practicable. So I agree with Mr. Cloud for Transbauer and her evidence on the use of the word possible at paragraph 6.3 of her evidence, that the term possible is extremely stringent and potentially unrealistic. I note that both Ms. Hunters and Ms. Craw provide alternative drafting to remove the use of the word possible at LFFW or Objective 1A3. And Ms. Boyd has adopted Ms. Craw's wording. However, neither of these suggestions address the issues that I raised with urban water courses and the hill slopes around Dunedin that I've raised in my evidence. When it comes to DCC's network, use of the word practicable in relation to freshwater provisions is necessary. In many cases, certain upgrades may not be practicable, particularly in a context where there are actions that could achieve much greater improvements toward the objectives of the proposed regional policy statement elsewhere in the connected network at a much easier and faster rate. For example, due to the age of the infrastructure, it is not practical to eliminate all leaks from the Dunedin City Council water supply network. I've suggested a number of amendments to include the words practicable. I've also identified that policy 15.2 also requires utilisation of this term, and have updated this recommended adjustment to this recommended adjustment by Ms. Boyd in my attached schedule. Stormwater inflow into the wastewater network. In her hearing statement, Ms. Boyd suggested an adjustment to P15.2C that requires the implementation of methods that reduce stormwater inflows to and infiltration of wastewater networks. However, in my experience, while uncontrolled stormwater entry to a wastewater network can be problematic, and normally is, controlled inflow of stormwater at certain places in the network where relatively flat gravity mains require flushing can actually be desirable and even necessary for the functioning of the system. Additionally, when working on wastewater system upgrades, identifying and reducing inflow and infiltration is usually a key exercise. However, infiltration generally refers to groundwater entry to the wastewater network through pipe joints, and inflow is describing stormwater inflow. So on this basis, and as this is a stormwater policy, I have proposed an adjustment to Ms. Boyd's updated wording in my attached proposed amendment schedule to limit the reduction to unintentional inflow of stormwater into the wastewater network. Connection to the wastewater reticulated network. Ms. Boyd's hearing statement does not accept my evidence and recommendation on the above topic on the basis that the structure of policy 16.2 is about existing reticulated systems and 16.3 is about new areas. My plain reading of this policy does not understand how this is the case. So I prefer to retain as per my evidence. Freshwater management units in Rohi. In my opinion, the Dunedin and Coastal Canoe should include the catchment under the management of the East Otago Taiperi Committee. And on this topic, I agree with Ms. McIntyre. In relation to Dunedin and Coast Vision timeframe, 17 years provided for in the 2040 vision for Dunedin and Coast FMU is not a very long time when considering the scale of the challenge. And I have suggested that this be extended to at least 20 years. With respect to animal effluent, I agree with Ms. Boyd's updated wording in relation to discharges of animal effluent in her hearing statement, and note that this is attached to my proposed amendment schedule. And before I read my last paragraph, just in terms of the conversation that was happening earlier this morning, I think Mr. Hewitt and Mr. Crosby both raised the issue of water supply. And Mr. Hewitt raised the example of the Oamaru consent that has both irrigation and a community water supply aspect. So I just highlight that my specific suggested wording of the definition of community water supply specifically excluded irrigation. And with respect to Mr. Crosby's question on the portion of the city that is urban versus rural, I outlined in my evidence in chief a number of paragraphs around how rural areas that are adjoining to existing urban ones have over time been often connected to that network. And just in terms of the pragmatism of removing them in the context of the NPSUD, there's a pragmatic element that while some is outside the urban area, it should still be considered within the NPSUD considerate frame, simply because it's unpractical to disconnect. So that brings me to the end of my statement.
So in terms of your appendix C, the reds are the more recent.
Yes, where I've put them in bold was as per my evidence in chief in black, and then where I've changed to red, that was in response to what's happened over the previous week. Yeah, some updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We'll break the court now.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Fowler, there may be some questions from Commissioner Cuba.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Actually, I don't have a lot because your supplementary changes probably addressed a lot of my questions. I was going to be facetious and say, have you popped up to the Maniatoto and showed them your priorities for, I think it's 5A, which is the issue I was raising with Mr. Garbutt, but it is a serious sort of question, really, given what happens in that catchment, and half of it's probably in Central Otago. They have different wants and needs for that catchment. So have you given any thought to how we, it's not a cross, I suppose it's a cross-territorial boundary issue, really. How do we deal with those sorts of things? Because there'll be elements of community water supply, and that up there. There's also hydroelectric power. Do you have any comment around that? Unfair question I pose to Mr. Garbutt.
Yeah, well, I mean, my thoughts on that is, I guess, as a planner, right? You know, I've spent my career looking at human settlements, and I guess what we have here is a result of, you know, 100 years ago, the city was built here. Dunedin has half the rainfall. You know, the Dunedin and coastal FMU has half the rainfall as many other places in the country, and so water use to enable the city has always been a really fundamental and important thing. You know, we've got the Roman style aqueduct all the way up the Te Tairi. It's quite important, and it's enabled the growth. Yes, it's in conflict with other uses, but it's necessary to underpin Dunedin as a place. So that's, I mean, I'll give you a philosophical answer.
Yeah, understand that, but it did occur to a couple of them. It was probably a question from Mr. Moffat, really, as well. With that allocation issue in that catchment, when do you start looking in the Waikato Auckland scenario? There's a big river 90 k's down the road. Do you get to that eventually?
And that's the strategic planning work we're doing now, because while our consents still have you know, some time left on them, any of these, you know, if we are looking at big solutions, they will take a long time. And also to meet our objectives, including Te Manaurau to Wai, it's not just driven by consent expiry, but, you know, the impacts we may be having at the moment as well. So we're definitely looking now and using that adaptive planning approach if things change in the future. But yeah, having all kind of options on the table is definitely happening. Yes.
Like I say, I don't envy your job. I guess your changes to sort of watered down that mandatory strategy approach, because I did have a question around some of the phrasing of that, how that reference to three waters reasonably significant infrastructure would apply to other territorial authorities. And I think P15.2E specifically refers to Dunedin City. Have you done that because that's the scope of your submission? Is it Queenstown Lakes kind of piggyback on the back of your submission? I'm just wondering how.
Yeah. So I am very familiar in my practice with the Dunedin City system and how that interacts with the planning framework. And it is the largest and the most significant. And so I would say, and you know, in terms of the scale of it and the complexity of it, it warrants a category on its own. I think my evidence in chief made a point around that. This is the most tricky urban system that we have in the region, and so therefore I would suggest that it warrants its specific attention.
Yeah, I imagine this issue is live in Auckland, Wellington, maybe not so much Christchurch, but how do they deal with these complex older systems that sort of interact with each other?
My experience in other areas in the last few years, particularly since NPS come in, is not significant. However, I do know a few things. So, for example, in Wellington, they had in their RPS referred to catchment management plans, and they've tried to use that as a vehicle to try and get things together. And the catchment management plans actually, the catchments got bigger and bigger, and now there's one. They've effectively got one management plan for the city, and so it's actually quite a similar, but similar in some ways. But look, my experience really for the last few years on this has been in Dunedin.
So that target date, I think the area is 2050, and the strategy you're proposing would be looking at that date. Would it set out interim? Because we have been asked to look at interim sort of goals or targets through this. And we also had a suggestion from Fish and Game, and it's around that transition that they are promoting 2040 for all FMUs, but within there having a statement when it's clear you're not really going to achieve the outcome you're seeking in terms of water quality or whatever, but then it be linked back to that's okay provided the land use practices, if you like, has changed to ensure that that is met at some stage. Does that sort of approach appeal to DCC? Because I guess you could link that to your strategy.
Yeah, well, and another key piece of information is the timing of the consent expiry for the takes in the Taieri, which are 2041, I believe. But yeah, I mean, like Zoe has previously mentioned, in terms of what the strategy is considering, and what I understand the strategy to consider is, you know, options like additional storage on that line to, you know, support the low flow period, and that and my understanding within the strategy that DCC is considering is that is being considered as something that can be brought forward as capital planning allows, because as you imagine, a dam is a significant cost. You know, and the time frame is being considered.
Yeah, it was the 2050 part of the consultation around that is your consent largely the driver for that? DCC's consent with the driver for the 2050 date? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Your evidence was very clear. Thank you.
Well, I just have one issue, that's around your consequential recommendations or recommendations. That I just want to make sure I've got the right sense out of this. My sense is that it's your view is that everything should be rather than must be. Am I reading that correctly?
So my view is that when it comes to managing discharges and takes from a system like this, it is very challenging to achieve an absolute standard within a fixed period. And so the planning framework, when specific consents are brought to it, needs to, obviously, when applying to Mana o Te Wai, needs to demonstrate substantial, improve, responses to the relevant objectives. So, but sometimes, the last 2% is really tricky, and so it's more about the absolute nature of the provisions, where when there's, a highly complicated response that's being produced that is going to deliver a lot of benefit, but it might not hit that absolute target. Like that's where there needs to be flexibility within the planning framework, because there's always going to be a consent. You're always going to have to be justifying what you're doing, and you are going to always have to be making improvements in the framework that we have. But it's just that that last couple of percent sometimes is tricky. So that's where I'm coming from.
Oh.
And my experience often in applying for these is when sort of absolute standards come up against the pragmatic reality of a system, it can cause a lot of tension. And even when you've got like a really well justified and response, there can be issues when that's not sort of allowed for in the flexibility. So the terms.
Because there's a challenge around aspiring to do something as opposed to actually doing it. I mean that's what these sort of I shouldn't say exercises, but in a sense of these situations kind of revolve around.
And I think though, what I see is that, my client is doing something and they are achieving a lot of things with these projects, but it's like, because of the nature of the water system, it's chasing the tail. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Taylor. Just start with definition of community water supply. Where is that definition that you're suggesting come from?
My intent is that this aligns to what the MPSUD is using. So I've
But there's no definition in the MPSUD.
No, there isn't. I mean, the core concepts of it, I guess, are we're referring to regionally significant infrastructure, which obviously has where it's 30, I think it's 30 connections minimum. I'm just trying to enable a line to be drawn through to that. Yeah. Yeah,
okay. Because one of the things that I was looking at based on, if that definition was inserted, because it's, I suppose, community water supply, and it's the larger sort of taken supply. Is anywhere where that's being used here that you're suggesting kind of going to cut off smaller supplies in terms of drinking water? And is there a sort of conflict there with tier 2 and what you're putting forward? That we wouldn't want to, somebody's got a drinking water supply that might provide for 5 houses, for example. Is there anywhere that you've used it here that would mean that they wouldn't then have that priority?
Well, I guess the answer is yes, because the way I've inserted the use of that term is to provide clear provision, or basically enabling policies around a community water supply, which is defined as regionally significant infrastructure. So, yeah.
Okay. Which might not work for rural communities quite so well.
Well, if less than 30 connections, I can't think of many. I mean, like there's a point where, yes, so individual bore suppliers with several properties share a connection. It's probably, that wouldn't apply to it. But I mean, I would expect that most of the, a lot of suppliers, and certainly all the ones I've seen have been more than 30. But yeah.
Yeah, so it's more about supplies having priority rather than drinking water per se.
Yes.
Sorry, taking a note here. No, I just did have a question. Just, and I think this is something that you didn't cover in your statement here. Ms. Boyd did suggest a additional clause in LFY 1 about dealing with potential priority. Conflict between priority. I was just wondering if you could comment on that, whether that satisfied the concerns that you've raised in your evidence at all.
So whereabouts did we?
So if you got her statement.
I've got it here. If you
I've got her amended provision.
Yeah, so her amended provisions, LFYP1, and she's recommended a clause 4 in that, which says if there's a conflict between this policy and other provisions in this RPS that cannot be resolved by the application of higher order documents, then this policy takes precedence over policy IMP1. And I know in your evidence you've raised that as an issue. So,
Yeah, I still haven't found it, sorry.
Yeah, you talked about prioritisation from paragraph 6.
On my evidence. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I couldn't see suggested wording from you on that one. Yeah, I was just interested if you were.
My only suggested wording on this was on clause 3, which was to specifically reference the NPS UD within the consideration. But
Yeah.
I mean, look, as a general response, like, you know, as someone who's sort of involved in delivering the projects, I prefer it to be specifically referenced rather than if, you know, because it's a little bit, I feel like that kind of approach can be ambiguous and quite difficult.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to argue your way to it every time.
Yeah,
I suppose.
yeah, that's right. But also like as a policy statement, you know, should be trying to tackle some of these conflicts.
Sorry. I was surprised in your paragraph 62 that the stormwater overflows, the designs to accommodate one, well, it says 1 in 10-year rainfall event using NEWA's 2081 to 2100 climate change projections. Do you know what that would be now? What that 1 in 10-year forecast returnable storm would be if we look at that now?
As in the current rainfall as opposed to projected.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but basically whenever my colleagues in the design team within Becca are designing you know, stormwater networks for DCC, they are always using that. So obviously the capacity is slightly larger because it's anticipating additional peak event. And,
I suppose I read 1 in 10-year. I thought, oh, that's not that much. And then I thought, oh well, you know, into the future that's probably quite a lot different potentially than what a 1 in 10-year event is going to be now. I was wondering if you knew what the comparison was, but
no, I don't have that detail here. That I'd have to get the hydraulic engineer to answer that one. But but generally what I do know is the pipes are getting bigger every time they're being worked on. And you know, it doesn't actually work all the way until it gets all the way around to the bottom of the network, but you start in an area with additional capacity, and then eventually it will eventually change the discharge, but it takes a long time for that to flow through.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I suppose the only other sort of question I had is whether some of the clauses where you're looking at specific reference to Dunedin City, and you probably can't answer that, but one of the things we'll have to turn our minds to too is if, you know, should they be applying more broadly than just Dunedin City, and that's something we'd have to put to other territorial authorities. We've already heard from QLDC and they did reference some of the points that you were raising. Alan pointed out we don't actually have any submission at all from the Clutha district, but Yeah, I suppose that's, that's one of the things that we'll be having to look at the other submissions from territorial authorities as to whether there's broader.
Yep, that's right. And I'd probably refer back to my evidence and my earlier comment about the complexity of the system. Like, I think an example I specifically raised in my evidence was, what happens in Port Chalmers in terms of the wastewater network there. It is, is influenced all through the city, because that water is then pumped along, State Highway 88 all the way back to the city. And if there's any issues along there, then that might have a problem, or then it gets through South Dunedin. And South Dunedin is impacted by flooding when there's issues out in the Kaikarai catchment. The water gets pumped through the tunnel, comes through the tunnel when it's and sort of can spill out into South Dunedin, and so that influences what happens in Port Chalmers, and then that goes to Huna. Like it's a really integrated system. So
Yeah.
and it's much bigger, right, than the rest of them in Otago, which is where I'm heading. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
But one of the major issues really, Mr. Taylor, but before I deal with that, just a few matters of detail if I can. Just paragraph 28, talking about some aspects which were piped and some not piped in terms of the I think that was.
Oh yeah.
And you made the observation, despite downstream pipe section, the network comprising sometimes many kilometres of pipe section, these pipe water courses are classified as rivers under the RMA. I must confess, I always thought the interpretation provision excluded artificial water courses.
Artificial, yes, but modified are included. So a lot of, in the hill slopes around Dunedin, there's a lot of projects that I'm working on at the moment where they have been modified intermittent streams that have always been there, but they've been straightened or piped in sections. They are still classified as rivers. So, I have lots of scenarios where I'm up in these tiny little sections of open water course that we're upgrading the pipes to. Yeah, I mean, in order, like technically, we could potentially provide first passage all the way around to the city, but it would require a lot of property acquisition. And there's 3 or 4 meter drop structures in the hill slopes around. It would require a lot of property acquisition, and so that's where I'm. Yeah, that's what I just in practice, when urban water courses are considered against these policies, that does present issues. Yeah.
Has that been litigated, Mr. Gavin?
I'm not aware of. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure.
We unforgivable and ask you to research that for us, if you could. Is it
Whether an urban water course is a river.
whether these piped water courses are, and whether that issue's come before the environment court?
It's quite an important point, actually, because the definition of infrastructure includes a drainage system. So if you're using for drainage purposes, our infrastructure, but then are they a river as well?
So I've had to do quite a few consents for DCC for their drainage infrastructure that are water courses in the context I just described. I'd love it if it was wrong, but that's kind of how it's been applied.
Yeah, Mr. Galbert, just thinking in terms of timing, would you be able to give us something by next Wednesday and a copy to Mr. Anderson so that he's able to, he has just a few days at least to see what you say about that before he closes on the 18th?
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I close it work on next Wednesday.
Wednesday, yes. I know that. That's fine. We'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just in paragraph 69. I just need that clarified. You made the comment, you noticed that at P16(2)D, there appears to be a typo. I expect the word into was supposed to be the word from, and the just 16(2)D says, implementation of methods to progressively reduce the frequency and volume of wet weather overflows and minimise the likelihood of dry weather overflows occurring into reticulated wastewater systems. And now, which is it supposed to be?
So I think initially this may have been drafted when it was a combined wastewater and stormwater policy, but now it's a wastewater policy. So yes, there is an issue when water comes into it, if it comes in uncontrolled, and it's large because then that will result in a discharge from.
That's how I was-
Yeah. So the issue actually, well, ideally you don't want uncontrolled stormwater coming into your network, but the issue is when it's coming out of it. So that that's what I. In the context of wet weather overflows, it's what comes out that's the problem. Yeah, that was where that was coming from.
Because you've got both problems, really, haven't you, underneath?
Yep, and I think Ms. Boyd suggested some alternative wording on 15 about stormwater inflow. So I think in Ms. Boyd's 15(2)C, she has addressed that, and then I've subsequently provided a recommendation on slightly altering it. But I think that the issue of inflow and is from the stormwater policies, and the issue of outflow or overflow is in the wastewater.
Yeah, okay, all right. Paragraph 81. As I read that, and I'm probably getting late at night, I suspect, because I found the site to explain what domesticated animal effluent means and why it matters.
So often when you do water testing in an urban catchment, you will find fecal matter. Then there's a second question: where does that come from? Is it wild? Is it from the ducks, or is it from households? So I just wanted to be clear that when we're dealing with water that contains this waste, that there wasn't a directive policy. Because look, my understanding was that this was probably about farm effluent or some sort of an activity effluent from a human activity. I thought that was what it was for, but when you're dealing with an urban system, there's often wild fecal matter in the stormwater. So I just wanted to make sure that there weren't issues when it hits implementation like that. And I believe Ms. Boyd has actually responded by altering the wording, and I've supported her alternative wording. Okay, thank you.
Just following up on that, if I may, with the likes of sort of kennels and catteries and things like that, would they all have consents that require all their effluent to go into the wastewater system, or?
Well, in terms of, I'm not sure how they would, like if they would obviously, if they're just washing it out into a creek, they would need a discharge consent for that. And I haven't even seen that before, but if they're pushing it into the wastewater network, they would need a trade waste permit under the DCC bylaw to connect to the wastewater network for a commercial activity.
And they presumably only get that permit if they did some form of treatment, initial treatment.
If it's going into the wastewater network, I'm not sure, but I think some of the issues when trade waste are considered are volume as well as what it is. But I'm standing on the edge of my area of expertise.
Okay, right. Look, I said that there was one rather major issue, and it really arises out of your definition and the linkage of for the community water supply and the linkage with the TARI and its over allocated state, because your definition is saying and provides for the social and cultural well-being now, and then you have and in the future, including future urban growth. So you're, if you take Commissioner Cubitt's question, which he started off saying was flippant, but then realised as he was saying it was actually serious, is when you've got an NPSFM saying that you must reduce over allocation. You've got a catchment which we haven't got figures on, which is unfortunate, but there's clearly, as we understand it, significant over allocation in the TARI. So you've got that direction. And this sort of wording is going to impact, as Commissioner Cubitt says, because if you're only a photo farmer, you're going to be saying, well, every time the needle decides it's going to expand, we've got to cut back at some stage or other. And whether it's for that reason or whether it gets large enough to take to actually be impacting on the actual first priority in the NPSF thing, i.e. health of the river itself. Dunedin at some time or other, as Mr. Cubitt saying, is going to have to look at other major avenues of source of supply. So in your strategy, what are you looking at? I've changed direction. It's really a misnomer to say what is being looked at in the longer term to secure security of supply for future development.
Yeah, and so we're just in the early stages of auctioneering, so we have a very long list at the moment, but as I mentioned, so there's the current water takes and where we take water from and whether we change the balance and take more. One of those includes we have a take from a groundwater take from a Tyne aquifer, and then obviously I've mentioned
Storage.
definitely storage, and then obviously demand management. So it's looking at supply and demand balance as a whole holistically. So the demand management side is a significant component as well. But and then in terms of actual where you can get the water, because demand management will not get you down to zero. Yeah, desalination is on the very long list, but obviously not preferred. But looking at various rivers and groundwater sources in the vicinity.
Is the strategy discussion looking south to Tukumai or the water treatment?
I'll have to come back to you from memory. I can't remember it going that far south, but I can double check.
Tukumai must have, presumably, just looking briefly at the map on the southern branch, must have some potential.
Where was that, sorry?
The Tukumai River. I'm not sure how the locals call it.
Ron's probably correct.
Yeah.
I always thought it was Mairiro, but I see on the map it's now Mairiro, which is
That's the correct today spelling. That's the correct today spelling.
right.
It's quite a small river.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether that's being looked at.
I'll have to double check. Like I said, we have a long list of things being looked at, and I can follow up on whether that specifically was it. Obviously, if we have water nearby is preferable, so I'm not sure how far exactly the
All right.
stretch of takes has gone.
Look, there's been a couple of questions put to you through the course of the day,
Yeah.
and Mr. Garbutt's being asked to respond to us on legal issues by next Wednesday. So can we give you a bit of more time for that? And can you just work that in with the response through Mr. Garbutt if you would?
Yeah, I do have responses to the other ones, but I can follow up if that's better, or would you like them?
Look, it's probably better if we have them combined. If
Yeah.
we could. Sure. Thank you. Thank you. And that concludes the questions that I've got. So thank you, Mr. Garbutt.
Great. Well, thank you for hearing from us. Appreciate it.
City forests, the next submit online.
Thanks.
Yes, good morning. My name's Peter Oliver, and I'm here representing the Otago Forestry Companies along with my colleague Lynette Aish, who's joining by Zoom. So we're
Good morning. Can we just ask you to speak so that we know you're connected? Thanks.
Good morning. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. That's good.
Thank you.
So what we're planning to do today is I will make a short introduction and then I'll hand over to Lynette and I'll come in at the end with a few extra points I wish to make. So I'm a registered forestry professional. I'm definitely not a policy specialist. I've been a professional forester in New Zealand for over 40 years. Directly involved in production forestry all around the country from north to south, and currently general manager of forest assets for City Forests, and I have led the company's estate management for probably about 12-13 years now. I'm also responsible for the environmental management for the company for more than 20 years, including our Forest Stewardship Council FSC certification. Also at an industry level, I'm a long-standing member of the Forest Owners Association, Farm Forestry Association, Combined Environment Committee. I'm also the Forest Owners representative on the Wilding Pine Network Management Committee. And I've also been involved I'm not a scientist, but I have been involved in the sort of governance of industry research since the 1990s, both for city forests and for the sector in general. So that's my background. The Otago, so just a few key statements to begin with. The Otago Forestry Companies support in general the aims of the freshwater planning instrument parts of the proposed RPS. However, we are wary of and fundamentally disagree with any final RPS that leads to unnecessary changes in regulations governing production forestry. Plantation forestry in Otago is, we believe, a natural ally of many biodiversity, water quality, and general environmental values. And as a general principle, we believe that, in fact, we strongly contend that the natural environment does not need to be protected from plantation forests, and we're very wary of the chilling effect that heavy-handed regulation driving us into a consenting regime, the chilling effect that will have on economic forestry activity in the region. Our contention, furthermore, is that the existing regulations with respect to the production forestry sector in Otago, particularly the National Environmental Standard for Plantation Forestry, are working well and are having intended outcomes to protect both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems. And that issues, if they're encountered, are almost always issues of compliance with these regulations, rather than a problem with the regulations themselves. So the presentation, as I mentioned, comes to you in two parts. Lynette is who is an environmental planner with Earnslaw One Limited, based in North Island, but with forests in Otago and all around the country, has much better qualifications and experience than me in policy and plan development. So she's going to raise some specific issues of policy, details on the FPI, parts of the RPS, proposed RPS, and then I'll follow up with some comments on practical issues of forestry and water quality and quantity as they relate to the background and the intended direction of this plan. So over to Lynette. Thank you, Lynette.
Thank you, Peter. Morena koutou. Good morning to the panel. Yes, my name's Lynette. I am zooming in from Bulls, which is our Southern North Island office location for Earnslaw One, but I have been a visitor down to our forest in Otago, and it's a very beautiful landscape down there. I have 15 years of planning experience, but not so much forestry, having worked for this company for just 2 years. But I am in the position of representing the Otago forestry companies and tag teaming with Peter today, who works for City Forests. What my part of this presentation will cover today is the land and freshwater chapter of the FPI part of the RPS, covering that chapter generally, and with respect to intent and provisions of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity and the National Environmental Standard for Plantation Forestry. I'll also draw on the submission I made in my statement of evidence for Otago forestry companies on method LFLS M11 regional plans. And I'll also talk to the topic of afforestation and water short catchments in relation to the application of a precautionary principle that applies to the RPS as a whole, but has implications for everything under it, including the FPI, Freshwater Policy Instrument. So yes, the Otago forestry companies generally support the 42A report recommendations made on submissions to the land and freshwater chapter parts of the Freshwater Policy Instrument. And in my evidence, specifically paragraphs 25 and 26, I refer to the submission I made on policy LFFWP9, protecting natural wetlands, and to method LFFWM6, regional plans. I had neglected to include a citation of the latter of the method, but I had requested the inclusion within method LFFWM6 of a reference to the NES for plantation forestry, because it provides regulatory settings for managing effects on wetlands and plantation forests. And I concur with the recommendation by the 42A report author, Ms. Boyd, who has accepted that inclusion. The NPS for Indigenous biodiversity applies to biodiversity in the terrestrial environment, to highly mobile species irrespective of environment type, and to natural inland wetlands and Indigenous vegetation cover around natural inland wetlands. In her report on implications of the NPS-IB that she produced subsequent to her 42A reports, series of reports, Ms. Boyd has covered in some detail the implications of the NPS-IB on policies concerning natural wetlands, and she recommends some adjustments to increase alignment with the NPS-IB, although she has identified some policy gaps. And I don't want to go into too much detail around that today, because I have no real issue with her determination insofar as the impacts on plantation forestry are concerned, because the NESP applies a broader definition of wetlands that's provided in Part 2 of the RMA, and that would include natural wetlands in the coastal environment and natural inland wetlands. In brief, policy 12 of the NPSIB provides that Indigenous biodiversity must be managed within plantation forestry whilst providing for plantation forestry activities. And while afforestation is classed as a new activity under section 3.10, I understand that once a plantation is planted, then ongoing activities over the forestry cycle are not new activities. So they don't start again and policy 3.10 wouldn't apply. The intent of the NPSIB is to protect the ongoing operations of plantation forestry as specifically expressed in section 3.14. And with respect to SNAs, and that includes SNAs containing a natural inland wetland that are managed within plantation forests, section 3.14 directs that plantation forestry must be managed over the course of consecutive rotations in the manner necessary to maintain long-term populations of any threatened or at-risk species in the area. And that includes species that may have part of their life cycle within a freshwater environment. City Forests, for whom Peter is, I believe you're the environmental and asset manager, Peter, I hope I got that right, has more than 200 hectares of substantially sized wetlands across their Otago estate. And Peter would happily speak to how harvesting is actively managed and monitored around those environments. Now, I wish to make a brief reference to the submission point I had made with respect to method LFLSM11, and that's at paragraphs 27 to 31 of my evidence. This method provides that the regional plan must manage land uses that may affect the ability of environmental outcomes for water quality to be achieved, including by requiring the development and implementation of certified freshwater farm plans as required by the RMA and any regulations. And at paragraph 28, I submit that a new clause B could be inserted that the development and implementation of forestry, harvest and earthwork management plans as set out in the NESPF could also be required. These plans for plantation forestry are a regulatory mechanism to, in part, ensure that the impacts of forestry operations on freshwater environments are appropriately avoided, remedied or mitigated. And I believe inclusion of this proposed clause would provide for equivalency. Oh gosh, excuse me. Would provide for equivalency in the application of this policy. Alternatively, the reference forestry, harvest and earthwork management plans could simply be included in clause A after freshwater management plans. Ms. Boyd had rejected my proposed relief on that one. However, I submit to the panel that I do believe that it would be an appropriate inclusion as a mitigation for impacts on freshwater. So I have commented in my evidence on the application of the precautionary approach in the proposed Otago regional policy statement, and I've made those comments with particular reference to the issue of water short catchments and afforestation. Regulations in the NES plantation forestry may be overridden with a more stringent rule in a plan where necessary to give effect to a freshwater objective or to better provide for the protection of SNAs and outstanding natural landscapes and features. But I submit that notwithstanding a precautionary approach to freshwater policy direction, the tests of section 32 must be met. This is reasonable where a more stringent approach is taken over and above default regulatory settings. In my evidence, paragraphs 9 to 12, I consider the application of the precautionary approach. And it is a matter raised by other submitters to the FPI, although there is no reference or component of the precautionary approach in a policy or other type of provision in the FPI itself. Policy IMP6, acting on best available information, is the core of the precautionary approach within the proposed RPS as a whole. And it directs that in the absence of complete or scientifically robust data, sources of information are relied on that at least provide the greatest amount of certainty. Not every catchment will have the same environmental characteristics or conditions. and yet not every catchment has the benefit of 30 years of hydrological data, as has the Glendu paired catchment study, which demonstrates the impact of woody vegetation on water availability. Peter will be able to speak in much more detail about this study. And he has actually visited the site at Glendu early last week and has taken some photographs at the site. But the authors of that study have produced numerous papers which highlight the hydrological differences between catchments in Otago, some of which are dry and would be greatly impacted by woody vegetation in terms of water availability, and some of which can maintain flow regimes notwithstanding the establishment of woody vegetation. At paragraph 17 of my evidence, I've drawn on Dr. Tim Davies' 2012 evidence to the Canterbury proposed natural resources regional plan. And Dr. Davey argued that the original blanket approach to limiting afforestation would restrict forestry unduly for no demonstrated environmental benefit and at a likely social and economic cost. Given the demonstrable differences between catchment hydrologies, a more stringent regulation of tall vegetation would be more appropriately limited to low flow producing areas, similar to the Canterbury approach introduced by Dr. Davies. Peter will canvass this in more detail. However, the inference that afforestation be limited in all catchments due to impacts on water availability is not borne out in existing knowledge. And a blanket direction to constrain afforestation flies in the face of policy IMP6. And while I propose no specific relief here, my points are made simply to seek policy direction demonstrating clarity, specificity, and an evidenced and sound basis, and that the regional plan development is undertaken in the same vein as directed by the RPS. And I'll now hand back to Peter, who will provide context of plantation forestry from a practical point of view and with respect to freshwater quality and quantity. Thank you.
Thanks, Lynette. Thank you, Lynette. So I want to address just two things, the water quantity and water quality in that order. So last week I met with Rainier staff, knowing that the Glendu paired catchment study, which is the longest running study of its kind in New Zealand, has been going for more than 40 years now, and is often drawn on and cited as evidence of plantation forestry's impact on water yield. I was a younger forester in the 1990s when I was partly responsible for Glendu forests and saw the study in those days, but hadn't been back since. So I took the time to go back and have a look at it last week, and also want to refer to the paper that I think has been distributed. Is that right, Jack? Which is the most recent study, a 2017 paper, looking at the previous 30 years or 34 years of the study. So I just have a few observations to make about it to you today. The catchments themselves sit in an area of moderately high rainfall, 1,330 millimetres average over the time span of the measurements. And that ranges from just under 1,000, like at 958 to 1615 over the years. The landscape itself in pre-human history was characterised by montane subalpine forests dominated by conifers, so the Totara mountain tauata, those kinds of species, along with a hardwood understory. Fires by early Polynesians reduced the cover to tussock and bracken, which is what it became when the area was turned into farmland originally. The study itself was established in 1979. There's about 300 odd hectares of production forest area, and about 216 hectares in the catchment was left in tussock. Both catchments were partly grazed initially, but the grazing continued in the tussock catchment until 2002, when grazing was excluded. The paper, as I mentioned, is 30 years of observation, so it covers a complete rotation of production forest from planting, which was in 1982, the area was planted, planting through to just prior to harvesting. The stream flow, the average stream flows, mean annual average stream flows in the tussock over that, over the period since canopy closure, which the canopy closure in the production forests was measured to have happened in 1991. So the mean annual stream flows in the tussock catchments, Sussex catchment was 824 mil, and this is from 1980 to 2013, whereas the pine catchment was 559. So there was about a 33% reduction in mean annual stream flow. I think, as I said, the average annual reduction since canopy closure was 273 millimetres. Now, it also needs to be noted that the production forest area was not the entire catchment. The stocking of that entire area wasn't 100%. And there's been a projection that could go up 50% reduction if it was 100%. However, and this is the key point, in recent years, since 2002, there's been a very significant expansion of native scrub, especially Manuka and Caprosma hardwood scrub, on that now ungrazed tussock catchment. And it's very significant in the unplanted catchment. I have submitted these series of images from satellites. There's a 2003 image, a 2016 image, which was when the data that was collected leading to this research article was published up to that point. And then the final image is taken just in March this year, and the final image in particular shows the very, very extensive invasion of Manuka, and there's also a lot of bracken fern in there, and I might say there's a little bit of an invasion of biogens from the neighbouring Douglas fir planting there up on the upper left-hand side of that picture. But by far and away, the vast majority of that is tussock scrub, which I was able to confirm when I visited it. Is Manuka scrub. So the point, I guess, is that since the period of, well, certainly in recent years, there has been a trend of wood yield from the unplanted catchment and the planted catchment together. That has been a slow but steady decline. I suspect that since that observation is noted in the paper, but I suspect that it's quite a lot more significant now. I note that this paper also cites a Scottish study, which was an unpaired study with the same sort of objectives, where it was a paired study where the unplanted catchment was heather and bracken, and they note in there just a very small, relatively small reduction in stream flow of just 14%, and I suspect that this catchment will become similar to that. That sort of cover is quite similar to what we're seeing there. So my overall conclusion from all of this is that it is undeniable that there's a significant reduction in wood yield from afforestation, but that difference is really only solid when there is a grazed catchment. So as the authors of this article note, in those tussock catchments, when grazing is removed, there is a significant regrowth of woody species and tussock, manuka in particular. The other thing that I wanted to just allude to is the note in the evidence from Tim Davey to the Canterbury Regional Council that even in water short catchments, afforestation of less than 20% of that catchment is virtually undistinguishable, and certainly not supported by the evidence or any justification for restrictions on afforestation below 20% is not supported by the evidence of a reduction in water yield. The other quick points to make on that is that forests are known to have a positive benefit in terms of peak flow reduction. They do lessen landslide risk, and of course they do generate high levels of water quality. So although forests do have a negative effect on low flows, it appears to be not as severe as the effect overall on water yield. So I guess the key point I wanted to make with this is that we need to have some caution on ascribing too much weight to forestry reduction arguments. The evidence is still quite thin. Elsewhere in the key hydrologists of these studies, they make the note that the science has, while it has advanced in recent years, there are no broad brush rules and answers that can be applied directly into a single policy statement. The inherent variability of natural processes means that scientific results require careful interpreting for each situation before we can fully understand the role of forestry on water yield for a particular site. So just turning to water quality now. Again, the Otago forestry companies generally support the aims of the proposed policy statement, particularly LF, FW, AER 8 and AER 11, which demands that there is no reduction in extent of quality of Otago's water quality of wetlands. Our argument again is that Otago's freshwater and wetland resources do not fundamentally need protection from production forestry. The Crown Research Institute, Scion Forest Research, has summarised what they call the environmental facts about planted forests and water quality in New Zealand, and they note that planted forests contain over 24,000 kilometres of streams that for most of the forest growing cycle provide a source of high quality water to downstream users. And they provide it by reducing water temperatures, nutrient levels and sediment yields. It's also noteworthy that the largest part of the forest cycle is in mid to mature rotation, which is characterised by cool water, low sediments and nutrients, and healthy invertebrates. The overall finding is that mature planted forests are similar to undisturbed indigenous forests. City forests itself, we are a large landowner in the coastal Otago region. We have more than 25,000 hectares of land, over 20,000 hectares of production forest, more than 200 hectares of very high quality wetlands are contained within our estate. We also have very large and growing areas of ecological reserves which have been set aside without the need for an outside regulatory enforcement and have flourished under our guardianship. We also have extensive and long-standing monitoring records which have clearly demonstrated the positive interaction of plantation forestry and natural ecological values, including rare, threatened and endangered flora and fauna. And I would note that we have some populations, for example, of Eldons, Galaxids, which have survived, a very highly threatened species, which have survived despite, in one case up in our Waiparu forest, 3 rotations of forestry around that catchment. What we do with our water monitoring is we generally try to establish a baseline prior to harvesting. We use the Regional Council SHMAC testing protocol. We monitor during harvest and post-harvest, and we also monitor other significant streams. So generally, we monitor about 6 water points a year around that are associated with our harvesting. And we've only had a couple in all the years we've been doing it, since 2006, when we started that regime, that have been fair, and we've had nothing below a fair rating. The other ratings have all been good or excellent. We've investigated the fair ratings. One was after flooding in 2007, and we found a slip upstream that wasn't related to the harvesting. It was a slip on a harvested site, but it wasn't directly related to the harvesting. On another occasion, which was out towards Port Chalmers there, we were not able to find the cause. There was a very large native riparian area, and we couldn't find what was causing the lower rating. On another occasion, sometime after harvesting, a poor reading was found to be caused by a slip in a native riparian area. So again, not related to the harvesting. Despite those 3 poor ratings, the invertebrate ratings have remained at the highest level in all our monitoring, indicating very good stream health. And otherwise, in all our other monitoring records, our water monitoring has been good or excellent. With regard to the monitoring that we already get under the requirements of the SPF, and we have audits annually by regional council staff, 4 or 5 generally a year. We haven't had a single non-compliance in that time. Harvesting is all felled and pulled away from rivers, and we have an extra stringency applied in Otago so that no hauling can be across any waterway without a consent, and that exceeds any SPF standards. And also in Otago, the NESPF's provision for reasonable mixing has been overridden. So now that in Otago there is a requirement for no conspicuous change in clarity. I also want to refer to a Kuratahi catchment study, which has been going since the early 2000s, partly funded by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, which showed the importance of plantation forests for improving water quality. I guess the key finding of that was that slope wash on cutovers was not an important factor in sediment generating process. What the conclusion from it to date anyway is that the key thing with managing water quality around harvesting is managing point sources. It's not the slope wash off cutovers that's important in that. In the absence of a massive storm event, I suppose, in which no rural land use seems to be able to stand up against those. So in summary, the key points are that the plantation forestry in Otago is a natural ally of biodiversity and water and general environmental values, that natural wetlands do flourish when they're surrounded and protected by planted forests, and that plantation forests do generate high quality water. There may be modest reductions of this for a short period of time during harvesting operations, but provided the rules are well complied with and point sources are managed, that is still managed well. Issues of forest and water quantity and allocation need to be considered carefully, and only, we argue, for water short catchments and on a site-by-site basis. Where there's less than 20% forestation, this will result in undetectable levels of reduction, we believe. And furthermore, the observation anyway from that Glendu study is that assumed levels of water reduction must be compared against grazed catchments, not undisturbed catchments. There is indeed no one-size-fits-all policy position for forestry and water yield. So we generally support the aims of the FPI, but we are wary of ill-considered and precautionary approaches to restricting forestry activity. It's our view that that approach would drive down forestry economic activity without delivering additional environmental benefits. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Maybe questions, Commissioner Kiewit?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Oliver, and especially, I guess really it's the water yield issue. I was surprised when I looked at the latest update on that study that Glendu was actually in the Taieri catchment. Not all of it is though, is it? Well, doesn't some of it flow back down towards the Tuapeka?
No, it all comes down, I believe, to the Waipori. Because I think that was one of the reasons for that study being put there, was because that catchment was hydrologically important to the what is now Manawa power supply. So it comes down the Waipori River. That's my understanding. Sorry. Yes.
I guess it depends on what you call Glendu.
Well, Glendu itself, you're right. Glendu itself, sorry, Glendu itself, a lot of it does face down towards the Tuapeka. Yes,
yeah,
you're quite right.
Yeah, it's just the study bit is up that top, isn't it?
And over,
yes,
and over the other side. That's right.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. That's why I was confused because my university days worked through that forestry.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. Yes.
So I was confused why the Taieri was an issue there, but I haven't quite picked up, and Mr. Page may be able to help me here, but when you say that the grazed catchments converting to forestry is the issue, and in that Lawrence area, that appears to actually be happening quite a bit for carbon forestry. I'm not sure about the Taieri catchment, but I'm not quite sure what you're asking for in the RPS, because from memory, and it could remind me, I don't see any specific mention about it. Is it more around the potential? There are references to innovative and sustainable land use in that context of the potential change or restrictions on land uses in certain catchments. Is that the concern?
Yeah, well, Lynette.
Yeah, if I may, I recall in the in the RPS section 42A report, there was a discussion on the impact of afforestation on water yield, and a consideration made by, I think it was Miss Boyd, who was the author of that one. It might have been Miss Hardiman. It's a little while back now, but the inference was made then on the basis of the Glendu catchment study that afforestation and woody tree species would drain water yield and have a negative or adverse impact on the availability for taking of water by all other parties. So I felt like the issue needed to be addressed, and I also felt like it was appropriate to address it in the FPI, because water yield and water quantity are pretty much the same thing. And that's why we've just given it, we've drawn it to your attention today.
Yeah, thank you for that, because to be fair, it's a little while since I read Felicity's section 42A, so I haven't been able to find it, but I'll go back to it. So
Oh, I know the exact reference. I couldn't tell you it right now, but I can certainly provide it to the hearings administrator where you can find that in the 42A report.
I'm sure we can find it. But
Okay, all right.
yes, what you're saying though is that you can't really go down that track unless you actually have scientific evidence. And in Otago, we've really only got evidence in one specific area, which is Glendhu, and that may not necessarily translate to every other catchment around effectively.
That's right. And I think sorry, Lynette, the other point to note is there is a major multi-million-dollar, multi-year study which is underway at the moment called Forest Flows, and that will deliver a lot of hydrological information, which it just isn't there yet. But I think there's, the key point is that there is ambiguity in the data. So to assume blanket restrictions on afforestation particularly in non-water short catchments, or to capture non-water short catchments, would be, in our view, an error, and certainly even in water short catchments, that 20% figure is one that has been certainly argued by the expert hydrologists in this field.
Just a question of the interplay between the NES and what the RPS or the regional, what rules under the NPS FM, all these acronyms, I'm confused, but on that issue, if given that once you've planted forestry, and there is a lot of forestry that around Mahinarangi below Waipori and up to Glendhu there, is there the ability to actually, if there is a water short catchment that's got a lot of forestry, can the FM, the freshwater NPS override the regulations in that sense and restrict planting?
Yes, that would be Regulation 6 of the NESPF, where a rule and a plan can be more stringent than any rule in the NESPF, where it gives effect to a freshwater objective, and that may be made in a locality as a result of a FMU catchment plan, or it could be a more broad brush approach, and hence our asking for consideration of localised information and setting restrictions on land use activities like forestry in particular catchments.
Yeah, okay, now it's making sense now. So the only information we've got really in Otago is probably that top end, the headwaters of the Waipori River. That's probably a different sort of environment to where the bulk of the forestry is down below Lake Mahinarangi. Are there any similarities there in terms of characteristics?
Well, the Waipori catchment, the weather station over that way, I think is the rainfall there from memory. The average is kind of 800 to 900 mil compared to 1330, I think. They've measured in that catchment study. So, that Tuapeka area just does seem to get a bit more rainfall. So it's a little bit less. There is certainly a little bit less rainfall around that Waipori area.
That's interesting. I would have thought that would be the other way.
No, I must say that surprised me too. But that was the study, and that's measured rainfall from that paired catchment study itself. The other point I guess I would make about that, just following on from what Lynette said about the forest below Lake Waipori, is that is old forest, a lot of it. And there hasn't been, whilst there certainly has been some new afforestation around that area down towards Milton, more towards the Milton end of things, there hasn't really been a lot of new afforestation around the Waipori catchment itself. And the forest that's here is a lot of it is on its third rotation, so it's very old. I don't know that there's likely to be a lot more forestation pressure in that area. I mean, we can't say, I suppose, but it's certainly from a forestry point of view, foresters are looking to put production forest I'm talking about, not permanent forest, looking to put production forest where the cartage distances are reasonable, because long cartage distances just, they kill production forestry. And I guess in terms of the expansion of permanent forestry, well, we're going to have some new rules on that. That's inevitable. Then both major parties have signalled that I think everyone accepts that's going to happen. So, I think there's certainly, it's a wait and see to how much more expansion of production of permanent forestry is there is likely to be, but I suspect it'll be quite restricted.
Okay, thank you. So there's no specific wording, I think, that's been proposed to address that issue, or am I wrong?
Actually, I have proposed a policy, but it is within the more general RPS, and it addresses wilding conifers and tree species, but has a subclause, or has a clause B that addresses afforestation. And I have already provided that to the panel previously, but can resubmit that. It was a modification of a policy proposed by another submitter, and I resubmitted it in response to the 42A assessment, and the report.
Not sure if you're hearing us.
Options.
Oh, sorry, you froze there for a moment, so you'll have to go back as to what you were saying.
Oh, beg your pardon. Sorry. Yeah. So I had submitted a policy. Yeah, I have now got a message that my internet connection is unstable. Sorry. I had proposed a policy in the RPS that did reference afforestation and limits on planting of new forestry where required to give effect to a freshwater objective. So I can resubmit that to the panel. I did provide it in the last hearing as well.
Oh, no, that's fine. I just didn't recall that. Sorry, I've read so much information lately.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was a very helpful presentation. Thank you.
I don't have any questions.
Yeah, good.
The only thing I was going to ask is, has there been any studies around the differences in water yield impact from plantation forestry versus regenerative natives? And I suppose I'm sort of thinking, podocarp's native conifers.
Yeah.
Is there, I'm just assuming,
in terms of water yield, you mean?
Yeah. Given that they're much slower growing, is the impact not as pronounced?
Well, no, I just I'm not aware of any, because I think the science around this is just too undeveloped.
Yeah.
And this study this Glendew study, I guess, starts to give the opportunity for that very long term.
Yeah.
I could certainly ask the question, and that someone, in the Crown Research Institute may be aware of something. I can ask the question and provide that evidence to subsequently if there is any, but I'm not aware of any myself.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you.
I think I was just to kind of clarify that, I mean, there's two components to the water yield issue. One is transpiration and the other's, there's interception. And this is part of the thing, is that, the degree to which each is significant in a particular catchment seems to be quite variable and may even vary over time. So that's the complication with trying to compare vegetation types in different catchments. I think the forest flows, we're all very hopeful that the forest flows research will give us the answers to some of these questions in the passage of time.
Thank you.
I suppose in fairness to the conclusions that Ms Boyd must have drawn in her section 42A report, if you look at the Glendu report, it is still nonetheless saying that a calculated reduction in water yield at Glendu for 100% cover would be approximately 50%.
50%, that's right.
So it's significant, and that's what led to the final sentence in their report, where in their conclusion, when they said that regardless of whether the transpiration or the interception rates were the crucial factors, the quote was, the afforestation of tussock grasslands and the uplands of East Otago will have a marked impact on water yield from this unique ecosystem. So it's not something that necessarily we can just ignore.
No, and we're not. I don't think we're suggesting that it is ignored. I think we're arguing for a nuanced approach to the issue rather than a blanket approach in policy. Yeah.
The point that Commissioner Sullivan just raises in terms of comparing with podocarps or beach regen or whatever it might be, because I see when you look back in this report, the pre-Māori fires were actually beach regen over thousands of years. So it was predominantly from initially it would seem natural fires and the totara, etc., but then beach regen.
Some silver beach, yes, that's right. Yes.
And we don't. And the unfortunate thing is the report doesn't do that comparison.
No. And I'm, as I say, I'm not aware of studies specifically targeting that difference. Certainly, I don't think we certainly not presuming to argue that there is no impact on water quality. Planted forests will certainly use water, and the degree to which that's important will vary catchment by catchment. And certainly Tim Davies' findings in that Canterbury situation, which were dry catchments, was that below 20%, that wasn't 20% afforestation, that wasn't detectable, and in non-water short catchments, I guess we want to argue that there really is no clear justification for having restrictions. So, yeah, but we're certainly not arguing that there isn't a reduction.
I mean, as you were giving your evidence, and I was noting down a number of the major points you made, that water quality was protected, that sediment wasn't a consequence of forestry, it said plantation forestry. And I couldn't help but contemplate you going up to the East Coast and making those statements up there, because it really is a question, isn't it, of the volumes of precipitation that are falling in particular localities.
Well, they had 700. One of those water stations up there. They had 700 mils in 24 hours. So there's no land use in the world that will stand up to that kind of precipitation, and we saw the inevitable and tragic results. Really, interestingly, the large Panpack mill in Napier got filled with sediment that I believe mostly came off farmland, and that's tens and tens of millions of dollars worth of damage. But it seems forestry certainly has had a net from what happened, and I don't think anyone's arguing that we can't repeat that up there. but it needs an integrated approach. Yeah, we don't, Otago is not that situation. We just, and this is a very, it's been my experience having worked all around the country. This environment is very benign by comparison to other parts of the country, and provided we do follow the rules as they stand at the moment, we're managing that point source discharges very well, I believe.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Oliver. Thank you for the information, and concludes us for the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Jack, And then just a great button.
You were quite sad today, Claire, in your last appearance at this hearing.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I feel a little bit like deja vu this week. Yes, well, you know me, and I'm here today with the Contact Energy hat on, and with me is Mr. Brinston.
That's right,
Yeah.
Boyd Brinston,
Yeah.
yes.
Who, so I'll let him sort of introduce himself and speak to his evidence, and then I'll.
Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Boyd Brinston. I work for Contact Energy as the head of hydro generation based on the Clutha Hydro Scheme. I've been with Contact for some 27 years in a variety of roles. I'm here to support Contact's submission to this panel in regards to the significance of the Clutha Hydro Scheme. Most of that information is in the body of my evidence and in the attachment of evidence of others, including Ms. Nelson and Mr. Hunt. And are really just here to answer any questions the panel may have.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Woodson.
Well, yeah, thanks, Mr. Bridson. Yes, I've read your evidence with interest, thank you. And that you do quote a lot from Mr. Hunt and Ms. Nelson, but kind of what I'm interested in is your paragraph 7, in paragraph 28, I think it is. When you're talking about programs to improve operability, efficiency, sustainability, etc. of the system. And in the context of, as you'll be aware, we've heard an awful lot of evidence about the need for renewables, and I think Contact told us that we need the combination of a Roxburgh and a Clyde Dam every 3 to 5 years to meet the government's targets. And we've been hearing a lot about wind, solar, not a lot about hydro. But the MPS is, I haven't read the new one, Claire can probably inform us a bit more about that. But it's always required regional planning documents to make provision for development of new hydro. It seems to be a lot of Manawa and Korea turned up, sort of indicating that they're not really going down that track. But within such a big scheme as the Clutha hydro, there must be options within your system to actually increase output without sort of significant impacts in the environment. Is that a part of those opportunities you talk about in paragraph 7?
Correct. Opportunities exist. They are have been typically seen as difficult to consent in the past. Engineering wise, they can be quite complex. As the panel will be well aware, hydro is very expensive to construct, but once done, provides a fairly good supply of electricity. There are schemes that have been envisaged in Lake Hawea and the Hawea Gates. Those have been abandoned in the past, but there would be nothing for them not to come back onto the table. When they were abandoned, the state of the electricity system and the forward outlook for demand growth was not there. And as this panel will have heard many, many times in the evidence presented, as demand growth is expected to increase rapidly between now and 2050. So those opportunities exist potentially for enhancement of existing facilities. We Contact have embarked on something like $25 million of runner replacement at Roxburgh. They will be carried out over the next 24 to 36 months. We're chasing those sorts of opportunities. That enhancement at that cost of $25 to $28 million will see a further 40 gigawatts of electricity production from the Roxburgh power station, just from replacing the runners with more efficient runners. So Contact has embarked on many things. In fact, the panel may have read from that evidence that a lot of the generation from the Clutha used to typically be 3.6 or 3,600 gigawatt hours. It's increased in recent years to 3,900 gigawatt hours. That's through enhancements that we've made and ones that have been made in the transmission system and the way the market has evolved to enable more generation from the Clutha. We want to keep pursuing those opportunities. We would hate to see a regional policy statement that hindered us seeing those opportunities. Things such as minimum flows are becoming of a concern to us. We offered the minimum flow that we operate under today, but as we see the electricity changing, when you can see in the space of an hour, 700 megawatts of wind coming on and off the system, and that's no criticism of wind. Wind is going to be an enormous contribution to our system, but wind works particularly well when hydro is there to support it. So yes, the Clutha is significantly altered from our operations and from the construction of the dams. I would like to make the compelling argument that that alteration is irreversible, and the sensible thing to do going forward is to make sure that every opportunity is used to make sure that those stations deliver the benefits to New Zealand. Without saying those benefits derived by Contact as well, that has to be acknowledged. And Contact's concern is that the regional policy statement may limit that in the future if that's not made clear.
So those changes you illustrated in the Roxburgh Dam scenario, it sounds like they're more actually mechanical rather than any sort of environmental change.
Correct, they're outside of the consents. Today, in the last few weeks, are an example of where we've been looking in regards to a consent requirement for minimum flows in the lower Clutha. My operations team reported to me tonight, has been the case for the last 3 to 4 weeks, that our generating units are running sort of 5% inefficiently overnight in order to maintain a minimum flow in the lower Clutha. Now, I'm not suggesting for a minute that the minimum flow or residual flow is incorrect, but I'd like to see a regional policy statement that meant we could have a robust, debate and come to a, good decision about that in the future. The demand or requirement for flexible generation, and as we build more and more solar and wind, which is by far the way we're going to meet our decarbonisation goals, is to match that with flexible hydro. Truly, the only reason we're able to have a discussion in New Zealand about whether we should be 95 or 100% renewable in our generation is because of our backbone of hydro.
That minimum flow issue, I'm just trying to envisage how that impacts on you. It's in terms, because all your schemes are connected really, aren't they? You have to operate them together.
Correct. Contact operates under what's called a hydraulic management, whereby Transpower as a system operator requests energy from us electronically, and we decide how to operate that between the schemes to try and maintain efficiency as much as we can. Minimum flows from the Roxburgh station of 250 cubics minimum flow or flowing it down, and limitations on minimum flows from Clyde affect our operations in 2 ways. One is that they are often inefficient in order to operate at that range to provide them. And the second one is that forces the scheme to generate overnight when it would be better to conserve that water in our heat ponds and make it available for generation over morning and evening peaks. The committee or the panel will be well aware of what New Zealand's load profile for generation looks like. It's very peaky. Thermal has, for the last 20 or 30 years, provided a lot of that peaking capacity. That role will be more taken on by hydro in the future. So when we generate overnight and that water isn't available over those evening peaks, we're going to see problems.
So, given they're almost sort of run of the river, you talked about to deal with that overnight problem, storage and heat ponds. How do you achieve that in an increase in that, I guess, in the current system? Is it possible?
Contact some 10 to 15 years ago applied for a variation consent and saw the operating range of Lake Rochford lifted by 0.6 per metre. That's been instrumental in providing a bit more flexibility. You're absolutely right. We do consider the Clutha scheme predominantly run of river. We have about half a day's storage in Lake Dunstan above the Clyde Dam and a little bit less, but some storage in Roxburgh. We're able, as Mr. Hunt's evidence provides, provide an awful lot of intraday, intra-week flexibility. Where the Clutha scheme is perhaps not as robust as others, is that in regards to storage, we only have control over the outflow from the Hawi Dam, and that only contributes 15% of the normal flow in the Clutha River. But intraday, intra-week, our operations provide that security of supply to the national grid. And one of the impediments that's starting to emerge is our consent conditions around minimum flows.
Okay, so yeah, to deal with that, you need more storage, I guess, if they're to stay in the same range.
More storage is possibly not practical in regards to the environment in which we operate, but what is practical is to make sure that the water is released from those dams in an efficient manner and when it is needed. And that is not happening today. There is opportunities to explore different ways of providing residual flows in the Clutha River, particularly downstream of Rochford.
I guess Ms. Hunter can address how this document could impact on that, but I am, with being local, aware that there had been proposals in terms of increasing, if you ignore all the environmental constraints that and policy documents around, how would you increase storage in those upper catchment areas?
Storage in regards to Lake Rochford has been increased to its physical limit because it's limited by the height of the spillway gates. Storage in Lake Dunstan has been considered, but due to many other users and the operating easement that we have, it's probably limited. Storage within Lake Hawea was initially envisaged with a 20-metre operating range, and we currently operate under 8. So opportunities to explore storage in Hawea have been considered, but the reality is that with the average inflows into the Hawea catchments of 67 cumecs, the storage that we have today is suitable. With a provision, should the electricity system require it under emergency to use a further 2 metres, is relatively suitable. The opportunities we see are in how our consent conditions enable us to use that storage in regards to the flows in the river themselves predominantly.
Yeah. So there was always talk about the NEC proposal connecting Wanaka and Hawea. Is there benefit in that? Leaving aside the obvious issues with that, but is there benefit in a project like
that? In my personal opinion, been a considerable benefit. The NEC scheme was considered a long time ago for various reasons, lack of demand, lack of transmission. I'm very familiar with the NEC scheme. It's inappropriate given other stakeholders, have not been spoken to or anything to talk about it here today. But again, I think a regional policy statement needs to be open to consideration of any scheme on the Clutha, because as our evidence suggests, the Clutha is significantly altered. That is pretty much irreversible. My particular view is that of a scheme altered in that nature, there are significant benefits in enhancing that rather than looking. I don't think many New Zealanders have an appetite to go to new rivers and with new dams. I think we might have passed those days, but enhancing what we have on the Clutha, I think makes sense for New Zealand.
Yeah. I guess when you talk about modified catchments, the Lake Wanaka proposal comes up. I think I've noted in this Hunter's evidence a comment around hydro generators to access to stored water, and I guess that's the Onslow sort of scenario, isn't it? But how does that fit in with I guess your issues with it's probably not low flows, I'm not sure. How would that work with the Clutha scheme?
We haven't, as Contact, been particularly involved, as you would be aware. The ministry has been looking at that in the New Zealand Battery Project. I can see the synergies with the Clutha scheme. Contact's concerns are more around just what the cost is likely to be, and there's an element of all your eggs in one basket. So we believe strongly that there is many other enhancements can be made on existing hydro schemes in the way in which we operate, if policy allows them to do that, in order to meet the same objectives at substantially lower cost and risk to New Zealand.
What's the resistance to the reducing your minimum flows? What are the environmental effects that are raised around that?
I think we need to go back and explore, particularly in regards to the biodiversity in the lower Clutha, and explore what that would mean in terms of reduced. I think they should really be referred to as residual flows. The term the minimum flows in our consent, but I think the more appropriate term is residual because we don't take water from the system. We need to seriously look at what can be done either in stream in order to support biodiversity values that may allow for a reduced residual flow, or out of stream opportunities. The consent in relation to Clyde is a zero flow overnight, half an hour after sunset and half an hour before sunrise. My understanding is the predominant driver was that to maintain what's called a big river feel. I think, to be honest, for the sake of a feeling, unless there's some real adverse ecological effect, that should also be considered in the future. And again, without, repeating myself too many times, the policy framework must enable us to look at that.
I know it's in the evidence. When are your consents due again? Is it 47 or
2042.
42?
Coming around quite quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the information. The only other thing that's more out of interest is around the Roxburgh Dam's new Alva and Kanakana track at the dam. Where are they situated? How do they operate?
So there isn't a Kanakana trap in place at the moment, or the one that is, it's not been effective. So the Alva trap has been revisited in the last few years, and from that work, which has pretty much predominantly been driven by our staff and coming up with engineering alternatives to the one we have. It's on the true right dam wall, immediately in the draft tube. And one of the issues with installing our Alva trap in that location, which is where it's needed, is that you will be aware that the Clutha is by far the most largest and most volatile catchment in New Zealand, and any Alva trap has to sustain the sort of flood flows that we see there. My staff have spent an incredible amount of time putting their brains behind, and really the success that we've seen in the last 2 years of 192 kilos of Alvas the year before last, and 180 is on the back of that hard work. We're working with Dr. Cindy Baker at NIWA, and with a camera installed to investigate Kanakana and their activity in the tail ruts. And we're also working with them with the work that the research that they've done, because that requires a slightly modified trap than longfin eels use. And that's what we've been investigating and hope to have installed in the next year or two.
Yeah, so that work, and I see it's been ongoing for a few years. Are you thinking into the future around mentioning the biodiversity values and that? If you had a different flow regime, are you looking ahead to see how you can actually enhance or carry those good works through under a new flow regime?
I'm not an expert, I'm a lay person in regards to the passage of native fish. I rely on experts, obviously. I'm not sure that a minimum flow regime would have particularly significant effect on the Alva transfer rates. What we have observed in the last couple of years is there seems to be a link between water temperature and also between flows. So very high flows obviously have a detrimental effect, I think, on our alva. There's no evidence to suggest that low flows do.
Okay, well, I was just trying to think of what sort of biodiversity enhancements or proposed you could put in place to sort of address those low flow effects.
Talking with Dr. Greg Ryder recently from Ryder Consulting, I think there's worth exploring opportunities in the lower tributaries of the Clutha River, where there is possibly better opportunities to restore or improve invertebrate habitat in those tributaries than possibly exists in the Clutha. In case the panel were not aware, up until we uplifted our consents in 2007, the regime for the Rockford Power Station prior to that, from 1956 through 2007, was 100 cumecs in winter and 150 cumecs in summer. So we've lifted that to 250. So we are talking with Dr. Ryder. We hope to talk with stakeholders about what could be done to enhance both the main stem of the Clutha, but the tributaries particularly, that would enable a reduced residual flow.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Can I just take that conversation just a wee bit further? You referred, I think, the fact that the kind of ramps that you have at the moment are not
Effective.
Yeah. So you're now looking at something different, or?
Correct. Predominantly with Dr. Cindy Baker from NIWA, who's based in the North Island. With her assistance in NIWA's, we've installed monitors, particularly night vision ones, in the last couple of years to try and ascertain the arrival of kanakana at the dam wall. But Dr. Baker has also made us aware that their research shows that the characteristics of the ramp has to be different than it is for long and short finials, and that's what we want to explore.
Yeah. I recall some years ago looking at something similar in the Mataura River. I'm not quite sure how that developed, but they were looking at a kind of ramp there. It was at the time was pretty much in the rudimentary stages, and I'm not quite sure whether that's been developed even further, or whether that might have even been applied here.
I think what needs to be considered whenever comparisons are made, we have been working hard on our native fish program. We would all, particularly at Contact, like to see that be even better. But what has to be recognised is the sheer size of the Clyde and Roxburgh dams. Roxburgh Dam requires alvas, it's a 50-metre dam height. Even to get from the tail race to where our trap is, it's a considerable climb. So just caution has to be exercised when considering it to other schemes. We will certainly, and we have gone to all those other successful native fish passage and learned from them. But the situation at Roxburgh is relatively unique, and hence why I'm extremely proud of our staff for continuing to pursue it and get the outcomes they have. Yeah.
Hope they're having a good feed out of it as well. All right, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Most of it's been covered off, but I just didn't take a note of the point you made before. You were saying that the flows prior to the hydro scheme being in place, the dams being in place, was lower than the 250 that you need to release now as a residual flow.
No, sorry, could I just clarify?
Yeah, clarify. I don't think I caught what you were saying.
So prior to us profiting and uplifting our consents, the consents we operated in 2007, the regime for the Roxburgh Dam up until that point had been 100 cumecs in winter and 150. The 150 during summer and spring was predominantly driven by irrigation users in the lower Clutha, which isn't as prevalent as it is today. There is very difficult to ascertain what the mean annual low flow is for the Clutha, because it's been so heavily modified for such a long time.
Yeah, it's interesting that, because
sorry, anything I've managed to find, I think, and sorry, please, if the panel could take this as a layperson's estimate, because they said it's difficult to find, is that it's about 210 cumecs. please take that with a grain of salt. But that would suggest where our minimum flow is today in comparison to the tributaries and where their minimum flows have been set is relatively high comparative to the mouth.
Yeah, because I did actually look up the the flow sites just to get a feel for that, and it says that the mouth is 255 cubics on IRC's website with a started record from 1959. So, but it's hard to know how that coincides with the dam and how that's changed.
And what that coincides with is the establishment of the Harware Dam that supplements those low flows with released Harware water. So that's why, as I said, it's difficult to ascertain what the unmodified mouth is.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you.
I'm glad that was asked because I'd written down, as you were saying orally, I'd written down 100 summer and 150 winter. I didn't realise the rationale behind that change. What I was wondering was whether, in just ballpark figures, are you able to give an indication, if you went back to those figures, of what sort of gigawatt production that would achieve?
No, I wouldn't like to do that at this point. We looked at this about 5 years ago. We determined that the regulatory framework, given the plans, under policy statements for looking at freshwater units, we parked any idea of revisiting that until this process, which most people would suggest is taking a little bit longer than we all assumed. So no, I wouldn't like to pull those numbers off the top of my head, but it is substantial because it's driven by two key drivers. One is inefficient operation of the machines and inefficient timing and use of that water. So those things are substantial today, but as the requirement, when we build more and more wind and solar, as that requirement for peaking increases, as Mr. Hunt's evidence suggests, they're going to become even more paramount that we can provide that peaking.
Is it something you can reasonably calculate?
Yes, we can.
And how long would you need to be able to do that?
We could probably provide that to this panel in a couple of weeks.
The reason I ask you is because the wording of clause 3.31, which is the protective clause for the large hydroelectric generation schemes in the RPS CFM, has a wording in subclause 3D that in 4, rather, which gives an opportunity for target attribute states to be set at a lower level than the national bottom line, having regard to whether there would be a significant adverse effect on the scheme for those attributes to be applied. So just applying that sort of rationale of thinking, it would be helpful to us to know from you, if you think you can reasonably calculate it, just what that production might be. Now, in timing terms, we've got a slight problem in that we're desperately trying to finish these hearings. We've got a closing coming from Council for the ORC on Monday, the 18th of September. So are you able to, do you think, possibly achieve it the Friday night before that?
With that clarification, we certainly can. The work has been done to date. I would like to revisit that work. The scenario's changed even the last 3 or 4 years. So we're there. We didn't, I welcome giving that information to the panel. We didn't think we would need that at this stage. So yeah, more than happy. So the deadline for that is?
Look, preferably if you could, the Thursday night, so that at least ORC have at least one day to turn their mind to it before they respond on the Monday. All right?
Absolutely.
So that's Thursday week away. So it gives you about 10 days. All right.
The qualification around that is the panel will be aware the flows and the clues have changed dramatically year on year and things like that. So I wouldn't like to use the word roughly, but there will be an element of roughness to it. Yeah.
We use the word arrange. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
We're at a stage in terms of all the figures that we're being given where they're very vague. and if I put it politely. And so we just have to grapple with that. And the advantage we have is that we're not having to get into the detail anyway. So we're at a fairly esoteric level of principle. But just having regard to that wording that I drew your attention to, I think that it would be helpful to us to at least have a feel for the sort of range that you're talking about if that bottom line of residual flow was turned into a figure for us.
Very much welcome. Grateful for the opportunity to show that to the panel. Yes.
Thank you. All right. Look, I didn't have any other questions than that, and thank you for the summary you've given to us today, because it's been very helpful. There was one question. I've come from Marlborough, and you know, the Wairau River, as you probably may be aware, is extraordinary in terms of its colossal variance between the low flow level, which is literally 8 cubics, and the flood flows, you know, the maximum flood flows of 6,000 plus. And just in terms of the maximum flood flows in this river, what sort of range are you talking about?
So the PMF, the possible maximum flood for the Clyde has been recently, I think it's determined as 5,400 cubic meters. Right. So one of the reasons it's not quite as high as some of the some of the rivers that you refer to is, of course, a lot of the flow is attenuated by the major lakes, Wanaka, Wakatipu and Hawea. We also have the ability, if managed, you know, to store surplus water in Hawea, often during floods, as we did in 1999. The 99 peak flood flow at Clyde was about 3,600 cubics, but the PMF is 5,400 or thereabouts. That's been projected by the experts as what could be expected in the catchment.
Right. So that 100 and 150, you described that as being really, or well, you described the increase as being to achieve the big river feel, as you put it.
The big river feel terminology was there to describe a zero flow from Clyde. Sorry, that's given me an opportunity to explain. A Clyde discharge into the tail race level is able to go to zero in the hours of darkness. The reason it isn't permitted during the day is at the time, 15 years ago, it wasn't deemed a requirement, whereas as we go to intermittent generation, it now is. But it was in regards to that consent condition that it was to maintain a big river feel, because the discharge from Clyde is more or less directly into Lake Roxburgh. So the reason that you can achieve a zero discharge from Clyde is that the tail race is not exactly the head of Lake Roxburgh, but you don't have the river drying up and having no flow whatsoever. So I think, you know, as one of the considerations we need to make going forward, for the sake of the electricity system and 100% renewable generation, is whether something like a big river feel is still the right target to have when there is net substantial benefits in being able to reduce Clyde flow. There would be today, for example. Today we only have 200 cubics of natural flows in the river, and we only have 0.7 of a metre of storage left in Hawea, and we're not quite through winter. So today would be an advantageous time to back Clyde off if we were able to, in order to provide it for the evening peak. Because our electricity system is under stress today, because the scenario we see today where we've got a large plant at Huntley unavailable, one of our plants at Stratford unavailable, and other unavailable thermal plant is a scenario we're going to have going forward when all of those plants are decommissioned, because we're no longer using coal and gas to meet our energy needs. And today's a very good example of where Clyde would be better placed to meet that need, but for its consent conditions.
No, sorry, you hold your thought for a moment. Right at the start, you mentioned a possible Hawea enhancement as well. Are you able to add that into that material that you're to give us next week or the week after next?
From a generation perspective, yeah, as to what the potential there is?
Yes.
Yes.
If you could.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just check with Ms. Hunter that she's taking notes? Oh, thank you. Right, sorry, I've got an age with my memory, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask, it's, and Claire can probably talk about this a bit more, like, because I think there is a change coming in terms of how we deal with amenity. But there are outstanding natural character issues, I think, in the FMUs that will have to be identified. But that big river feel concept, I'm trying to, the Cleeth is a big river, it's the biggest in New Zealand. So what you're talking about in terms of minimum flow, the average punter, what are they going to notice? I guess the locals will notice maybe, but how do you put that in context? Maybe an unfair question of the Waiau, which was a big river. That still looks a big river to me, in the New Zealand context anyway. What are we talking in terms of a change that may be perceptible in that sort of context?
I think it's a change that's noticeable. As we get into summer, I every day drive over the Red Bridge at Clyde and often observe the tail end of low flows over the evening, particularly at the moment. It's a different visual amenity. It's not one that's unappealing. I particularly
It's my point, I think,
yeah,
because
I like
sometimes low flows actually make a river look better.
Remembering, of course, that when this is likely to occur is that when we have naturally low flows anyway, we're not going to be able to reduce the flow from Clyde to zero when the flow is the average 500 cubics. So at the moment, the water clarity in the Clutha system is very clear. It's amazing. We haven't had much rain in the headwaters, which is why we've got low flows. And therefore, where the flow is reduced at Clyde, the clarity as I travel over the Red Bridge at Clyde is quite appealing to me, but I could be unusual.
Well, in terms of the Waiau, how would you compare that change to what you would be looking at? Can you compare that?
I don't think you can, because as I said, that the discharge from Clyde, the reason that you can stop the generators and go to zero is because you basically are at the head of Lake Rockborough. So you create below Clyde when that occurs. What more is what closely resembles a sort of lake environment. And as I said, it is typically always the case that the water clarity is good. Therefore, it's pleasant to the eye. It is for a very short section of the river that it's observable. From there, downstream immediately, not even really observable in the township of Alexandra, because you are then at the head of Lake Roxburgh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought I'd draw your attention to my evidence in paragraph 28 onwards. And I just thought I'd read from there for a bit, because it talks about the prioritisation to why, and also sort of the vision with specific reference to the Clutha scheme. So I think that's the most relevant parts to talk about today. From paragraph 29, Contact submitted that climate change will significantly affect the health and wellbeing of freshwater bodies and freshwater ecosystems within New Zealand and the region. It's also submitted that renewable electricity generation is a core component of climate change mitigation. And the submission notes that renewable electricity generation, in the case of the region hydroelectric generation is also essential to human health and wellbeing. It is vital in delivering basic human needs, including life-sustaining support and heating of our homes. Renewable electricity generation is also critical to the region and nation's economy. And at a fundamental level, given that LFWAI P1 bears significant similarities to the priorities set out in the overarching objective of the NPS-FM, I question whether this policy has much utility. Put simply, the NPS-FM already adequately covers the matters included within the policy. However, if the panel is minded to retain it, I do hold the opinion that REG activities are in fact aligned with all three of the priorities set out. For example, the generation of electricity from a renewable resource that avoids contributing to greenhouse gas emissions and assists to avoid climate change effects, in turn assists to prioritise the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems that would otherwise be adversely affected by emissions and the effects of climate change, is what I mean there on the water resource. And you've just heard that, water temperature might be an issue for albers, so that might be a consequence of climate change itself. The generation of electricity is essential to meet the health needs of people. It is fundamental to the health needs of people in many ways, such as providing electricity to run hospitals or to run water treatment plants and pumping systems to provide drinking water. The continued operation of the Clutha scheme has a direct bearing in this regard. The generation of electricity is essential to enabling people and communities to provide their social, economic and cultural well-being now and in the future. Renewable electricity is also fundamental to community well-being, of which hydroelectricity is a critical component, as described by Mr. Hunt. At 32, I talked about the section 42A recommending to reject contact submission. And there appears to be some sort of grammatical issues I should talk about in 33. And if it's a drafting issue, I suggest some amendments in the later parts of 33. And the section 42A where it also considers there is risk in expanding the second priority beyond its current scope on the basis that many other activities would also make the same argument regarding their importance. And at paragraph 820 of that report, it states that while they accept that renewable electricity generation supports the well-being of people and communities, this does not arise as a result of direct contact with water. And I cannot see how this statement could be correct with regard to hydroelectric generation activities and its outputs. Notwithstanding this, I accept that specific reference to the critical importance of REG within that particular policy could be unnecessary. And I say this on the basis that it is clear and obvious that the achievement of all three priorities relies at least in part of REG providers successfully continuing to generate, and in the light of Mr. Hunt's evidence to expand generation over the forthcoming decades. I, however, do agree that with the section 42A report writer, that it could be problematic to be too specific regarding the activities that fall within or outside the second and third priorities, and making this list exclusive also potentially inadvertently limits the proponents of other critically important activities from being able to demonstrate consistency with one or more of the priorities. This being so, I do think that there is still a need to add a further objective or policy within the freshwater section that specifically recognises the importance of the hydroelectrical activities and the Clutha scheme that exists within the Otago region. The evidence of Mr. Hunt is clear about the national and regional importance of the scheme, and its importance is also recognised by the NPSFM. I therefore think that the more general tamana to why concepts are to remain within the policy statement, a further policy within this section should be added, and that is specific to recognising the importance of existing hydroelectric generation activity, which I've got set out at paragraph 38. And I think this needs to also not lose sight of the fact that there is going to be a renewable electricity generation. Presumably there will be a renewable electricity generation chapter, so they should be read together, these provisions. And then at paragraph 39, I talk about the Clutha FMU vision specifically, and I'm supportive of the fact that the national significance of that scheme is recognised there. However, I do think that that should be amended to, be specific in terms of what it's actually seeking to recognise, and that it's the national significance of the ongoing operation, maintenance and upgrading of the scheme, including its generation capacity, storage and operational flexibility, and its contribution to climate change mitigation is recognised, provided for and protected. And I think I'll stop there and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Hewitt again to start.
Yeah, thanks, Claire. Just on that last reflection, taking on board what Mr. Taking on board what Mr. Brinson said around the potential for operation efficiencies and the effects that may have and flows in that. Should we be recognising some way, because this thing also deals with outstanding natural water bodies and all that sort of stuff, and who knows, there's picked up sections maybe, but not all of it. There's clearly going to be an effect here somewhere. How we deal with this in this vision where, and I'm sure you've read that Port Otago case, which is about internal conflicts, and there's potentially a lot of internal conflicts here and how these things are addressed. Should we be specifically recognising that in the vision for the Clutha, that these things may happen and this may be what the outcome is, but that's what the community is happy with? Or
Yes, with that in mind, I have drafted at paragraph 40 with that sort of specific example in mind. So I think that, you know, allowing its ongoing operation, maintenance and upgrading is important, and also recognising that it's not just recognised, it needs to be providable and protected. Those are sort of two key changes in my view. So before I previously just read the national significance of the scheme is recognised, I do think it needs to go one step further than that and have suggested so there. And then that coupled with the changes to the REG chapter and, you know, the provisions that we're also suggesting with the eco chapter, I think they will come into play, and overall you should be able to get a pathway to consider the importance of electricity and also its effects on the biodiversity and make a decision from that.
yeah, that things aren't going to stay the same.
I think there's a pathway, there's a name to the pathway for such potentially variations or new consents to be considered by a decision maker.
We had lots of conversations with you around priorities and recognising things and visions last week, I guess. And you weren't that keen on identifying specific specific issues within some of those visions. But I guess the hydroelectric generation issues driven by a national policy statement. So I guess it sets it apart. That's the argument we got from Mana in terms of recognising the priority too. But when I look at your policy of the critical importance in supporting the health and well-being of communities, we get quite a few industries saying that they are that. Is that opening it up for other industries to?
I think in terms of a freshwater context, that you can't deny that hydroelectric activities are clearly something that requires access to fresh water. So I think it is different in that regard. And in terms of the Clutha specifically, you can't ignore the presence of the Clutha scheme on that. So in terms of developing a vision for the Clutha, you have to have specific acknowledgements there of that scheme.
That policy you got there, that you're seeking that to be a region-wide, aren't you?
The 38, yes, I am.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. And that I think is to give effect to the MPSFM with regard to the Clutha being one of those big five, which we've talked about, as well as the policy 4 and that policy statement that talks about freshwater is managed as part of New Zealand's integrated response to climate change. So it's not just the MPS for renewable electricity, it's also the MPSFM that I think that there can be weight given to a specific provision for hydro.
Yeah, now I take your point on the priorities. I mean,
I think just to further add to my thinking there, I think you wouldn't want to say that renewable electricity or hydroelectricity would not achieve all three. So if you put it in 2, are you closing the door on actually achieving 1 in terms of the health and well-being of the water body itself?
that's what I was going to ask you is, this comes up all the time. Everything sort of flows through all 3 of those. Is there a policy response to that recognises those interconnections and how you might? I don't know. Today we've been talking about community water supplies, and a lot of community water supplies actually have irrigation tanks as a part of them. And that's 2 and 3 all tied up in 1. I don't know how you deal with that. Do we go there or do we not go there?
I can't really answer that question specifically, but I can explain my thinking at paragraph 38, where I have, if you see, I have tried to say that hydroelectricity does fit within 1, 2, and 3 by the structure of that drafting.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Giving effect to the Manawatu way. I'd be interested in knowing whether or not Contact Energy is sort of headed in that direction and how far to date. And not only that, but whether there's some lessons to be learned in addressing what appears to be a real tough question for a lot of people. One is acknowledging the Manawatu, but two is just interpreting it and then applying it. Because all the words are there, but it still seems to be hard for people to do. Do you have any comments to make? Well, from a Contact Energy point of view, for starters.
I'm waiting to hear that one from Mr. Brunson.
Yeah.
From context, yeah.
As someone who's been in the industry, I'd very much like to make that acknowledgement. As someone who's been in the industry for a very long time and has been responsible for the assets, I personally, probably not Contact, has been a bit late to the party of Te Manawatu. And it really is only in the last 10 to 15 years that this industry, I think, has truly recognised that we've always known we're guardians of substantial assets, but we've also been we're also now very aware of the responsibility we carry in order for stewardship of the Clutha River. People within the community have told us that. We've dropped the ball. I've dropped the ball occasionally on the stewardship of that river, and the community have told us such, and we've responded. So Te Manawatu means an awful lot to us. We see ourselves as custodians. We want to get the balance right between the substantial contribution that our hydro generation assets, not only ours, our competitors make to New Zealand, to its carbon targets, to its economy, to everything else, while recognising through our tikanga what our obligations are in order for the health of the river. And we want to have a policy framework in place that enables us to continue to have those conversations and reach the right balance.
I mean, the point you make about every regional policy statement needing to have an objective to reflect all that. I mean, I'm talking about Ms. Hunter's paper, where she says that quite definitively, which is hard to argue with, but I guess my question is, how do you then move to that point?
Yes, I think that it is difficult, and I guess what this process is hopefully enabling you to understand that a bit more, and making those decisions to set it for the region.
Yeah, I don't really have any great questions, but for the mere fact that you actually spend quite a bit of time discussing it in your
and it's important. It is the guiding overarching objective to the NPSFM, and we all need to understand what that really means for the region.
Yeah, I think one of the conclusions I've come to is perhaps the more you talk about it, the easier it becomes, or the better it is, the more chance you have of actually finding your way through it, sorting your way through it, and coming up with a sort of scenario that I think most people can at least acknowledge and recognize, because that's the first step, I think, or one of the first steps. Yeah. Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks. Not too much more from me. Just one question really. We've had discussions on in terms of possible versus practicable. One of the things that's come out, I think, in LFFWP10 as well as 09 and as well as 02 is using the word appropriate in your suggested provisions. So I think in P10 and 09 you talk about where appropriate. We've had the same, I suppose, challenging possible versus practicable, but where appropriate, how would that be interpreted? I mean, to me that seems even vaguer. You got any comment on that?
If I talk about in specific,
in the context, so if you tend to, I think
your paragraph 50 is probably in the go.
Yeah. So that's appropriate provision, and then the other two clauses use the term where appropriate.
The use of the term appropriate there, which I agree is a bit vague, but I'm actually really trying to get flexibility. So it's not, for example, the Clutha scheme, there can't be fish passage provided easily through those structures. So there has to be another mechanism like a trap and transfer type process. So that's where I mean appropriate provision. So you still have to do it, but it has to be appropriate to the context and provide a bit of flexibility to allow innovation in that regard. So that's what I mean there. And if there is a better word to achieve that, then
Yeah.
I'd be certainly
Okay.
happy to come
What
up.
about in paragraph, bottom of paragraph 56
Yeah.
for LFFW 09? And I suppose the issue with having it in an objective is that you haven't necessarily got anywhere to go to determine what appropriate is. You know, if it's in a policy, you can sort of go back to the objective to see what you need to be achieving.
Yeah, and in terms of the context of that one, it's acknowledging that because there are pathways for activities that have functional needs and the like to work their way through the effects management hierarchy and get to offsetting compensation, they might not achieve these outcomes if you actually follow that hierarchy. So, so there I'm saying, if you're looking at an existing wetland, it might be very appropriate that there should be an improvement in these things, but in other cases, you might actually have to look to offsetting or compensating somewhere else. And it might be that you know, trying to acknowledge that there might be some loss of some, but there is an overall improvement, but you can't improve every wetland. Because there may be some loss through the application of the effects management hierarchy.
Okay. I mean, is there a possibility to be more specific there if it's, you know?
Yeah, I'm sure the wording could be
examples-
improved. Yeah, that's it. The intent is that acknowledging that there is a pathway for
Yes.
certain activities to work their way through the effects management hierarchy, and that there may be some loss of wetlands, but that can be offset and compensated.
I can just see situations where, you know, consent hearings, people are sort of trying to argue that it's appropriate.
Yeah.
And whatever case, for whatever reason, which wouldn't necessarily come back to the effects
Yeah, no, I
management.
agree. It could be better worded. Yes, agree. But the intent is there. to
Yeah,
acknowledge-
that's what the intent.
Yeah.
That's good to have clarification on that. Thanks.
I suppose the advantage you got with the use of the word appropriate is that 6A uses it. And 6B of the Act. And in both of those cases, it's to draw attention to the context and require consideration in each situation.
Yeah, and as I say, for me, the use of that word is to enable proponents of a project to come up with their own solution. Really, that's what it's trying to do, to enable flexibility and innovation, not to try and get away from achieving those things. It's just how they might go about it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think I've got any. Your evidence is very clear to me, Ms. Hunter. Thank you. Probably just one final question, Mr. Brinsman, really. Below the Roxborough, at that level of flow, whether it be 100, 150 cubics or 250 cubics, is it a confined river or is it a braided river?
It forms two branches near the mouth, downstream of Valplutha, obviously. There is around Birch Island. It's not braided as such, but access, for example, of predators on the Birch Island would need to be a consideration for a minimum flow, because that's potentially one of the things that it creates. So I don't think it would be described as braided, but it certainly has more beach exposed. My understanding from Dr. Ryder is the difference between 150 cubics and 250 cubics. If that discharge is maintained for a lengthy period of time, that's not likely to happen, is about 54 hectares of exposed beach. That's my understanding from Dr. Ryder's evidence back in 2002.
Right.
So not a substantial amount of beachfront, but still substantial in regards to biodiversity and vertebrate habitat that needs to be considered.
Right. Thank you for that. Thank you both very much for very interesting presentation today, and a lot of the technical material that you've brought just brings alive some of the rather dry planning and legal language. So thank you for that, and you're very helpful.
Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you.
Some of it. Well, when we finish the Waitangi Tribunal hearings on the freshwater claims of Māori, the Chief Judge was good enough to get up and make us sing Waiata Tautoko. It was related to cool, clear water. You're welcome to sing that at the end of your
Singing on your own.
And we're just giving. Sorry.
Let's just say, don't despair about the length of these, because a lot of them are attachments. Right. I think so.
Was slightly nervous. My hand.
Another tree.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Well, kia ora tātou, it's good to see the panel back in Waterpoti. I just mentioned that my junior colleague Bill Setti is watching online, and I have with me today, I have to my left is Heather Mackay, Environment Policy Manager for Beef and Lamb, New Zealand Limited. And immediately next to me is Lily Lawson, Senior Environment Policy Analyst. And to my right, I have Emma Crutchley, who I'm not sure whether you've met Emma in another hearing or not, but and the two witnesses, Emma's our first witness, and then the Claire Perkins and Kate Scott and Claire Perkins will follow Emma, but they're online, if that's right, sir, because so if I could just turn please to these submissions, which have been developed in terms of the National Policy Statement for Fresh Water Management, and very much focusing on Te Manawa Te Wai and the implementation provisions in the NPS FM and how they relate to the proposed regional policy statement. So on our first page, we get some matters on the record for this hearing. Some of it you've heard before, but we're treating this as a discrete hearing in terms of the freshwater panel hearing. So Beef and Lamb New Zealand is an industry good body funded under the Commodity Levies Act 1990. Dairy Industry New Zealand is a levy-funded industry body established by the Dairy Industry New Zealand Regulations 2004 under the Primary Products Marketing Act 1953. Beef and lamb and dairy industry are working closely with farmers and engaging with central and local government on significant resource management issues. They're also heavily involved in land and freshwater plan hearings throughout the country. The changes sought by beef and lamb and deer industry to the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement to give effect to the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management would be relevant in other regions. They could also be utilised pursuant to the Natural and Built Environment Act 2023. The use of land and freshwater to produce food and fibre from farming is a significant resource management issue for the Otago region. Sheep, beef and deer farming occurs over a large land area in Otago. Rural farming communities in Otago generally identify with land and freshwater resources at a local level involving a catchment or sub-catchment of a lake, river or wetland. It is at that level they engage with the Otago Regional Council in integrated management processes. The evidence called by Beef and Lamb Deer Industry New Zealand confirms that in addition to the management processes required in Statutory Resource Management Act policy and planning instruments, Otago farmers are also actively engaged in the management of the use of land and fresh water within the catchment where they are farming by applying voluntary and self-regulatory resource management approaches. These align with other RMA regulatory catchment management requirements, such as the Resource Management Freshwater Farm Plan Regulations 2023. Since the statements of evidence were filed in June, the Supreme Court's judgment in Port Otago was delivered on the 24th of August 2023. Recently, the ORC has promoted resource management processes that it has introduced pursuant to the Local Government Act 2002. These processes actively involve Otago communities and tangata whenua and integrated freshwater management processes in the catchments of water bodies in the area of the Caplan's Freshwater Management Unit. And I'll come to those, but at the back of the attachment A is the actual media release, which is on the website for the Otago Regional Council about the local government process and the establishment of that group. And attached to that is attachment B is the actual policies documentation introducing the resolutions and so forth to the Regional Council for its approval. The National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity 2023 was published on the 7th of July 2023. So I'm really, sir, we're just going to focus on those matters in terms of the legal submission to a large extent because they haven't been addressed in evidence up to now. And I can say that as far as your invitation to make further submissions on Port Otago and on the Indigenous biodiversity, I hope that our submissions can cover those matters off at this stage. Our witnesses, Kate Scott, will address the importance of integrated catchment management in Otago. Emma Crutchley will address the freshwater management implications for her sheep, beef and arable farming operation and for other farming operations in her area. Claire Perkins will address the recommended amendments to the proposed policy statement. I turn to our principal legal submissions. We will address the implications of the Port Otago case when giving effect to the MPS FM in the policy statement. We submit that the ORC has failed to interpret and apply correctly the objective of the MPS FM to ensure that the natural and physical resources of Otago are managed in a way that prioritises the three value-laden obligations in clause 1.3, subclause 5, 2.1 and clause 3.2, subclause 2, paragraph C, when implementing Te Mana o Te Wai. The regional policy, the proposed regional policy statements policies fail to implement sufficiently the second and third management obligations when giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. Policy LFYP1, prioritisation in the proposed policy statement needs to be amended, and we'll come to that. we submit that because there is no policy framework in the proposed policy statement that addresses freshwater visions at a catchment level, and there is no policy framework that facilitates integrated catchment groups at a local level, the proposed regional policy statement does not reflect the current integrated resource management processes applied in Otago that involve active engagement with the ORC, by the ORC, with local communities in Tangawhina. The recent policy developed by the ORC pursuant to the Local Government Act implements that approach. We submit that further important process policies need to be included in the proposed regional policy statement to address the implementation of clause 3.2 Te Manga o Te Wai and clause 3.5 integrated management at catchment and sub-catchment levels. Additional policies would allow for work to continue on changes to the Otago RPS to include long-term visions for catchments, an integrated catchment management framework, and the development of proposed catchment freshwater plans. We submit that these policy directions are not in conflict with the LGA processes. Our submissions will support those of Council for the farming submitters, addressing suggestions of Felicity Boyd arising from the definitions in the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management and the National Policy Statement Indigenous Biodiversity. The role of a regional policy statement. Our submissions focus on the management processes that the NPS FM, as a superior RMA instrument, directs the ORC to implement in the proposed policy statement. The objectives and policies in Part 2 of the NPS FM are management process directions. The proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement is a primary statutory instrument by which integrated management of the Otago region's resources is to be achieved. It is a significant document because of its impact upon other statutory instruments throughout the region. Merely repeating the NPS-FM provisions in the proposed policy statement does not necessarily give lawful effect to them. The proposed policy statement is saved in the Natural and Built Environment Act, and we've footnoted the clause. It wasn't in the bill, actually. There were no policy statements in the bill, but it's been picked up in the actual act now. In the Wairau River Canal Partnership case, when considering a proposed change to a regional policy statement, the Environment Court held that it was not necessary for every subsidiary planning document to parrot the words of superior documents or Part 2 of the RMA. The court said the real inquiry was whether the amended policy complied with sections 59, 60, 61, and 62 of the RMA. We submit that the strong directions to regional councils contained in the mandatory implementation and national objectives framework provisions of the NPS must be given lawful effect to in the RPS in explicit and directive policy processes. Turning to the Port Otago case. ORC's legal submissions dated the 28th of August 2023 discussed the Supreme Court's recent judgment in the Port Otago case. The Supreme Court considered the relationship between the policies in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and how such policies should be reflected in lower order planning documents. The particular issue concerning the relationship between Policy 9 of the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement relating to ports and a number of other policies that require the adverse effects of activities to be avoided. That's the CPS avoidance policies. The Supreme Court began its discussion on the issue with some comments on how the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement should be interpreted and on the meaning of avoid as used in the avoidance policies. Now, sir, I understand that you probably have already read this judgment. I've tried to highlight here provisions that help with the statutory interpretation. when one is dealing with conflicting policies. We have some conflicting policies in the MPS FM, and I'll come to those. And I've also looked at the language in the Supreme Court's language when it comes to directing policies, and whether they're in general terms or very prescriptive. And it deals with that. And I've set those out there. But I've also set out, it's paragraph 62 of the judgment, the actual approach one takes where there are conflicts between policies. And that's where this judgment with respect is extremely helpful in terms of your hearing, I would submit. So, Sir, I'm sorry, I'd rather you read them than I read them out, believe me, at this time of the day. So moving on to paragraph 25. In terms of the meaning of avoid, as used in the avoidance policies, the court referred to its decision in King Sung, where it said it was that the term avoid has its ordinary meaning of not allow or prevent the occurrence of, meaning that the policies at issue in that appeal involve something in the nature of a bottom line. The court in that case noted, however, that what was to be avoided with regard to those policies was in that case the adverse effects on natural character and the prohibition of minor or transitory effects would not likely be necessary to preserve the natural character of coastal environments. The Supreme Court then referred to its judgment in the Trans-Tasman case, where it said that the standard was the protection from material harm. And it went on to say in paragraph 65 what it meant by that. And my learned friend, Mr. Anderson, had already taken you through those some days ago. But that's a very useful statement in terms of this hearing, I would suggest, our hearing. 27. Applied to the MPS-FM, this means that the avoidance policies must be interpreted in light of what is sought to be protected, including the relevant values and areas, and when considering any development, whether measures can be put in place to avoid material harm to those values and areas. The court considered that policies in the National Coastal Policy Statement contain inherent value conflicts, and they should be addressed using a structured analysis in the RPS and plan, rather than applying an overall judgment approach. The important thing about that finding is that the RPS is a very important document, along with the plan, in directing these approaches for addressing conflicts within policies, and dealing with particularly policies where the word avoided is used. Paragraph 28, these considerations may be relevant when considering policies 2.1, 11 and 15 in the MPS. 11, freshwater is allocated and used efficiently. All existing over-allocation is phased out and future over-allocation is avoided. There is another reference to avoid in the policies about phasing as far as practicable, dealing with avoid. It's not in such strict terms, the other policies, so I haven't recited, but it's actually policy 7 that says the loss of river extent and values is avoided to the extent practicable. But the word avoided is used there as well. In policy 15, communities are enabled to provide for their social, economic and cultural wellbeing in a way that is consistent with this national policy statement. So we get different values often, and protection values, development values, use values, and so forth. Turning to the relevant principles of statutory interpretation and the MPS-FM. Legal submissions and evidence being considered by the Freshwater panel hearing have addressed the interpretation of provisions in the MPS-FM and how they should be given effect to in the RPS. Section 5 of the Legislation Act defines legislation to mean the whole or part of an act or any secondary legislation. As a national policy statement is secondary legislation, determining the meaning of the provisions in the MPSFM is an exercise in statutory interpretation. When interpreting the management process provisions in the MPSFM, the relevant statutory interpretation principles are set out in sections 10 and 11 of the Legislation Act. Section 10 of the Act states that the meaning of legislation must be ascertained from its text and in light of its purpose and context. This section was referred to by the Supreme Court in the Port of Otago case, those words, purpose and context. Section 11 of the Legislation Act explicitly provides as one of the principles of statutory interpretation that legislation applies to circumstances as they arise. This is a key principle of interpretation and resource management when there is constant changes and so forth. In Burroughs, the author noted that the courts are anxious to give statutes an ambulatory or dynamic interpretation that keeps them up to date in the modern world. And Section 11 supports this ambulatory approach. Pursuant to Clause 3.2 brackets 4 of the MPSFM, the concept of Te Manu o Te Wai must also inform the interpretation of the MPS and the provisions required to be included in the RPS. Value judgments characterise the mandatory resource management processes contained in the MPS. The word must is used 174 times and the word value 45 times in the MPS. Now I want to turn now to the key provisions in the MPS when, as far as the directions are concerned to the ORC about management processes and whether they've been met. So turning firstly to the fundamental concept of Te Manu o Te Wai. Now, I'm sure this concept's now undoubtedly etched from your mind, the wording, and we've highlighted parts of it, and I'll come to those in detail. We've highlighted the provision there's been a good deal of debate about how that's applied, and we'll make solutions to that. And we've also highlighted the fact that this is a concept that's relevant to all freshwater management and not just to the specific aspects of freshwater management referred to in the national policy statement. So it's an all-embracing approach when it comes to resource management. The first two sentences in the concept, now if we go back to those, so back over the page, those first two sentences ending with of the why are value statements about the importance of protecting the health of freshwater for the protection of the wider environment and the money of the why. They're value statements. Our submissions focus on the second sentence and mandatory Te Manu o Te Wai implementation directions that manage restoring and preserving the balance between the water, the wider environment, and the community. The RMA defines environment, and we've set that definition out. There is a provision in the MPS saying that the RMA, the Act, is to apply in terms of the interpretation. A contextual interpretation of the MPSFM would suggest that the community includes the rural community, and it's the rural community that I'm looking after today. The use of the word balance denotes that the Te Manu o Te Wai is a resource management process, balancing, weighing the terms that are used all the time. We've set out in paragraph 39 of the Otago Regional Council statement. You've heard that several times, so I won't repeat it, but it's the clear thing is that it's a Te Mana o Te Wai is a water-centric approach, and that's how we address it too. I won't read all this. That's true. Don't mind. Now, turning to clause 1.3, subclause 5, which incorporates the values in the NPS-FM objective and clause 2.1. So if you look at the objective in clause 2.1, which is the objective of the whole NPS, it's interesting, it starts with the words, the objective of this national policy statement is to ensure that natural and physical resources are managed in a way. So that's the driver, that's the imperative when you come to looking at the priorities. But and to a large extent, that's then picked up again at Te Mana o Te Wai, where but it's at the Te Mana o Te Wai level that we are addressing these submissions. And we've set them out, the clause out. All the Te Mana o Te Wai obligations in subclause 5 must be met. The consideration of the first management priority doesn't remove the need to consider the second and third priorities in the mandatory resource management processes when implementing Te Mana o Te Wai in the RPS. So the RPS isn't just about the first priority, it's about the second priorities. Subclause 5A involves a consideration of intrinsic values, and subclauses 5 and C, instrumental values. And we footnoted there a very interesting article written by an economist and academic at the University of Otago Business School, and we have copies of that if you'd like to see it, where she deals with the NPS, FM, and what it means in terms of protecting intrinsic values, which deal with the health of the water body and the freshwater ecosystem, and dealing with the second two priorities by using catchment groups, and we'll come to that. Establishing and utilising freshwater catchment groups comprising community and tangata whenua representatives can assist with addressing competing values. Subclause 5A, the obligation to Mana o Te Wai prioritises the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. The thrust of the first management priority is to protect and maintain the ecological integrity and capacity of a freshwater ecosystem. Biological diversity is intrinsic to the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems, and the RMA defines intrinsic values and biodiversity. Biological diversity, sorry. And ecosystem health is a compulsory value set out in Appendix 1A of the NPS-FM. Subclause 5B, the second obligation to Mana o Te Wai, prioritises the health needs of people, such as drinking water. The provision should be given a purposive and contextual interpretation and application in the management processes that give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. The health needs of people involve private and public health considerations. In the whānau case, the Environment Court described the obligations in broad terms. The latter versions have placed an increasing emphasis on the fundamental concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, which in a hierarchy of considerations turns first to the health and well-being of water and water bodies, then to the health needs of people, and lastly to the provision of water for social, economic and cultural well-being. So it's looked at, the language is very broad because we're dealing with a policy instrument rather than a rule. Counsel for the ORC has proffered a very refined interpretation of the words in this management obligation. He interprets the words such as by applying what he refers to as a plain reading. It qualifies the meaning of drinking water and excludes from the second obligation the contribution of food for the health needs of people who are judged by the ORC to be insufficiently connected to the freshwater ecosystem of a water body. This interpretation does not focus on the health needs of people, such as drinking water and food, but rather on the proximity of people to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems when they ingest water or food. Mr. Farrell reads into the provision the qualifying words direct and indirect. The implications of the ORC's interpretation of subclause 5B is reflected in policy LFYP1, prioritisation, and LFYP4, giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, recommended in the section 42A report. And we've set those out because the LFYP4, giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai, says Te Mana o Te Wai must be given effect to when making decisions affecting fresh water, including when interpreting and applying the provisions of the LF chapter. Now, we submit that the words such as an example of drinking water should not be interpreted to limit the emphasis given to health needs of people as a second priority. Drinking water and food production are crucial for human health in a private and public health context. The suggestion that it is only food consumed by people interacting with a water body is very artificial. The extent of that interaction is unclear. The interpretation of the health needs of people outside that group can only be considered under third priority is not apparent when that priority does not refer to the health needs of people and communities. The third priority doesn't use those words, health needs. The ORC's interpretation is a significant qualification of the words in subclause 5B when considering them in the context of the ORC's management obligations in part 3 of the MPSFM to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and the RPS. This is particularly evident when addressing the matters in clause 3.2(c), that's the Te Mana o Te Wai provisions, and the health needs of people involve human values. The considerations in clause 3.2, subclause 2, paragraph C, and the NOF involve identifying values and setting environmental outcomes as objectives pursuant to clause 3.91 and 2 of the NPS. And we set out those provisions, identifying values and setting environmental outcomes as objectives. And the first subclause is that the compulsory values listed in Appendix 1A, but there's also 2, which says the Regional Council may identify other values applying to an FMU or part of an FMU and must in every case consider whether the values listed in Appendix 1B apply. Must consider whether the values listed in Appendix 1B apply. And the definition of FMU means all or any part of a water body or water bodies and their related catchments that a regional council determines under 3.8 is an appropriate unit for freshwater management and accounting purposes. And part of an FMU means any part of an FMU, including but not limited to a specific site, river, reach, water body, or part of a water body. The second priority management obligation extends beyond the compulsory value to protect ecosystem health in Appendix 1A to other values in Appendix 1B of the MPSFM. The production of food from farmed animals is referred to in 8, irrigation, cultivation, and production of food and beverages. The direct or indirect interaction of people with a specific water body for their health needs is not found in the wording of the second obligation, and is an inappropriate gloss on its meaning. Policy LFYPI prioritisation should be amended to refer to the health needs of people for water and food. And then we set out Claude just repeated to complete the picture on how the scheme of those obligations. Now, turning to the mandatory process provisions in Part 3, Subpart 1 of the MPS that addresses Te Mana o Te Wai and integrated management, because the implementation provisions are all relevant to this hearing under this MPS, all of them, not just some of them, because the MPS must be given effect to. Now, sir, I'm not sure whether you have a tea break or a smoke
I
break.
was just going to stop you there.
Pardon?
I was just going to stop you there and suggest it's different subjects, then we'll have a break. For coffee.
we now get into the meat of this. I'm referring to the mandatory process provisions in Part 3, Subpart 1 of the NPS, and that area is that those provisions are headed implementation. So that, in terms of the law, that's giving effect to implement. So Te Mana o Te Wai, we've set out the first provision, which is very important in terms of process, and that's to must engage, it's imperative, mandatory, engage with communities in tangata whenua to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. That's a process one. Then in 2, we've underlined engage with communities and tangata whenua to identify long-term visions, environmental outcomes, and other elements of the NOF. And then C, apply the hierarchy of obligations, which we've referred to. But if you then go down, and then E, which is really important, deals with the adopting integration. Must adopt an integrated approach. And then 3.7 is that each step of the NOF process, it's the word process, each step of the NOF process, at each step, every regional council must engage with communities in tangata whenua and apply the hierarchy. So there's that engagement coming through. And management processes requiring the ORC to engage with communities in tangata whenua also found in clauses 3.2, 3.3, 3.5, 3.7, and 3.15. We refer back to the Gisborne case, and there the judge felt that engagement with communities and tangata whenua is at the forefront. It's the primary driver in our submission of the whole Te Mana o Te Wai process. In the context of the MPSFM, the direction to engage with communities in tangata whenua is also not restricted, to mere consultation or facilitation. The word engage has different meanings depending on the purpose of the engagement process. One meaning of engage is to involve, commit oneself in an undertaking. It will require active participation, involving the development of long-term visions, environmental outcomes, each step of the NOF process, and managing freshwater and land use and development in a catchment in an integrated and sustainable way. It should involve a more collaborative and partnership-based approach by the LRC when engaging with community groups in tangata whenua in the development and implementation of statutory land and freshwater planning instruments and action plans addressing changes to the RPS and co-regulatory and self-regulatory processes at catchment and sub-catchment levels. It should involve, effective community and tangata whenua engagement is crucial when developing and implementing action plans requiring immediate management steps to respond to degraded or degrading water. The ORC public records disclose that it is currently establishing catchment groups comprising community and tangata whenua representatives to develop action plans to achieve integrated management of freshwater ecosystems and land uses. These involve active engagement with the community in tangata whenua rather than passive engagement. And an active engagement approach should involve process values such as participation, fairness, transparency, full disclosure, and tikanga. Te Mana o Te Wai, an integrated catchment management approach. And now we set out 3.5, which says that when adopting an integrated approach, Ki Uti Ki Tai, as required by Te Mana o Te Wai, requires that local authorities must, and when you look at C, paragraph C, manage fresh water and land use and development in catchments in an integrated and sustainable way, etc. And then 2, every regional council must make or change its regional policy statement to the extent needed to provide for the integrated management of the effects of the use and development of land on fresh water and the use and development of land and fresh water on receiving environments. And we will come to suggested provisions to deal with that change to the regional policy statement in terms of integrated management. Then turning over to action plans, and action plans covered in this MPS, I would submit as one of the most critical or most important introductions or developments in resource management, to actually use action plans in this way and define what they are and what they're for, rather than just leaving it to conditions on resource consent, staff management plans and all that sort of thing. Turning to action plans, preparing action plans. An action plan, and this is part of the 3.15, may describe both regulatory measures, such as proposals to amend regional policy statements and plans, an action statement under the Biodiversity Act 1993, or other legislation, and non-regulatory measures, such as work plans and partnership arrangements with tangata whenua and community groups. In addition to the matters included in clause 3.15, an action plan is also a very useful management approach for addressing risk management issues. And when one looks at clause 3.20, responding to degradation, we've highlighted the fact that you can be, an action plan can be involved in making or changing a regional plan or preparing an action plan. But under 2, an action taken in response to a deteriorating trend must be proportionate to the likelihood and magnitude of the trend, the risk of adverse effects on the environment, and the risk of not achieving target attribute rate states. So the risk, and we'll come back to this, risk is the central conversation when dealing with adaptive management and precaution and so forth. So we'll come to that. There are also significant challenges when judging what is an acceptable level of risk from the impacts of existing and future land and freshwater uses on the catchment, on the health of freshwater ecosystems and their resilience to climate change impacts on a catchment and sub-catchment scale. The word resilient or resilience, the words resilient or resilience are defined in the RPS. This means the capacity and ability to withstand or recover quickly from adverse conditions. In the case of managing ecosystem resilience, adaptive management is a well-known precautionary risk management approach that should include the participation of the rural community. Adaptive management is also the dominant resource management strategy for addressing risks, including climate change impacts. And the Supreme Court in Portago went back and revisited its adaptive management provision. Action plans should involve active steps required to process phasing and implementation of actions in accordance with clause 3.7 2F. If I could just interpolate the action plans that we would submit are a key method or instrument for dealing with managing or avoiding over-allocation, avoiding harm in terms of the Portago case, because now the Portago case makes it quite clear you don't have to avoid something right now. You can work at it and move through and manage the harm, manage the issues you're trying to deal with. Avoid doesn't now mean it's prohibited activity. That's in. It now is something that you can address by managing the conflicting values. Turning to adopting an integrated approach at a catchment level. Clause 3.31 of the NPSFM states that regional councils must develop long-term visions for freshwater and include them as objectives in a regional policy statement. Clause 3.32 makes it clear that long-term visions may be set at FMU, part of an FMU, or at a catchment level. Long-term visions have been developed for the notified proposed regional policy statement, but they are at an FMU level. There is no policy framework addressing freshwater visions at a catchment level, nor is there a policy framework that facilitates integrated catchment groups at a local level. It is accepted that decisions on funding and allocation of resources are to be dealt with under the LGA, the Local Government Act, and that the court cannot direct a local authority to include in a plan an obligation to resource parties with financial assistance. The principal question is whether the LGA and the RMA have complementary or consistent processes in terms of facilitating integrated management at a catchment level. It has been noted that although a regional policy statement may not itself contain rules that prohibit, regulate or allow activities, it may contain policies and methods directed to a particular end or outcome, with those policies and methods to be given effect to through a regional or a district plan. And we refer back to a statement of, often cited statement of the full court of the Court of Appeal in the Auckland case. I don't know, do you want that read? It's the old honesty is the best policy statement. But it is relevant here in terms of the wording of the policies we're going to refer to in a moment. Thus, a policy in a regional policy statement may have the effect of what in ordinary speech would be a rule. A policy framework that ensures integrated management at a local catchment level would be an example of such a policy. The starting point is that all statutory enactments must be read and applied together, and so insofar as they are not consistent. And Burroughs offers the following guidance on the question of reconciling apparent inconsistencies, and I think this now should be would probably be footnoted now of the Portatoa case too, if the statement was in a next edition. Normally, the courts will try to find a construction that reconciles the apparent inconsistency and allows the two provisions to stand together. The courts may be able to find that each provision deals with a separate matter, and thus they can coexist without inconsistency or even overlap. That task is central to a purposive approach to statutory interpretation. The correct approach to interpretation is to first attempt to give each statute its effect without creating conflict or inconsistency between the two. It's only in cases where statutes are so inconsistent with or repugnant to the other that the two are incapable of standing together that it is necessary to decide which statute prevails. In addition, it is a well-established principle of construction that the Parliament intends to legislate in a way that produces a practicable and sensible result. In other words, Parliament will not have intended an outcome that is inefficient or unworkable. We submit that the long-term and annual planning processes provided for in the LGA in terms of catchment management can be aligned with a freshwater planning policy framework in the RPS that facilitates the management of freshwater and land use and development in catchments in an integrated and sustainable way. Now I'll move on to suggested changes that we are proffering to the provisions in the policy statement. There needs to be a directive management process policy framework to address integrated catchment management. The directions in the MPS to the ORC are to engage with communities in tangata whenua to give effect to Te Mano Te Wai an integrated catchment management process. An integrated management processes. This is not optional. It is an MPS requirement. If these processes are applied at the catchment level, they should not be left to the existing methods included in the RPS. By that I mean there's some very general methods, provisions, directions in the RPS. They're very broad, and one could say, oh, well, why don't you use those? But there's no policy structure behind those when it comes to catchment, integrated catchment management. These are uninformed by a directive process policy framework addressing integrated catchment management. To replicate current integrated catchment approaches in Otago, the RPS should direct that the ORC's engagement should occur through catchment management groups that include representatives of local communities in tangata whenua. The engagement process should involve action planning and regulatory and non-regulatory processes to give effect to Te Mano Te Wai. There is no reason why the ORC should not work with these groups to develop changes to the RPS in tandem with developing the provisions for proposed freshwater plan. Action plans can play a significant part in that process management approach. The words active engagement are not used in Te Mano Te Wai communities in tangata whenua process requirements in clause 3.2. However, that is what is happening in practice. It's active engagement in practice. Pursuant to clause 3.12a, the implementation measures can be more stringent than those set out in the MPSFF. I'm just trying to bat away any literal interpretation that says active engagement just applies to tangata whenua and doesn't apply to communities in tangata whenua. Our submissions do not touch on the implementation of clause 3.4 tangata whenua involvement. We're dealing with processes where the community and tangata whenua are involved. Also, those provisions 3.4 are very much they're very important in terms of delegating powers and so forth under the Resource Management Act. And that's why I submit they're in there, because they make it quite clear that the regional council's got to utilise those powers and can't just put them to one side. Where did I get to? Is anyone listening? Thank you. The suggested process provisions for inclusion are practicable, sensible, and workable, and they reflect current practice. They meet the Section 32 evaluation criteria, and the recommended provisions will be tendered by Claire Perkins in her supplementary statement of evidence, and I also include some of my submission just for the record. If we could turn now to the MPS-FM and the MPS-IB. Ms. Lloyd has identified what she considers to be a gap in the policy framework in the MPS-FM and the MPS-IB that can be addressed by amending the RPS provisions to provide direction on managing wetlands that may not necessarily be natural inland wetlands as defined in the two national policy statements. The issue is whether there is in fact a gap in the policy framework or whether the MPS-FM and MPS-IB are aligned and can be applied consistently in the regional policy statement. National policy statements are to be given effect to through lower order planning documents of regional and district councils. Thus, the ORC must give effect to both those policy statements in its preparation of the RPS. The phrase give effect to means to implement. As the Supreme Court has confirmed, it is a strong directive creating a firm obligation on the part of those subject to it. In Rio Otago Regional Council, the Environment Court considered the relationship between different national policy statements in terms of the requirement in section 67(3) of the RMA that a regional plan must give effect to these documents. The court said that where there are two national policy statements, they are to be read together and reconciled under lower order planning documents. We have addressed the relevant principles of statutory interpretation at paragraph 71 of our submissions. In the event of a conflict between the NPS-FM and the NPS Indigenous Biodiversity, clause 1.43 of the NPS on Indigenous biodiversity makes it clear that the freshwater policy prevails over it. In addition, it is a well-established principle of construction. The Parliament intends to legislate in a way that introduces a practical and sensible result. In other words, Parliament will not intend an outcome that is inefficient or unworkable. This principle is important in this case when assessing the efficiency and effectiveness of the policies in terms of section 32. The NPS-FM and the Resource Management National Environmental Standards for Freshwater Regulations are the primary instruments through which wetlands are managed and protected. The NPS-FM's sole objective is set out in clause 2.1. It is implemented through policies. Policy 6 being that there's no further loss of extent of natural wetlands, their values are protected and their restoration is promoted. Part 3 of the NPS-FM contains an implementation process. The Regional Council must undertake certain actions in which to include the policy set out in clause 3.22, which is to provide for and promote the restoration of inland wetlands. It's noted that as part of the amendments in 2022, the definition of natural wetlands in the NPS was refined and clarified. Prior to 2022 amendments, the NPS-FM used a subset of the RMA wetland definition to define natural wetlands, and we've set that out. The reason for the amendments, because the drafting of the earlier NPS-FM was not consistent with the original policy intent. The pasture-dominated wet areas were to be excluded from the definition. This is made clear in the regulatory impact statement. Changes to wetland regulations and then wetlands. Page 1 of the regulatory statement identified the problem in the following way. Now, this regulatory impact statement addressed both the NPS-FM 2020 and the Resource Management National Environmental Standards for Freshwater Regulations. So it's an all-embracing assessment. Excuse me. The definition of, they identified the problem in the following way, in the statement. The definition of natural wetlands in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management is unclear and being interpreted inconsistently by councils. This is leading to significant costs and uncertainty for applicants for resource consents, and in some cases, more land has been classified and regulated as natural wetlands than was intended, unnecessarily restricting some existing types of land use, primarily farming. Then at page 10, it was stated a constant theme of feedback from various stakeholders is that the natural wetland definition is unclear and is leading to confusion and discrepancies in the application of the regulation, the National Environmental Standard for Freshwater. Part C of the definition was intended to exclude highly modified wetland landscapes currently used for pasture so that these areas can continue to be used for farming. This recognises that applying the regulations within such wetlands and associated buffers, 100 metres of a natural wetland, will be likely to have a prohibitive impact on farming activities in these areas. One concern raised was that Part C of the definition is problematic because of the multiplier multiple qualifiers, and as a result, it actually captures some modified wetlands dominated by exotic pasture that it was intended to exclude. The 2022 amendment makes it clear that in line with the original policy intent of the definition, pasture-dominated wet areas are excluded from the definition. Since the amendments took effect on the 5th of January 2023, regional councils must include the updated wetland content set out in clause 3.22, subclause 1 of the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management in their regional plans. As directed by the National Policy Statement Freshwater, the notified regional policy statement includes LFFW Policy 9. And Ms. Boyd's evidence is, however, that in order to give effect to the National Policy Statement of Biodiversity, a broader class of wetlands needs to be captured, and that therefore changes need to be made to the definition of natural wetlands and to policy LFFW 9, policy 9. We submit that greater weight should be given to the more specific and directly relevant national policy statement, freshwater management, in determining the most appropriate provisions relating to natural inland wetlands. Our conclusion. We submit that when implementing Te Mana o Te Wai, the use of strong directive management process policies in the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement provides for a structured approach for addressing value conflict contained in the MPSFM provisions. For many years, integrated catchment management processes have been the predominant approach taken by the ORC for managing land and freshwater in Otago rural areas. There is no policy framework for implementing this approach in the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement to give effect to the MPSFM. We submit that a directive process policy, LFYP3A, integrated catchment management, needs to be included in the proposed RPS to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai and achieve integrated management of Otago's freshwater and land resources. This policy approach could be utilised in other regions. We've drafted a policy approach because this is important to my clients, that it's something that could be used throughout the country as a way of dealing with catchment management, which happens throughout the country. So we've set that out, but Ms. Perkins will be able to take you through it in detail. But we're comfortable that if that were included in the Y part of the chapter, the land and freshwater chapter, right at the front, where the priorities and the mandatory requirements for the rest of the chapter are specified. So it would come, we've got a general integrated management chapter. It's LFYP3, which isn't my copy marked as a freshwater provision. There needs to be a freshwater provision for integrated management and giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai in this section of the chapter. And then LFYP4 would kick it in terms of making sure that that was given effect to when making decisions affecting freshwater, including when interpreting and applying the provisions of that chapter. Ms. Perkins and Ms. Scott will also talk about other matters, that other provisions that can go in the LF freshwater chapter, which has more to do with visions and things. But in our submission, there is a lacuna in the RPS at the moment when it comes to integrated catchment management. And this is where we'd fix it at this stage, and need to be a strongly directive process policy, which is what the planners and we've drafted for you to consider. And might I say, if there's general agreement that this sort of thing is needed, we would like to encourage the parties to get together, even if it's with one of the panel, to facilitate a meeting so we can try and get something to you that's got consensus. Because it seems to me that what we're trying to do here is find a process that engages rather than establish outcomes. And as we've said, Kate Scott and Claire Perkins also addressed the issues raised by the panel at its hearing last week. And so their evidence deals with the process provisions that I've referred to, but also deals with the matters you asked them to cover. So members of the panel, in my submissions and before, after I've taken questions, our first witness will be Emma Crutchley, and you may recall, or you may not, but Emma was to give evidence during the ORUG or the farmers presentation. She was unavailable, but her evidence, we are very happy to have Emma give evidence for beef and lamb, because her evidence does focus on freshwater management at a catchment level. So those are our submissions.
Thank you, Dr. Stumble. I had me slightly worried at paragraph 27 when you sort of put the onus on the panel in terms of using a structured analysis in the RPS and the plan rather than applying an overall judgment approach. Now, we back now to look at those sections, and it looks to me that what the court was saying, that was actually in the context of resource consents.
It was certainly in the context of avoiding harm.
Yeah.
I think, and I think it would be important to make sure the policy structure identifies that at a regional policy level rather than leaving it to a plan level and resource consent.
In terms of how those conflicts are resolved, I guess. Yeah.
Oh yes, and a lot, yes. Most of the resolution will be at that, at the planning level.
Yeah.
But the direction to do it should be in the RPS.
Yeah, I was interested in your comments around, I think you made them morally around that Portato said avoid means something different now, that you can take time to actually achieve avoidance.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and what I picked up when reading that case is that now includes mitigation and remedy to get to that point.
Yes.
Which is quite a change.
It's a huge change. It's and they call it a structural analysis approach of doing it. In some ways, when you look in part 3 of the NPS, subpart 3, there's a very good definition of it. Is it a management hierarchy thing? I can find it. Oh yes, it's in subpart specific requirements. The fixed management hierarchy is defined for rivers and wetlands. That is a structured approach, in my view, in terms of working towards mitigating or getting rid of it, or eventually getting to the point where your allegation is fair and meets the purpose of the Act.
Yeah. I guess I'm thinking about that in terms of what you're putting to us around that. It's this Crutchley's talked about before, and a lot of the farmers talk about that transition to achieving the visions. Yeah. It's a part of all that as well, isn't it?
It is, and that's where we've been stressing action plans, because it talks about phasing and stage, all that sort of thing, which is very adaptive, flexible, and in terms of statutory interpretation, is a ambulatory approach. It deals with changing circumstances.
I might get myself in slight bit of trouble here because we've had a lot of submissions around what should be in the priorities. Some people saying we shouldn't go that far, some people say we should. I'm going to read you something from the Ministry for the Environment. Stock exclusion fact sheet gives us a new definition of Te Mana o Te Wai. It talks about, and it's in line with what you say, but it doesn't reflect exact wording of NPS. So it says when managing fresh water, Te Mana o Te Wai ensures the health and wellbeing of the water is protected. So that's number one. And human needs are provided for before enabling other uses of water. So number one, water protected. Human needs, which currently it's the health needs.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's wider, I see that too. And then before enabling those other things.
Yes.
How are we meant to, well, I guess we can't place weight on that, but that's the same ministry that wrote the NPS, giving us a different definition essentially. How do we reconcile that?
Well, I think the best way to reconcile it is to actually just use the language, the health needs or whatever, needs of people for, because drinking water is an example. So food and drink, pretty basic needs, health needs, and then leave it to the process for dealing with that, because it's so artificial to say we'll have a whole part of the plan that just deals with the health needs that relate to a particular water course. I think the Supreme Court did, at one stage it talked about principles of values and broad language. And I think this is a policy instrument. I mean, to have fine-grained statutory interpretations about what the words such as mean, because that's what it is. And if you're going to take a literal interpretation, you would say, well, under B and C, the word ecosystem is not used. Water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. It's used in 1 or A, but it's not used in 2, B and C, is it? No, it's they're human matters. So you could say, oh, well, I'll take a strict plain reading, as Mr. Anderson suggested, and say, well, why are we getting caught up in this tautology when we're talking about a policy instrument that everything has to be dealt with in terms of integrated management? It seems to me that what's the difference? After I heard my learned friend submissions, I thought, so what? Where is it in the actual document that suddenly the policies will have to change dramatically because the priorities are not being reflected in the way the ORC says? And where is the chapter? Where are the priorities on 2 and 3, B and C? Where are they? Where are they dealt with? Because they are priorities. They're not just options, they're priorities. Where are they? And that's where's the rural chapter? Where's all these things? But so we're trying to find a process that enables these matters to be brought into the system. Okay.
Yes.
Policy process.
You actually raised something that hadn't actually occurred to me, or I hadn't noticed it, around that engagement and the wording used in the NPS, where it is engaged with communities in Taonga Whenua in one bit, but when they're purely talking about Taonga Whenua,
Yes.
the word active and actively is used.
That's right. And
what are we to read into that?
Well, the reality is, in a contextual purpose of interpretation, if we got the NPS, sorry, the words in the NPS there can be, I think I quoted them, there can be, what's it called? But there's the words where you can actually have more stringent measures put in place. You don't have to, just because there's a word that says engage, there's no reason why you can't have a policy that says actively engage. Now, the reality is the 3.4, the active engagement there, is to make sure that those procedures, delegated powers, are looked at. The reason there, the reason in terms of engagement with community and so forth, our submission is that that's the catchment management. It is an active engagement. It's not passive. It's not consultation. These are working groups. So it's important that the direction is that the ORC doesn't just consult. It's in the tent with them. It's working with them. So I don't think there's a. It's again, it's this issue about whether you literally take the words and replicate them, parrot them, as the High Court has said, into the policy, or whether you actually develop the policy for what you're trying to do.
Yeah, okay, I understand, because I wrote down a question, or why shouldn't we just rely on the RPS? Not the RPS, the MPS,
Yes.
for the process, but you'll develop that further, saying, well, you need to go a step beyond and actually also identify groups within the community that need to be spoken to. So we can't, you're saying we need to reflect that because it could be overlooked and it's
Yes.
critical.
And Commissioner, as you pointed out, I think it was Hunter, that is the largest river in New Zealand, volume-wise. And one FMU is it's the whole river, from the lakes, and the working parties in the lake catchments are quite different, Wanaka Wai, and that, than say a working party down in the Pomahaka end. That's the problem with that structure of using massive FMUs rather than looking, because clearly you can't engage with one tangata in one community in an action group for the whole FMU. You'd have to have several action groups. And the reality is, I'm sorry in a way that there weren't FMUs established for tributaries rather than just main stem, because it's that level of management that the ORC actually operates at, on major tributaries as well.
You're putting it like that, I think this will be ongoing for about 40 years. There's a lot of work to do. Thank you. I didn't have anything further.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Dr. Somerville. Philosophically, I don't have a problem with anything that you've said today. But I think realistically, we're rapidly approaching the time when the rubber meets the road. That's what this is kind of saying, because I think we all recognise what the NPSFM says. You know, there's a hierarchy of obligations, blah, 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 the one of the way is just and I wondered whether you'd ever turned your mind to just how some of the stuff gets done.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think that's where there's a very important conversation that needs to go on here in that area. It's very easy to treat Te Mano Tuai just as a process. Yeah. I appreciate that, but in some ways that's how it's expressed, with all these engage this, do that, so forth, and follow the obligations. But I think Te Mano Tuai is there's actually a strategy in terms of resource management. And the fact that the MPS has established that strategy, I mean, that's where it's found in any resource management document, means that the processes that implement it and give effect to it in these instruments, this regulatory instruments, give effect to it, that process needs to be value-based, absolutely value-based, not rule-based in the sense of, we would say in philosophy of environmental matters, that this is a value-laden concept.
You make the point in 59 as well.
So I think that conversation, I mean, this is the start of it in terms of regional policy statements, I think. But you do need the policy framework to establish the process to start that. And I thought, listening to Edward Elson and so forth, a lot of the discussion was about process.
Yes.
And integrated management.
Yeah. As I said, I think philosophically we're all on the same waka. We are. It's just that, you know, some people might be rowing in a slightly different direction or finding it hard to keep up with the other rowers, that sort of stuff. And I mean, it just brings to mind the long how debate that we've had in this country around the treaty, for example. You know, it's a partnership. It's not that one's better than the other. You know, when if we all row together at the same rate, we'll go straight. But you know, it's like, you know, you get on a canoe or a boat and one lot's rowing harder than the other, or it has an advantage that one or the other side of the waka doesn't have, the boat goes that way, or whichever way. So
yes. It's interesting because there's a bit of a tension between economics and ecological economics now and values processes. And the article by Victoria Pahui actually, she takes the first obligation and says, we can't judge what intrinsic values are. We can't have some ORC saying that's an intrinsic value that hasn't been complied with. So in terms of you know, holistic approach, you can't do that. But when it comes to the second two obligations, they're instrumental values. That's the use you make of a resource. Now, those values, I believe, or I submit, the taonga whenua and iwi, and the community, that's where the rubber hits the road, is actually developing those values, because all the science and mataranga, all that sort of thing can be dealt with in intrinsic values to make sure that there's, you know, there's not pollution or over allocation and that. But when it comes to the over allocation, managing degradation, all those things, that's where Te Mana o Te Wai kicks it hard.
and my last comment, but it's not necessarily a question, is around the emphasis you put on Te Mana o Te Wai, or even the RP, the regional policy statement being more directive.
Yes. Yeah. You have to give effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. You can't, it's not an option. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Sure.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Somerville. The only thing I wanted to raise was around action plans, and we haven't heard from many others on the importance of action plans. And I suppose just a couple of points on that. You know, I take your point around FMUs possibly should have been at a tributary level, but there is discretion to have action plans at that level. Is that what you're anticipating? And I suppose I'm just looking at the LFFWM8, which is the action plan method in the RPS. And I'll just let you turn to that because
Sorry, Commissioner, LFW.
LFFWM8.
Oh, it's a method. There's no policy structure behind that method.
No, and I take your point on that, but I suppose if we're looking at that method, and looking at clause 3.15, which is of the MPSFM, which is around action plans, other than Appendix 2B in the MPSFM, which is attributes requiring action plans, there doesn't really seem to be any other mandatory action plan requirements.
No, that's right. If I might say the reason, and Ms. Perkins can probably spend some time with you on this, that the reason we're saying in terms of integrated catchment management, they should be mandatory. Because they may, as you say, they may be applied or used in 3.15, isn't
But I
it?
did want to draw your attention to M8.3, which says must prepare any action plan in accordance with clause 3.15.
Yes, but that's, sorry, Port Otago, King Salmon, we're talking about policy
Yes.
framework and the methods, not just action plans. So I'm sorry to be legalistic about that, but there's nothing blue on that, on my copy of that method thing.
Nothing blue.
No,
Oh.
there's no freshwater.
Yeah, it isn't ours.
Is it?
It is, yes.
Is that in the 42A report?
This is the 42A report version.
Oh, 42A.
Yeah, no, so that one is
But the
blue.
notified one.
Yeah, I know there, if you've got the old notified one, if it's an earlier one.
Well, I mean, that's the lawful document. 42A is the recommendation. Isn't it?
Yeah, I know at some point there were some corrections to some of the blue shading, but.
No, I'm sorry.
Not corrections.
I'm sorry. It's been flippant there because I
Yeah.
thought but it is shown as a water plan. So that's good, the
Yes.
method. But
Yes.
it wouldn't change my submission about.
So your
it's a policy
submission
direction.
is that needs to come clearly through policy direction.
A mandatory directive direction.
Yes.
On the policy.
Yeah. And that wording,
Yes, I'd be interested in your comments on that, but that seems to me to cover
yeah.
everything
I'll
that we
raise
could
that
use an
with
action
Mr.
plan for.
Mr. Perkins.
It clearly in Otago, when you look at that media release, perhaps can I take you to the media release at the back of the submissions, Commissioner? If you look at that, Appendix A, it's got a heading,
Page are you
catchment
going to?
action plan.
Have you got a page number?
It's Appendix A, Attachment A, right at the back. And we've got action plan for Catlin's ecosystem. Then we go over the page, catchment action plans. Then the next plan, integrated catchment management. And this is lauded, this process and this media statement. The chairman of the regional council rightly says we're very proud of this. We've done it. It's working well. So it's all there. And then when I looked at the policy statements under the Local Government Act that set all this up, action planning, it says supporting catchment groups, sub-FMU Rohit scale with integrated catchment action plan through additional resources from the Ministry for the Environment. Living in hope, I think, but however, that's there. So what we're asking for is all this to be included in the policy framework in the RPS. But rather than standing it, big rewrite, it's got to be dealt with under the schedule in an amended way, and that's what we're suggesting here.
Thank you.
A slight difficulty with that is that there's no such catchment as the Catlins. It's an FMU.
Yes, sorry, did you say so? I'm in trouble hearing.
Well, there's no catchment, there's no river catchment as such.
No.
As the Catlins, it's an FMU.
It's an FMU.
So I mean, the papers that attached may well have been just simply loose in the terminology that they were using.
Oh, cool.
Because
Absolutely. No, I accept that.
Because the problem I've really got with the submission that you're making in terms of this catchment action approach or group approach is just that when you look at the NOV process, the visions certainly talk about the fact that it was 3.3 of the NTS-FM does talk about long-term visions, maybe set at FMU, part of an FMU or catchment level, quite correct about that. But then when you look at the NOV process, it's to identify the FMUs, identify the values for each FMU. Talking about 3.7 sub-clause 2, identify the values for each FMU, set the outcomes for each value, well, that relates to the FMUs. Identify the attributes for each value, again, it relates to the FMUs. When you look at each of the relevant attributes and setting out attribute states, it's all about the FMUs. There's no reference to catchments. As you've been addressing, as I've been wading through, even when you get to setting environmental flows and levels, again, the wording is FMUs. There's no use of the term catchment. So wouldn't what you are requesting us to do mean that we are in effect inserting the word catchment within each of these provisions that I'm talking to you about? And what does it mean? How do you define a catchment? I thought when you made the comment, it's a pity that the tributaries weren't necessarily provided for. You immediately start identifying how is the word catchment defined. And it's not defined in the NPSFM. And I think that when you made that observation to tributaries, and Mr. Gilbert was responding somewhat flippantly, but I think probably pretty accurately, that if you get down to that level, we'd be here for 4 years, you know. And as you were making your submissions, that paragraph, I can't remember what it was, I did write down, in borrowing a phrase from Commissioner Kirikiri that he's used a fair bit over the period, consultation fatigue or engagement fatigue, that starts to apply. Because in essence, what has been attempted, as I see it in PSFM, is this mechanism now of FMUs, which, as I see it, is intended to enable some flexibility. There will be parts of catchments which can be cut in half, etc., which is what's happened with the Cluth. But if all of that, and it wasn't a question really, but a description to you of my concerns, if all of those are misguided in some way, and I'm overlooking the word catchment or its use in some way in the NPSFM, can you draw my attention to it?
So firstly, we're not criticising the use of FMUs. In fact, I mean, that's what it's about. We appreciate that. But it's also about part FMUs. It's also about, and their related catchments. That's the definition of FMU.
Right.
So we're not suggesting that it's valid. It's ultra vires because they just focus on the FMUs, not catchments. These Claire Perkins will talk about catchments as being part of the FMUs in the sense that they're related to they're within FMUs. So we're not suggesting for a moment there needs to be a whole structure dealing with catchments. I just really need to make that clear. What we're saying is that the actual integrated management in 3.5, the integrated management is happening in practice at a catchment level. It's happening. That's what's happening at a catchment level. The communities are engaged at a catchment level. And for that reason, we're suggesting there need to be some processes that identify that and allow some of these approaches like action plans to be to actually be mentioned in the document, because it's really the question of integrated management. The Tamano Tuai must take an integrated management approach. And the reality is it's happening at a catchment level. So we're not suggesting for a moment that there's a legal difficulty or that I think I said the word catchment's mentioned 124 times. So it's not it's there. So it's not as if it's not part of the related to the FMU.
Right. That's probably all I needed to cover. Yes, it is. No, that's all I need to cover. And otherwise, I just simply needed to make a personal apology to you. Everybody else has been calling you Dr. Somerville. I've been calling you Mr. Somerville. It's terrible.
That's all right, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to get him to apologise. Catlin's is a river as well. In the
Oh, it's true, and there's a map on the back that shows it like it.
one specific river.
Right, local knowledge. Sir, my list is all available in the morning if that's easier for you, but we could start. I'm not sure what
We've actually heard from Ms. Perkins and others before, so that they can focus their presentations today just on the matters that are relevant to your presentation. Let's get it done. Right?
Yes, certainly. Yes. Yes, no, certainly. Miss Perkins has a child issue about 5:30, and I'm certainly conscious of that.
Let's call her first. Right?
Yes, thank you. Right. Now, so you should have the statement. You've got a statement with highlighted blue pieces in it from discussing, and then you have a supplementary statement which will be passed around. And if you've had the opportunity to read the main statement, you'll see that Ms. Crutchley is heavily engaged in freshwater management in her area and on her property. So perhaps if I could just ask her to proceed to a supplementary statement. Is that acceptable? Yes.
Thank you. Kia ora. We've met before, but I'll just go through this. My name's Emma Crutchley. I'm a sheep and beef and arable farmer at Puketoi in the Manitoto Basin with my husband and our 2 growing age children. Is that
a bit close? It's not fair, it's for me.
I think with the aim of saving time, if you start at paragraph 4, if you would. Right?
Yeah. So currently the world is both changing and demanding change. As farmers, we have the ability to meet these demands, as well as the demands around how we use our resources, both land capital and natural resources. In my evidence, I've discussed how this takes time and also how this requires the tools in the toolbox. In my evidence, I discuss how stored water maintains minimum flows in the Tairi. It also supplies an allocation of water to farmers and some of the mechanics around how this works. And I also talk about the allocation of water we have at Puketoi and how we have used this to create resilience within our business. Unused allocation remains in the Loganburn Dam community storage, which can be utilised for environmental flows. I discussed in my brief the variability and the diversity of climate across Otago. I think this has been talked widely about, which is only likely to increase as our climate changes. In response to this, we are focusing on 3 key objectives within our farming business: adaptation to climate change, reducing our emissions, and producing food. And I was thinking about that last one. I also put probably more relevant is producing an economic return. There is a negative narrative associated with freshwater use for irrigation around over-allocation, intensive agriculture and exported food. These associations are holding back the necessary discussion regarding community capture and storage and our ability to address those 3 key objectives. The variability in the Tairi catchment means that some seasons irrigators do not go close to using all their water available allocation, and in other years demand can be higher. The catchment storage system was designed to allow us to prepare for dry seasons and smooth out this variability. Secure water is that last 25%, and I draw your attention to figure 3 of my evidence. This allows us to diversify land use over time to meet growing demands, produce variable yields of crops and maintain animal growth rates in dry periods, and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, establish shelter, native plants, and improve our biodiversity within our farm systems and adapt to climate change. It is the biggest tool we have in the toolbox. We are always looking for ways to reduce our water use, such as in summertime, we incorporate arable crops, and these require little or no water during harvest, which leaves more water for other uses. We have a small amount of storage on farm, and when we have certainty around regulatory requirements, we are likely to consider more if it is needed. But this comes at a time when returns to farming businesses are low, and it will take time to adapt. Flatlining the Taieri River. So issues like climate change are wicked problems, and this means moving too fast with blunt regulatory mechanisms can have unintended consequence. So I can see how unintended consequence can evolve from some of the proposals around how we manage freshwater in catchments such as the Taieri. I've discussed this from paragraph 79 onwards. The Taieri can flatline, so this means it spends increasing periods at where it is held just above or on minimum flow for long periods of time. This doesn't reflect the Taieri's natural character. One response to this has been reducing the allocation, one proposed response to this has been reducing the allocation rate of water for irrigation. So an irrigator will respond to this by taking more water through the shoulders of the season for storage on farm when actual demand is less. This then stored water can then be used when demand is higher in the summer. The more water that is taken for storage on private farms, the less water is available for environmental flows. Therefore, more pronounced flatlining is likely to become regardless of whether minimum flow requirements are raised or not. One size fits all approaches copied from other areas of New Zealand are not suitable for the unique and extreme and diverse Taieri catchment. Changes to allocation systems need to consider the unique characteristics of catchments socially and environmentally, and the unintended consequence now and in the future as we adapt to change. People don't want to be changed, they want to be part of the change, and they will support what they create. An important part of avoiding unintended consequence and achieving a high level of environmental stewardship is putting people and rural communities at the heart of our discussions. We know and understand the environment we live in. Multi-generational farming families have a sense of place and a passion for the environment that we live in. So listening to people and creating participatory engagement opportunities, active participatory engagement opportunities, builds a sense of ownership over solutions, which is half the journey to creating outcomes. People need to feel heard, and there has been a lack of recognition for the social capital and the willingness of community members to work with regional council on relevant issues, meaning we lose people from the journey and fewer people are engaging. So when I attended this hearing for the non-freshwater chapters, I was enlightened to hear how great it was to hear from farmers. But the trouble is there are less and less farmers putting their name forward to engage, making this a more exhausting process for the few of us that are willing to show up. I'll even go as far as saying that a lot of the rural community, or a lot of the primary, well, not a lot, there are a portion of the primary sector that believe that this is not a process that should be engaged in, that it should be more around lobbying and polarisation. So how do you achieve democracy or integrated management when this is the situation that's being created? So in 2020, I attended the Visions workshop for the regional council staff, with the regional council staff and councillors in Ranfurly, and the process was short, unimaginative and leading. We were given a range of statements within a framework and asked to put ticks or post-it notes next to those that resonated. Despite this, the community still identified values that are listed in paragraph 88 of my evidence. The three key themes that came through were the importance of community input, the importance of farming in a general sense that there are too many regulations. Throughout my evidence, I discussed how diverse Otago is and also how integrated extensive livestock farming systems are within the environment. The similarity and high level and genericness of the visions and values for the whole of Otago hint towards a one-size-fits-all regulatory framework that has been too rushed. This approach doesn't fit within the catchment approach we need to deal with our complex and diverse environment. Overall, it is not a process that I feel is reflective of the sense of community ownership that a vision should have. We need visions and values at a catchment level. I support the recognition for the environmental values and the vision for the Taieri, but the vision does not reflect the detail that was clearly identified by the community. There is no shortage of evidence that when communities are included in the change, there will be a much higher level of compliance than if the change is done to them. I'd be happy to answer any of the questions the panel has.
Thank you, Ms. Crosby. Start with
Thank you. Nice to see you again. I'll try and be quick because I know Mr. Perkins has got to go and attend to children. I think perhaps the vision, the workshop you went to was Ranfurly, not Roxburgh.
Yeah, Ranfurly.
Yeah, attached to your evidence is the Roxburgh one, so I can't answer you about that. But just in relation to those A to E in your paragraph 88, those values that were identified, how did you identify that? I think you indicated that you're pretty much just given a range of statements and you had to tick them. Did you come up with those yourself, A to E? In paragraph 88, sorry, in your evidence and sheet?
No, they are taken from the document that came out of that consultation.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
they have been interpreted from what you guys said at those
Yes.
meetings, and,
Yeah.
and they haven't flowed in. So you're saying they are reflective of what you want to see for that catchment?
They are reflected, but they miss a lot of the detail. So they're lined over the top, and a lot of them are very generic for the whole of Otago. When I've talked clearly about how incredibly diverse Otago is, and I think there lies the challenge,
Yeah.
and it's ownership over that for the people that live in those communities. I think it's really important.
The other thing you noted, and this is in your summary, so we've heard a bit about the Taieri catchment today. Not that it's over allocated actually, but you talk about in your paragraph 5 the unused allocation that remains in Loganberg Dam. What's your understanding of the actual allocation issues in the Taieri? Is it on paper or is it real? Or because there's still a lot of dam permits, I understand.
There's not a large proportion of deemed permits that are left in the Taieri. A lot of them were addressed through the Upper Taieri Water Resource Management Group when groups came together, such as the Kaiburn and Southburn, to get universal group consent. So there's not a lot. But what I mean by that is we have a small amount of storage on farm, right? And but that doesn't necessarily, and that comes back to that diagram I've referred to.
Yeah.
And what we aim to do is we don't aim to use all that water each year, because no season is the same as the last. So we aim to use an allocation that is suited for the season that we're in, so that when we hit a really, really dry season, we have enough water to remain resilient. And that is the key factor of resilience. It's having that water available when you most need it. And in those years when we don't use all that allocation, that water stays in the dam and it is in storage, community storage, which is the Loganberg Dam, and that can then be used to support minimum flows in the Taieri. And I guess when you look at incentivizing people to take it, or they'll lose it, use it or lose it, you're incentivizing people to actually extract that water and put it and store it on farm at a huge cost. And then that water is no longer available for minimum flows or maintaining flows or maintaining flush flows or natural flow of the Taieri because it's on farm. And I guess, yeah, I think that needs to be recognised.
And just one other, hopefully quick question. It was put to us today by the DCC that pretty much all of the municipal supply comes from the Tyree. Different part of the catchment to where you guys are. In they're seeking a priority for a community drinking supply, which is understandable. How does the operation of their water supply now impact on what you do in the upper catchment? Does it impact, or in terms of having to maintain certain flows?
It shouldn't impact, but what I can see from a lot of the proposals that are put out there incentivising people to take their water or they'll lose it, I think there's potential to create those challenges. But if we stick to a framework where it's recognised that we need to we need to address storage, right? Like, so I'm not saying that we have enough now, but at the moment we need to be focusing the conversation around storage and capture rather than around creating an environment where we're competing for uses like that, because I don't think that's helpful.
Yeah, I understand that. Seems to be the suggestion now, unfortunately, with these priorities.
Yeah, I think that there lies the challenge, because we're not thinking long term.
Okay, thank you very much for you.
We've talked very briefly about fatigue, but the other thing I wanted to just highlight, because you have, and it's something I wanted meant to raise with Dr. Somerville before, and that is capacity building and capability building and that sort of stuff. So it's one thing to have these nice systems in place and being directive, but when you have the ability to actually do some of this stuff, or the willingness, the able. I mean, you say here, fewer and fewer farmers are turning up to these. I mean, I imagine that this thing will just increase, will put further pressure on communities like yours.
I've got quite a bit of an opinion on that one. And I think you talked about engagement fatigue before, and I don't see that as a problem if you're actually heard. I think engagement fatigue only happens when you're not heard, when a rule that's implemented doesn't resonate with those that are willing to create the change. And I think we've seen a lot of rules and regulations come out of central government. When they don't resonate, we lose people. But when you can work at that sub-catchment level, and when you can work at a catchment level, then you're dealing with things that resonate with you, and therefore people are engaged. They're like, I can be part of that conversation. Yes, I can be part of the solution, but we can't be part of that when the rules don't fit with the problem that they're trying to solve.
Or people just aren't listening.
Yeah, we need to feel heard.
Okay, no, I didn't really have a question. I just wanted to make a comment. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Really wanted to say that.
He's good.
Yeah, there's probably only one other matter that I was interested in. You talk about the river, concerns about the river flatlining and all those sorts of things. Have flushing flows ever come up in the conversations that you've had?
With who?
Well, either with council or within your group. I know, I suppose I know some areas where, there is a provision to have a slightly lower minimum flow if there's an agreement to have flushing flows a certain number of times of the season, just to sort of.
I don't think. Well, I know that conversations been had and it's been talked about a lot, but I think we need to really, really dig into that conversation, because I think that's the solution.
Yeah, I'm just sort of thinking, the more sort of, dynamic management using your storage to try and avoid those things and manage effects can often give you better
100%.
Better outcomes.
Yeah, I think it's 100% where we need to go. Yeah, but we need a regulatory framework that enables it.
Well, yeah. Okay. No, thanks, and keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
I haven't really got any questions, but it's interesting listening to what you've just been saying, in particular with Commissioner Kirikiri, because it actually echoes what, in my experience, we sat on the Waitangi Tribunal, the were complaining that it's all very well being having provisions saying you must be consulted or you must be engaged or whatever. But in fact, unless you're actually involved in the decision making, it doesn't really, it doesn't resonate.
100%, like we talk about economic, social and environmental. I think the one thing we've missed in the past 6 years is we keep missing the social, and we keep missing the importance of making people feel like they're part of the conversation around building solutions, because they absolutely are. And I draw from the conversation we were having earlier around people being part of the solution around Te Mano Te Wai. Like people control the weeds, they control those introduced pests and weeds that can gather along our waterways. So why are they not part of priority number one? Because to enable healthy waterways, we need a healthy rural community, and that's people, and that's all social.
Thank you very much for the effort. Thanks for coming, and thanks for the thought you put into it.
Thank you. Yes, it's Kate Scott, Chair.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Claire's got to be last because Kate's not dealing with the proposals. Yeah. So can you put Kate Scott up, please? Claire will just have to organise childcare at Cromwell High School.
So
Yeah, I was going to say.
No, I have had the discussion. I've engaged actively on the point.
But did you listen?
We just made the point that we're not at the table.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
yes, we can. Thank you. And for saving time, Scott, can you start at paragraph 7, please?
Yes, sure can. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, ko Kate Scott toko ingoa. I haven't repeated my summary that I presented to you last week, but there are a couple of small but important points that I have picked up on that I wanted to share with you. And firstly, that's starting around how we perhaps need to more clearly define the food and fibre sector, and that's starting at point 7. It's important that the RPS fully captures the diversity of rural land uses that occur within the Otago region through an agreed definition. And I think this point just picks up on what Ms. Crutchley was sharing with us. To date, terms such as agriculture, primary production, food production, and the food and fibre sector have all been used to describe what occurs within the rural sector within Otago. These terms, whilst used interchangeably, in fact mean different things, including or excluding some specific subsectors of the agricultural sector, depending on which term is used. ORUG, Federated Farmers, Dairy NZ, Beef and Lamb, and Dairy Industry New Zealand fundamentally support the use of the term food and fibre production or food and fibre sector as being the most encompassing definition of the primary sector. The food and fibre sector is typically recognised as encompassing the following primary sector production industries: arable, dairy, forestry and wood processing, horticulture including vegetables, viticulture and winemaking, pork, poultry, bees and other, red meat and wool, including sheep, beef and deer, seafood and cross-sectoral activities. The food and fibre sector is routinely defined as including the primary sector production industries other than mining and the related processing industries. This definition is primarily adopted by central government, including MPI, and is widely adopted by the primary sector, including industry good organisations, as being the most reflective of the broad range of primary production that occurs within New Zealand agriculture. The use of the term primary production can be problematic in that it is also used to capture non-agricultural land uses such as mining and other raw materials extraction. Food production, on the other hand, whilst encompassing of some rural land uses such as horticulture and arable, by its nature can exclude viticulture and fibre, wool production, both of which are fundamental land uses within the Otago region. It is the culmination of these shortcomings of definition and the diversity of land uses that occur within the Otago region, which means that, in my view, food and fibre production or food and fibre sector is the most appropriate way to define rural land use. It may therefore be appropriate to consider inserting a definition into the RPS to capture food and fibre production along the lines of: food and fibre production means the primary sector production industries other than mining, including arable, dairy, forestry and wood processing, horticulture,
So
When we get, again, in the interest of saving time, we'll get to something long like that. Can we just take a quick?
Certainly.
Read that. All right, thank you.
Yep. That's no trouble. Picking up at paragraph 17, further discussions between Ms Boyd and Ms Perkins in relation to the visions and policies has occurred, as Ms Perkins will outline shortly. In support of these discussions, Ms Boyd has indicated that she would be open to considering the term food and fibre production. However, Ms Boyd does raise some valid concerns in relation to the definition of food and fibre capturing forestry and wood production, given the wide-ranging concerns that have been raised in relation to the feedback around the impacts of carbon farming and production forestry in some parts of Otago. On the one hand, I agree with the concerns raised by Ms Boyd about capturing forestry and wood production if the term food and fibre production is used. There is valid and real concern around the impacts of unfettered conversion of farmland to production forestry or for carbon farming purposes, and the impacts that arise in terms of the environment, loss of productive land, and impacts on local communities. However, it is important that we recognise that forestry also has an important role to play in terms of improving resilience to the effects of climate change, as well as meeting future decarbonisation aspirations. The key consideration here is the often quoted mantra, right tree, right place. It's also important that we consider the need for land use diversification as we move to meet freshwater obligations set out under the RPS Freshwater, of which forestry may play a part alongside other food and fibre activities. To ensure that we can operate within limits, land use change will be necessary, and in my view, we are likely to see an increase in diversified land use within farms and within communities to achieve these limits. Excluding forestry from the definition of food and fibre production may result in unintended consequences for local communities to adjust land use practices, in the same way that defining what the rural sector does is only food production. This would provide a narrow definition that doesn't accurately reflect the wide range of land use options that occur throughout the region. It is therefore my view that despite the broad definition of food and fibre production encompassing forestry and wood production, that this definition should still be adopted on the basis that the where and how of production forestry and land use change associated with a change of land use to forestry is best dealt with in the water and land plan, in the same way that the effects of arable or dairy or horticultural land uses should also be managed through the land and water plan. Integrated catchment management. To successfully meet freshwater obligations into the future, it is essential that the RPS provides for clear transitional pathways and sets clear integrated objectives. A collective catchment approach is one such approach that provides integrated catchment management that is fit for purpose and meets the needs of the community and the environment. And across Otago, there are already numerous catchment groups and catchment collectives that have formed for the purposes of trying to collectively solve environmental challenges within their communities. These groups are varied in terms of their purpose and composition, but have had some substantial successes on the ground in terms of projects and practice change. Some examples include the Thompson's Catchment Group within the Manahara Kia, which has recently completed a successful wetland development project to address declining water quality. Another example is the work that Waiwanaka have completed in terms of a community-led integrated catchment management plan approach, where the community collectively identified actions to maintain pristine water quality within the Upper Clutha, spanning urban development, tourism, and rural land use. A similar approach is also being adopted by the ORC for the Catlins Integrated Catchment Management Project. The RPS should, in my view, provide a clear policy direction on the adoption of integrated catchment management approaches, recognising the role that existing catchment groups and communities can play to achieve freshwater outcomes. It also links to the requirements of certified freshwater farm plans to give effect to catchment context, challenges and values, such that certified freshwater farm plans will demonstrate what actions food and fibre producers are taking behind the farm gate to achieve agreed catchment outcomes. This is where integrated catchment management provides for a holistic and joined up approach across the suite of regulatory requirements. The freshwater farm plan regulations require a farm operator to have regard to catchment context as set out in Part 1 Regulation 4, which I won't repeat here. If I turn to paragraph 30, Part 1 Regulation 4 specifically refers to any action plans made in accordance with the NPSFM. The proposed additional process policies as detailed by Ms Perkins, including LFY P3A, integrated catchment management, directly connect the concept of integrated catchment management to certified freshwater farm plans, which are intended to help deliver outcomes in relation to catchment context, challenges and values. I won't read the next couple of paragraphs, but we'll pick back up at paragraph 36. And that is that we need clear transitional pathways to set clear integrated objectives and avoid duplication. In my opinion, the suite of policies proposed by Ms. Perkins help to address each of the matters that we have noted in the preceding paragraphs. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Your evidence was very clear and there may not be any questions, but I'll ask
No,
Mr. Cubitt.
No, I don't have any questions either, although I'd sort of just make one observation, I suppose, and that is on page 7 of your supplementary evidence, which you have also written about in your original evidence around cultural matters, identified cultural matters of importance to tangata whenua, and then you list 1, 2, 3 things there. I just wondered whether you had sort of thought more about those. I mean, I look at them at face value, fine, I don't have a problem with it, but I think it, if I come back to the comment I made earlier on about the rubber meeting the road and you know, sort of yeah, can you just explain to me what you mean in that section?
Yeah, so what that has copied from is Regulation 4 in the Certified Freshwater Farm Plan Regulations, which requires regional councils to set out and identify the catchment context and challenges and values. And certainly my understanding is that as part of them creating or developing the catchment context and values, they have to, within that document that will be created that sets out those catchment contexts and challenges, they must identify cultural matters of importance to tangata whenua as set out in that evidence and in the regulation. Now, how that will deploy, I think, will probably depend on the individual relationship that each regional council has with mana whenua and how they work through determining what's appropriate to include within that. But I think to my point around integrated catchment management and why we need to cover all of these things is, you know, the NPS for freshwater talks about needing to include or involve tangata whenua in identifying those values that are of importance to them. And I think when we look at certified freshwater farm plans, the integrated catchment management policies are a way that bring all of these obligations together in that holistic way that is touching on the points that Emma and others have raised around how do we avoid this duplication. If we've got one overarching policy that allows us to meet multiple obligations, then I think that's going to be a good use of everyone's time. Don't know that that's really answered your question, and I guess it remains to be seen how councils choose to implement it, but that would be my take on that.
No, you've actually answered it perfectly, because that's what I kind of had in the back of my mind, and I just wanted to hear somebody enunciate it and clear. I mean, yeah. My question was, how do you interpret this, not whether these are your actual words. But no, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just looking at that paragraph, or paragraphs 29 and 30, do I take it that the farm, each individual farmer or farm operator is supposed to be able to identify all those things?
Yes, that is my interpretation of it. However, it is the obligation of the council to create the catchment context document, and therefore they're not going to have to go off and do all of that on their own, but they are going to have to be able to pick up, read and understand the document that council creates that sets out all of those things, and then work out how they will apply that behind the farm gate to their property, because they must have regard to that.
Okay, thank you. That's good. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I call, oh, sorry, is Claire Perkins online? Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
He's coming in now.
Hi.
Yes. Hello. I'm in trouble here because you've identified the fact that you have to be away. Is it 5:45 max in time? Is it?
I've just sent an instruction to the after school childcare to tell the children to walk home. So they'll take about 20 minutes to walk home from there.
We're very grateful. Thank you for that participatory approach. Can you refer to your supplementary evidence, please?
Can I just say before you start the speakings that given the time of day and given that we've read your evidence, any summarising that you can do, moving from point to point, would be very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, I can do that. So really, this summary is just highlighting for you some conversations that I've had with Ms. Boyd in the intervening sort of 4 days since I last spoke with you. And also highlighting that I have pulled out the visions back to individual FMU levels to be hopefully somewhat helpful when you're looking back through things as we discussed. So that is in my attachment A and just has all the provisions pulled back out at the individual region level, FMU level. And if I just note in point paragraph 6A, I've addressed the potential issues raised by Mr. Wallace for the Pomahaka in terms of catchment modifications that have happened there, with just potentially adding those words where possible and reasonable in terms of the form and function of the waterway. For the Menehira and the Taieri, similar policies there are recognising the effects and values created by historical catchment infrastructure and water use infrastructure to go some way to consider the situations we have in both of those catchments where there is a substantial amount of infrastructure that has been established in those catchments. I think Ms. Scott has talked to you about the food and fibre definition, and that's what I talk about in my paragraphs sort of 7 and 8, and suggest that we adopt that. And just noting that the concern with primary production is that it includes mining and quarrying, and so it possibly is more suitable to use the terminology food and fibre production. And I just a point to note there that actually if that is adopted by the panel, that it possibly needs to be considered in some of the other provisions that are in the non-freshwater planning instrument part as well, particularly some of the land and soil policies, because they also use the terminology primary production, and possibly it's not necessarily appropriate where it's talking about maintaining highly productive soil and it's allowing for mining and quarrying activities. Moving to paragraph 9, this is an agreed position in terms of Ms. Boyd and myself with regards to considering the resource use issue within the visions. So I can just leave that there for you. But Ms. Boyd and I both agreed that would work in terms of the wording. Paragraph 10, once again, Ms. Boyd and I have had reached some agreement on a policy regarding transitions. So I won't read that out for you. Suffice to say that that would replace the previously one was previously recommended in my primary brief of evidence. And I've also just noting for you at paragraph 12, just reiterating that I still consider that my policy regarding existing regulatory and non-regulatory measures being given consideration ahead of regulatory measures should still be retained. Moving to paragraph 14, I'll just quickly read this one. The importance of managing freshwater and land in an integrated way as a catchment level was discussed by Ms. Scott. Currently, the provisions in the RPS do not explicitly provide a process to enable integrated catchment management at the catchment level. Including such a policy as I have drafted below would ensure that integrated catchment management groups, such as the Catlins one that was recently established, are established throughout the region and representation is included from local community and tangata whenua. These groups would then be able to develop catchment action plans in collaboration with the council that translate the current FMU and ROHE level visions down to the catchment level into local objectives that are more meaningful to the community and take account of the catchment specific values and desired environmental outcomes. Then, as provided for in clause 3.15 of the MPSFM, this may result in recommendations for amendments to the current visions in the RPS. Providing a process to manage freshwater and land use in an integrated way is critical to ensuring that clauses 3.2 and 3.5 of the MPSFM are achieved. This aligns well with the process already underway and identified as the preferred way forward for catchment management that was discussed by Dr. Somerville. And bringing in parts of my previously proposed local community involvement policy into this provision will ensure that rural communities are actively engaged in the NOF process and development of the land and water plan, while also providing for the full hierarchy of obligations. So I've included that policy there, and that is as was included in Dr. Somerville's submissions. And that is my brief summary for you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stevens. Alan, any questions?
Thanks, Ms. Perkins and Ms. Boyd. I would suggest you've gone some way there to find some common ground. I just wondered in the transition policy you promoted, we were addressed by Fish and Game, who suggested shortening up the visions achievement to, I think, 2040, with a sort of a qualifier that if those visions can't be achieved in that time frame, you weren't going to get in trouble if your behaviours had changed. I'm not quite sure what that meant, but did you see that recommendation or hear that discussion around that?
Yeah, I was listening in with one ear while still doing some work on the other day to Mr. Farrell's evidence. Look, I don't necessarily think there's enough evidence to suggest that that is reasonable. We've heard quite a lot of evidence from a lot of the farmer witnesses and the industry groups to say that even the 2050 timeframes for some of these catchments and ROHEs is not actually even going to be reasonable. So I think just throwing a number out there because the idea of it happening earlier isn't necessarily the best outcome. And I think that there's probably enough evidence before you to suggest that those the timeframes that were in there, whilst we have some issues with them, potentially still are still definitely ambitious for the degree of change that's probably going to be required in some of those catchments.
Yeah, okay. I thought you might say something like that. I was just wondering in the context of your regulatory and non-regulatory process policy, did you discuss that with Ms. Boyd as well?
We didn't have an agreement on that. She is still of the position that those aren't necessary. So that's why I just reiterated it here, that I'm sure she will address that in her sort of right of reply at the end. But we do have agreement on those first two, which I think was a really good step in the right direction.
Yeah, cool. I haven't had a good chance to read your P3A and the implications of it. I'm just wondering what the implications of it are in terms of catchments, where there are no catchment action plans. What is 3? Is 3 requiring that progress and integrated management of catchment plans through preparation of those things? What if there's not an actual catchment group? I think Mr. Aspinall talked about you shouldn't make those things mandatory because you need buy-in to achieve good results. I haven't quite got my head around your policy and how it works yet.
Yeah, sure. Look, I don't think that necessarily it would necessarily be down to the level of a catchment that maybe Mr. Aspinall was talking about. If you think about that Catlins catchment group at the moment, that is a slightly larger, possibly more like a ROHE size one. But I think it's really important that there's still the commentary around catchments in here, because as inevitable through the MPS and through the RPS, even when you look at some of the existing methods, there is a discussion that there needs to be engagement at that local catchment level, and that may feed into a catchment action plan that it's maybe at a ROHE level, or maybe a few catchments grouped together rather than all these individual small groups. And there is direction in that 2 of that policy for the establishment of integrated catchment management groups through the same sort of pathway that ORC are dealing with the Catlins group already.
Yeah, and I'm assuming this policy came after your discussions with Ms. Boyd.
Yes, it has in a way, and it's trying to address some of the concerns that were possibly raised last week with regards to, and from Ms. Boyd with regards to the need for what was previously that sort of local community engagement policy, and the need to just really give effect to the integrated management component, just with some more time to reflect on that following some questions. The integrated management component is really effectively delivered through these catchment groups, and they might be, you know, a large size catchment group, but it's one of the best ways that we've got with evidence that you've heard to actually deliver on integrated management with that engagement. And I think at the moment the MPS doesn't necessarily require those are compulsory and for all integrated management measures, and that doesn't require that the community are actually involved in those. So at the moment that policy, apologies for the sun I've just seen on myself, that 3.15 just requires that action plans are prepared, but not that they are done with the community.
Okay, well, thanks very much for the effort you've put in to provide this. And we'll hear from Ms. Boyd, no doubt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've only got two quick matters. The first, it was just that point that I think you just made that I'd really overlooked and missed, really, that action plans aren't required, don't require engagement with the community. So thank you for that. I'll look, that's not a question, it's just talking to myself. And the second one is just raising that issue again of really how do you say we should define or think of a catchment in the lack of a definition? And probably while you're thinking about that, let me just make a mea culpa, because the reason I made it blue about the Catherine's River was probably more in the way that I expressed myself. I've noticed when I looked at the document that Dr. Somerville had attached to his submissions that there were about 7 or 8 river systems. It wasn't what I was meaning to say, and made it blue. The thing was that there is no one Catherine's River for that catchment group, and in fact it encompasses I noticed at the top left the Mokareta River, which I see flows down into the Mataura. So the example we were given of Catherine's integrated catchment group in reality related to about 7 or 8 catchments, including one that flowed to the Mataura. So it was, and to be fair to the council, I noticed when I look at it a bit more closely that it started off by saying the Catherine's integrated catchment group is being formed to collaboratively develop a catchment action plan for the Catherine's Freshwater Management Unit, the FMU. So the challenge really to you that I'm putting is arising out of your suggested policy, and how do you try and define what is a catchment when you've got tributaries and major tributaries involved?
Yeah, look, I was listening to that point before, and yes, the Catlins catchment group is actually at the Catlins FMU level, because in that particular, that particular FMU is at a reasonable size to be able to do that. I think if you were to try and do a catchment action plan at the Clutha FMU scale, for example, that would be completely, it would be very challenging. I'll give it that, it would be very challenging. So I think that it would need to be at least at the Rohe level. But in all reality, even some of those Rohe level areas are quite large and quite distinct. And so I think if you could potentially change those words to Rohe, Rohe and catchment level. I don't think catchment is defined in the plan. And I think it's, if you look at even at the MPSF, it talks about, a catchment and not defining that as being a subset of a Rohe. So I don't think it would be beneficial to limit it to just a Rohe level, or limit it to just a really small catchment level. I think you do need to be flexible with that and allow it to be set somewhat through that conversation with the council and the community as to what levels are appropriate. I don't know if that helps you right now with the wording of catchment in that policy. I possibly need to give it a bit more thought as to how you might better define that, if that continues to be of concern. But I think you want to leave the flexibility there for that.
Thank you for that. And I don't think there was anything else that I needed to cover with you. So sorry to you and your children, back up to you tonight, but thank you for hanging on and making time for us.
That's all right. Thank you. They'll be ready for a snack when they get home, so that's fine.
Right. So that concludes it. Dr. Sumner.
Yes, thank you, sir. There was in the documentation an indication from the regional council that they had identified so many areas for these catchment plants, which actually covered most of the country, the region. I think it was 16, or I'm just trying to find it. It's in the documentation here somewhere. And there's some other groups from another group from Hawea wanting to be established as well. So the actual identification is very much a collaborative approach for identifying. So that's our evidence, and as I say, we push it up. We don't really need to return to make further submissions unless you would like us.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sumner, and
Thank
for
you.
all the people who listened. Thank you.